Chapter 17 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Preparing the Petersburg Mine, Exploding the Mine, Grant's Adventures Between the Lines, Failure of the Assault at the Mine, A New Command for Sheridan, An Infernal Machine Exploded near Headquarters. At this time the General-in-Chief was devoting much of his attention to the planning of an important movement in connection with the explosion of the famous Petersburg mine, which had now been completed. The operations attending it were novel and interesting, though the result was the greatest disaster which occurred during the siege of Petersburg. After the assaults on the 17th and 18th of June, Burnside's corps established a line of earthworks within 100 yards of those of the enemy. In rear of his advanced position was a deep hollow. In front the ground rose gradually until it reached an elevation on which the Confederate line was established. Colonel Pleasants, commanding the 48th Pennsylvania Regiment, composed largely of miners, conceived the idea of starting a gallery from a point in the hollow which was concealed from the enemy's view, pushing it forward to a position under his earthworks, and there preparing a mine large enough to blow up the parapets and make a sufficiently wide opening for assaulting columns to rush through. Before the end of June he communicated the project to Burnside, who talked the matter over with General Meade. It was then submitted to General Grant for his action. This point of the line was in some respects unfavorable for an assault, but it was not thought well to check the zeal of the officer who had proposed the scheme, and so an authorization was given for the undertaking to continue. There was a main gallery, 511 feet long and 4½ feet square, and 2 lateral galleries. The terminus was under the enemy's parapet and at a depth of about 23 feet below the surface of the ground. These preparations were completed July 23d, and the mine was soon after charged with 8,000 pounds of powder and made ready for use. A movement preliminary to its explosion was begun on July 26 that required the exercise of much ingenuity and good generalship, and which the General-in-Chief had planned with great care. It involved making a feint against Richmond, which should be conducted with such a show of serious intention that it would induce Lee to throw a large portion of his command to the north side of the James, and leave the works at Petersburg so depleted that the movement on Burnside's front would have in its favor many chances of success. Hancock's corps drew out from its position on the afternoon of the 26th and made a rapid night march to Deep Bottom, on the north side of the James, and was followed by Sheridan with the cavalry. This entire force was placed under Hancock's command. On the morning of the 27th it advanced and captured a battery of rifled guns. I had been sent to Hancock that morning, and found him with his troops lying upon the grass with some of his staff during a lull in the firing. I threw myself on the ground beside him while we conversed in regard to the situation, and informed him that General Grant would be with him some hours later. Suddenly firing broke out again in front, and we all sprang to our feet to mount our horses. Hancock wore a thin blue flannel blouse, and as I rose up one of my spurs caught in the sleeve and ripped it open from wrist to elbow. I felt not a little chagrined to find that I was the means of sending this usually well-dressed corps commander into battle with his sleeves slit open and dangling in the air, and made profuse apologies. There was not much time for words, but Hancock treated the matter so good-naturedly in what he said in reply that he at once put my mind at ease. General Grant rode out on the field in the afternoon, arriving there at 3:30 o'clock for the purpose of determining upon the spot what the possibilities were on that side of the river before giving directions for carrying out the rest of his plans. Lee was now rushing troops to the north side of the James to reinforce the defenses of Richmond. The next morning, July 28, Sheridan, while moving around the enemy's left, was vigorously assaulted by a large body of infantry, and driven back a short distance, but he promptly dismounted his men, made a determined counterattack, and drove the enemy back in confusion, capturing 250 prisoners and 2 stands of colors. This engagement was called the Battle of Darbytown. Now that Grant had satisfied himself that more than half of Lee's command had been sent to the north side of the James, he made preparations to throw Hancock's corps again in front of Petersburg and carry out his intended assault upon that front. It was decided that the attack should be made at daylight on the morning of the 30th. In the meantime, in order to keep up the deception and detain the enemy on the north side of the river, many clever ruses were resorted to, in which the general-in-chief's ingenuity and rare powers of invention were displayed to the greatest advantage. Meade and Ord were directed to cease all artillery firing on the lines in front of Petersburg, and to conceal their guns, with a view to convincing the enemy that the troops were moving away from that position. Hancock withdrew one of his divisions quietly on the night of the 28th, and moved it back while he remained with his two other divisions north of the James until the night of the 29th, so as still to keep up the feint. On the 28th, Sheridan had the pontoon bridge covered with moss, grass, and earth to prevent the tramping of horses from being heard, and quietly moved a division of his cavalry to the south side of the James. He then dismounted his men, concealed his horses, and marched back by daylight, so that the enemy would suppose that infantry was still moving to the north side. A train of empty wagons was also crossed to that side in sight of the enemy. Steamboats and tugs were sent up the river at night to the pontoon bridges, and ordered to show their lights and blow their whistles for the purpose of making the enemy believe that we were transferring troops to the north side. These maneuvers were so successful that they detained the enemy north of the James all day on the 29th. Immediately after dark that evening, the whole of Hancock's corps withdrew stealthily from Deep Bottom, followed by the cavalry. On the morning of the 30th, Lee was holding 5/8 of his army on the north side of the James, in the belief that Grant was massing the bulk of his troops near Deep Bottom, while he had in reality concentrated his forces in the rear of Burnside at a point 15 miles distant, ready to break through the defenses at Petersburg. On the afternoon of July 29, the general-in-chief proceeded with his staff to Burnside's front, and bivouacked near the center of his line to give final instructions and to be upon the spot when the assault should be made. Burnside had been carefully instructed to prepare his parapets and abatis in advance for the passage of his assaulting columns, so that when daylight came the troops would have no obstacles in their way in moving to the attack rapidly and with a strong formation. Ord had been moved to a position in Burnside's rear. Burnside had proposed to put Ferraro's colored troops in advance, but Meade objected to this, as they did not have the experience of the white troops, and in this decision he was sustained by Grant, and white troops were assigned to make the assault. Burnside, of course, was allowed to choose the division commander who was to lead the attack, but instead of selecting the best officer for the purpose, he allowed the division commanders to draw straws for the choice, and the lot fell unfortunately upon Ledlie, who was by far the least fitted for such an undertaking. Meade had joined Grant at his bivouac near Burnside's headquarters, and everyone was up long before daylight, aiding in communicating final instructions and awaiting the firing of the mine. Now came the hour for the explosion, 3:30 o'clock. The general-in-chief was standing surrounded by his officers, looking intently in the direction of the mine. Orderlies were holding the saddled horses near by. Not a word was spoken, and the silence of death prevailed. Some minutes elapsed, and our watches were anxiously consulted. It was found to be 10 minutes past the time, and yet no sound from the mine. 10 minutes more, and still no explosion. More precious minutes elapsed, and it became painfully evident that some neglect or accident had occurred. Daylight was now breaking, and the formation of the troops for the assault would certainly be observed by the enemy. Officers had been sent to find out the cause of the delay, and soon there came the information that the match had been applied at the hour designated, but that the fuse had evidently failed at some point along the gallery. Another quarter of an hour passed, and now the minutes seemed like ages. The suspense was agonizing. The whole movement depended upon that little spark which was to fire the mine, and it had gone out. The general-in-chief stood with his right hand placed against a tree. His lips were compressed, and his features wore an expression of profound anxiety, but he uttered few words. There was little to do but to wait. Now word came that the men of the 48th Pennsylvania were not going to permit a failure. Not knowing whether the fuse had gone out or was only holding fire, a search through the long gallery meant the probability of death to those who undertook it. But Lieutenant Jacob Doughty and Sergeant Henry Reese of the 48th Pennsylvania undertook to penetrate the long passageway and discover the cause of the failure. They found that the fire had been interrupted at a point at which two sections of the fuse had been defectively spliced. They promptly renewed the splice, and as soon as they emerged from the gallery, the match was again applied. It was now 20 minutes to 5, over an hour past the appointed time. The general had been looking at his watch, and had just returned it to his pocket, when suddenly there was a shock like that of an earthquake, accompanied by a dull, muffled roar. Then there rose 200 feet in the air great columns of earth in the shape of a mighty inverted cone, with forked tongues of flame darting through it like lightning playing through the clouds. The mass seemed to be suspended for an instant in the heavens, then there descended great blocks of clay, rock, sand, timber, guns, carriages, and men whose bodies exhibited every form of mutilation. It appeared as if part of the debris was going to fall upon the front line of our troops, and this created some confusion and a delay of 10 minutes in forming them for the charge. The crater made by the explosion was 30 feet deep, 60 feet wide, and 170 feet long. 110 cannon and 50 mortars opened fire from our lines. Soon fatal errors in carrying out the orders became painfully apparent. The abatis had not been removed in the night, and no adequate preparations had been made at the parapets for the troops to march over them. The debouches were narrow, and the men had to work their way out slowly. When they reached the crater, they found that its sides were so steep that it was almost impossible to climb out after once getting in. Ledlie remained under cover in the rear. The advance was without superior officers, and the troops became confused. Some stopped to assist the Confederates who were struggling out of the debris, in which many of them were buried up to their necks. The crater was soon filled with our disorganized men, who were mixed up with the dead and dying of the enemy, and tumbling aimlessly about, or attempting to scramble up the other side. The shouting, screaming, and cheering, mingled with the roar of the artillery and the explosion of shells, created a perfect pandemonium, and the crater had become a cauldron of hell. When it was found that the troops were accomplishing so little and that matters were so badly handled, General Grant quickly mounted his horse, and calling to me, said, "Come with me." I was soon in the saddle, and, followed by a single orderly, we moved forward through some intervening woods to make our way as far as we could on horseback to the front of the attack. It was now a little after 5:30. We soon came to a brigade lying upon its arms. The general said to an officer near by, who proved to be General Henry G. Thomas, a brigade commander, "Who commands this brigade?" "I do," he replied, springing up from the ground suddenly, and manifesting no little surprise to find that the voice of the person addressing him was that of the general in chief. "Well," remarked the general, "why are you not moving in?" The officer replied, "My orders are to follow that brigade," pointing to the one in front of him. Then, after a pause, he added, "Will you give me the order to go in now?" "No," said General Grant, not wishing to interfere with the instructions of the division commander. "You may keep the orders you have," and moved on to the front. A Pennsylvania regiment was now met, with knapsacks piled on the ground, and about to move to the attack. The commanding officer made a salute, and the general returned it by lifting his hat. The men now recognized him, and it was all the commander of the regiment could do to keep them from breaking out into a cheer, although all noise had been forbidden. The officer said to me some years later, "If the general had given me only a slight nod of the head that morning, I should have been delighted, but when I saw him, at such a trying moment, look at me and politely take off his hat, it brought the tears to my eyes and sent a big lump into my throat." The enemy had now rallied his men upon the line in the rear of the crater, and there was heavy fighting going on between them and our advanced troops. After proceeding a short distance, I said, "General, you cannot go much farther on horseback, and I do not think you ought to expose yourself in this way. I hope you will dismount, as you will then be less of a target for the enemy's fire." Without saying a word, he threw himself from his horse and handed the reins to the orderly, who was then directed to take our animals back to the edge of the woods, while we proceeded to the front on foot. The general had by this time taken in the situation pretty fully, and his object was to find the corps commander, to have him try to bring some order out of the chaos which existed. Under inquiry, it was ascertained that Burnside was on our left and some distance farther in advance. General Grant now began to edge his way vigorously to the front through the lines of the assaulting columns as they poured out of the rifle pits and crawled over the obstructions. It was one of the warmest days of the entire summer, and even at this early hour of the morning the heat was suffocating. The general wore his blue blouse and a pair of blue trousers, in fact, the uniform of a private soldier, except the shoulder straps. None of the men seemed to recognize him, and they were no respecters of persons as they shoved and crowded to the front. They little thought that the plainly dressed man who was elbowing his way past them so energetically, and whose face was covered with dust and streaked with perspiration, was the chief who had led them successfully from the Wilderness to Petersburg. Some officers were now seen standing in a field work to the left, about 300 yards distant, and Burnside was supposed to be one of the number. To reach them by passing inside of our main line of works would have been a slow process, as the ground was covered with obstacles and crowded with troops. So, to save valuable time, the general climbed nimbly over the parapet, landed in front of our earthworks, and resolved to take the chances of the enemy's fire. Shots were now flying thick and fast, and what with the fire of the enemy and the heat of the mid-morning southern sun, there was an equatorial warmth about the undertaking. The very recollection of it, over 30 years after, starts the perspiration. Scarcely a word was spoken in passing over the distance crossed. Sometimes the gait was a fast walk, sometimes a dog trot. As the shots shrieked through the air and plowed the ground, I held my breath in apprehension for the general's safety. Burnside was in the earthwork for which we were heading, and was not a little astonished to see the general approach on foot from such a direction, climb over the parapet, and make his way to where the corps commander was stationed. Grant said, speaking rapidly, "The entire opportunity has been lost. There is now no chance of success. These troops must be immediately withdrawn. It is slaughter to leave them here." Burnside was still hoping that something could be accomplished, but the disobedience of orders and the general bungling had been so great that Grant was convinced that the only thing to do now to stop the loss of life was to abandon the movement which a few hours before had promised every success. The general then made his way on foot with no little difficulty to where our horses had been left, mounted, and returned to where we had parted from Meade. Instructions were reiterated to Burnside to withdraw the troops, but he came to Meade in person and insisted that his men could not be drawn out of the crater with safety, that the enemy's guns now bore upon the only line of retreat, and that there must be a passageway dug to protect them in crossing certain dangerous points. Both of these officers lost their tempers that morning, although Burnside was usually the personification of amiability, and the scene between them was decidedly peppery, and went far beyond confirming one's belief in the wealth and flexibility of the English language as a medium of personal dispute. Meade had sent Burnside a note saying, "Do you mean to say your officers and men will not obey your orders to advance? If not, what is the obstacle? I wish to know the truth." Burnside replied, "I have never in any report said anything different from what I conceive to be the truth. Were it not insubordinate, I would say that the latter remark of your note was unofficerlike and ungentlemanly." It was quite evident that the conference was not going to resolve itself into a peace congress. However, both officers were manly enough afterward to express regret for what they had written and said under the excitement of the occasion. Although Ledlie had proved a failure, other division commanders made gallant efforts to redeem the fortunes of the day, but their men became disorganized and huddled together inextricably in the crater. When the confusion was at its worst, Burnside threw in his division of colored troops, who rushed gallantly into the crater, but only added greater disorder to the men already crowded together there. As a colored regiment was moving to the front in the midst of this scene of slaughter, a white sergeant, who was being carried to the rear with his leg shot off, cried out, "Now go in with a will, boys. There's enough of you to eat 'em all up." A colored sergeant replied, "Dat may be all so, boss, but the fact is, we have not got dis de best kind of appetite for 'em dis morning." The enemy soon brought to bear upon the crater a mortar fire which did serious execution. There were many instances of superb courage, but the most heroic bravery could not make amends for the utter inefficiency with which the troops had been handled by some of their officers. It was 2 o'clock before all the survivors could be withdrawn. The total losses amounted to about 3,800, nearly 1,400 of whom were prisoners. Thus ended an operation conceived with rare ingenuity, prepared with unusual forethought, and executed up to the moment of the final assault with consummate skill, and which yet resulted in absolute failure from sheer incapacity on the part of subordinates. Burnside had given written orders which were excellent in themselves, but he failed entirely to enforce them. When the general in chief and staff rode back to Petersburg that day, the trip was anything but cheerful. For some time but little was said by him, owing to his aversion to indulging in adverse criticisms of individuals which could not mend matters. He did not dwell long upon the subject in his conversation, simply remarking, "Such an opportunity for carrying a fortified line I have never seen and never expect to see again." If I had been a division commander or a corps commander, I would have been at the front giving personal directions on the spot. I believe that the men would have performed every duty required of them if they had been properly led and skillfully handled. He had no unkind words for Burnside, but he felt that this disaster had greatly impaired that officer's usefulness. 2 weeks afterward, Burnside was granted a leave of absence and did not serve again in the field. General Parke, one of his division commanders and an officer of eminent ability, was placed in command of the Ninth Corps. Grant and Burnside, however, did not break their amicable relations on account of this official action, and their personal friendship continued as long as they both lived. A surgeon told us a story, one of the many echoes of the mine affair, about a prisoner who had been dug out of the crater and carried to one of our field hospitals. Although his eyes were bunged and his face covered with bruises, he was in an astonishingly amiable frame of mind, and looked like a pugilistic hero of the prize ring coming up smiling in the 27th round. He said, "I'll just bet you that after this I'll be the most unpopular man in my regiment. You see, I appeared to get started a little earlier than the other boys that had taken passage with me aboard that volcano, and as I was coming down I met the rest of 'em a-going up, and they looked as if they had kind of soured on me, and yelled after me, 'Straggler!'" General Grant ordered the cavalry and a corps of infantry to start south at daylight the next morning, before the enemy could recross the James River, with instructions to destroy 15 or 20 miles of the Weldon Railroad. That night, however, information of the crossing of the Potomac by Early's troops compelled the general to change his plans and send Sheridan to Washington with 2 divisions of his cavalry. Early, finding that pursuit had been abandoned and that the Union forces had returned to Washington, put his army in motion and started to return to Maryland. His advance reached Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, on July 30, and finding no troops to oppose them, burned the defenseless town and left 3,000 women, children, and unarmed men homeless. A week afterward, this force, while retreating, was overtaken by Averell and completely routed. General Grant now expressed himself as determined not only to prevent these incursions into Maryland, but to move a competent force down the valley of Virginia and hold permanently that great granary upon which Lee was drawing so largely for his supplies. The most important thing was to find a commander equal to such an undertaking. No one had commended himself more thoroughly to the general-in-chief for such a mission than Sheridan, and he telegraphed Halleck to put Sheridan in command of all the troops in the field, and to give him instructions to pursue the enemy to the death. Sheridan reached Washington on August 3. Halleck telegraphed expressing some other views in regard to the disposition to be made of Sheridan, but they did not prevail. On the evening of the 3d, the President sent to General Grant the following remarkable telegram, which is so characteristic that it is given in full: I have seen your dispatch in which you say I want Sheridan put in command of all the troops in the field, with instructions to put himself south of the enemy and follow him to the death. Wherever the enemy goes, let our troops go also. This, I think, is exactly right as to how our forces should move, but please look over the dispatches you may have received from here, even since you made that order, and discover, if you can, that there is any idea in the head of any one here of putting our army south of the enemy, or of following him to the death in any direction. I repeat to you, it will neither be done nor attempted unless you watch it every day and hour and force it. A. Lincoln, President. It will be seen from this that the President was undoubtedly possessed of more courage than any of his advisers in Washington, and that he did not call for assistance to protect the capital, but for troops and a competent leader to go after Early and defeat him. It is the language of a man who wanted an officer of Grant's aggressiveness to force the fighting and send the troops after the enemy, even if the capital had to be left temporarily without defense. General Grant received the President's dispatch at noon of August 4, and he left City Point that night for Hunter's headquarters at Monocacy Station in Maryland, reaching there the next evening, August 5. He ordered all the troops in the vicinity to move that night to the Valley of Virginia. The general had now a delicate duty to perform. He had decided to put General Sheridan in command of the active forces in the field, but he was junior in rank to General Hunter, and in order to spare the feelings of Hunter and not subject him to the mortification of being relieved from duty, the general-in-chief suggested that he remain in command of the military department, and that Sheridan be given supreme control of the troops in the field. Hunter removed all embarrassment by saying that under the circumstances he deemed it better for the service that he should be relieved entirely from duty. This unselfish offer was accepted, and Sheridan was telegraphed to come at once from Washington to Monocacy by a special train. Grant met him at the station and explained to him what was expected of him. His present army consisted of nearly 30,000 men, including 8,000 cavalry. Early's army was about equal in numbers. Grant said to Sheridan in his instructions, "Do not hesitate to give commands to officers in whom you have confidence, without regard to claims of others on account of rank. What we want is prompt and active movements after the enemy, in accordance with the instructions you already have. I feel every confidence that you will do the best, and will leave you as far as possible to act on your own judgment, and not embarrass you with orders and instructions." This dispatch was eminently characteristic of Grant. It affords a key to his method of dealing with his subordinates, and explains one of the chief reasons why his commanders were so loyal to him. They felt that they would be left to the exercise of an intelligent judgment, that if they did their best, even if they did not succeed, they would never be made scapegoats, and if they gained victories, they would be given the sole credit for whatever they accomplished. As soon as Sheridan moved south, the enemy was compelled to concentrate in front of him, and the effect was what Grant had predicted, the termination of incursions into Maryland. The general returned to City Point on August 8. Rawlins had broken down in health from the labors and exposures of the campaign, and had been given a leave of absence on August 1, in the hope that he might soon recuperate and return to duty, but he was not able to join headquarters for 2 months. Already the seeds of consumption had been sown, from which he died while Secretary of War 5 years afterward. He was greatly missed by everyone at headquarters, and his chief expressed no little anxiety about his illness, although no one then thought that it was the beginning of a fatal disease. An event occurred in the forenoon of August 9 which looked for an instant as if the general-in-chief had returned to headquarters only to meet his death. He was sitting in front of his tent, surrounded by several staff officers. General Sharp, the assistant provost marshal general, had been telling him that he had a conviction that there were spies in the camp at City Point, and had proposed a plan for detecting and capturing them. He had just left the general when, at 20 minutes to 12, a terrific explosion shook the earth, accompanied by a sound which vividly recalled the Petersburg mine, still fresh in the memory of everyone present. Then there rained down upon the party a terrific shower of shells, bullets, boards, and fragments of timber. The general was surrounded by splinters and various kinds of ammunition, but fortunately was not touched by any of the missiles. Babcock of the staff was slightly wounded in the right hand by a bullet, one mounted orderly and several horses were instantly killed, and 3 orderlies were wounded. In a moment all was consternation. On rushing to the edge of the bluff, we found that the cause of the explosion was the blowing up of a boat loaded with ordnance stores, which lay at the wharf at the foot of the hill. Much damage was done to the wharf, and the boat was entirely destroyed. All the laborers employed on it were killed, and a number of men and horses near the landing were fatally injured. The total casualties were 43 killed and 40 wounded. The general was the only one of the party who remained unmoved. He did not even leave his seat to run to the bluff with the others to see what had happened. 5 minutes afterward he went to his writing table and sent a telegram to Washington notifying Halleck of the occurrence. No one could surmise the cause of the explosion, and the general appointed me president of a board of officers to investigate the matter. We spent several days in taking the testimony of all the people who were inside of the occurrence, and used every possible means to probe the matter, but as all the men aboard the boat had been killed, we could obtain no satisfactory evidence. It was attributed by most of those present to the careless handling of the ammunition by the laborers who were engaged in unloading it, but there was a suspicion in the minds of many of us that it was the work of some emissaries of the enemy sent into the lines. 7 years after the war, when I was serving with President Grant as Secretary, a Virginian called to see me at the White House to complain that the Commissioner of Patents was not treating him fairly in the matter of some patents he was endeavoring to procure. In the course of the conversation, in order to impress me with his skill as an inventor, he communicated the fact that he had once devised an infernal machine which had been used with some success during the war, and went on to say that it consisted of a small box filled with explosives with a clockwork attachment which could be set so as to cause an explosion at any given time; that to prove the effectiveness of it, he had passed into the Union lines in company with a companion, both dressed as laborers, and succeeded in reaching City Point, knowing this to be the base of supplies. By mingling with the laborers who were engaged in unloading the ordnance stores, he and his companion succeeded in getting aboard the boat, placing their infernal machine among the ammunition, and setting the clockwork so that the explosion would occur in half an hour. This enabled them to get to a sufficient distance from the place not to be suspected. I told him that his efforts from his standpoint had been eminently successful. At last, after many years, the mystery of the explosion was revealed. This occurrence set the staff to thinking of the various forms of danger to which the general-in-chief was exposed, and how easily he might be assassinated, and we resolved that in addition to the ordinary guard mounted at the headquarters camp, we would quietly arrange a detail of watchers from the members of the staff, so that one officer would go on duty every night and keep a personal lookout in the vicinity of the general's tent. This was faithfully carried out. It had to be done secretly, for if he had known of it, he would without doubt have broken it up and insisted upon the staff officers going to bed after their hard day's work, instead of keeping these vigils throughout the long, dreary nights of the following winter. The general never knew of this action until his second term of the presidency, when he made the discovery through an accidental reference to it in his presence by a visitor who had heard of it. He then expressed himself as feeling very much touched by the service which had been performed with a view to his personal protection. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Storming of New Market Heights. A Draft Ordered. Battle of the Weldon Railroad. Battle of Reams Station. General Grant's family visit him. The relations between Grant and Sherman. A mission to Sherman. The captor of Atlanta. An evening with General Thomas. It was found that Lee had sent a division of infantry and cavalry as far as Culpeper to cooperate with Early's forces, and on August 12, 1864, Grant began a movement at Petersburg intended to force the enemy to return his detached troops to that point. Hancock's corps was marched from Petersburg to City Point and there placed on steamboats. The movement was to create the impression that these troops were to be sent to Washington. Butler relayed the pontoon bridge, and his forces crossed to Deep Bottom. The same night, August 13, the boats which carried Hancock's corps were sent up the river, and the troops disembarked on the north side of the James. Hancock was put in command of the movement. General Grant said, in discussing the affair, "I am making this demonstration on the James, not that I expect it to result in anything decisive in the way of crippling the enemy in battle. My main object is to call troops from Early and from the defenses of Petersburg. If Lee withdraws the bulk of his army from Meade's front, Meade will have a good opportunity of making a movement to his left with one of his corps." The 14th and 15th were spent in reconnoitering and maneuvering, and in making one successful assault. On August 16, I was directed to go to Hancock with important instructions, and remain with his command that day. This gave me an opportunity to participate in the engagements which took place. Early in the morning the movement began by sending out Miles's brigade and Gregg's cavalry, which drove back a body of the enemy to a point only 7 miles from Richmond. At 10 o'clock a vigorous attack was made by Birney's corps upon the works at Fussell's Mills. The entrenchments were handsomely carried, and 3 colors and nearly 300 prisoners taken, but the enemy soon returned in large force, made a determined assault, and compelled Birney to abandon the works he had captured. He succeeded, however, in holding the enemy's entrenched picket line. In the meantime, the enemy brought up a sufficient force to check the advance of Gregg and Miles, and compel them to withdraw from their position. Our troops fell back in perfect order, retiring by successive lines. Gregg took up a line on Deep Creek. That evening the enemy made a heavy attack on him, but only succeeded in forcing him back a short distance. The fighting had been desperate, and all the officers present had suffered greatly from their constant exposure to the heavy fire of the enemy in their efforts to hold the men to their work and add as much as possible to the success of the movements. This day's fighting was known as the Battle of New Market Heights. In these engagements I was fortunate enough to be able to render service which was deemed to be of some importance by the General-in-Chief, who wrote to Washington asking that I be brevetted a lieutenant colonel in the regular army for gallant and meritorious services in action, and the appointment to that rank was made by the President. As a result of these operations, Hill's command had been withdrawn from Petersburg and sent to Hancock's front, and a division of Longstreet's corps, which had been under marching orders for the Valley, was detained. General Grant was now giving daily watchfulness and direction to 4 active armies in the field, those of Meade, Butler, Sheridan, and Sherman. They constituted a dashing 4-in-hand, with Grant holding the reins. These armies no longer moved like horses in a balky team, no 2 ever pulling together. While some of them were at long distances from the others, they were acting in harmony and cooperating with one another for the purpose of keeping the enemy constantly employed in their respective fronts to prevent him from concentrating his force against any particular army. The enemy had short interior lines upon which to move, and railroads for the prompt transportation of troops, and it was only by these vigorous cooperative movements on the part of the Union armies that the enemy was kept from practicing the fundamental principle of war, namely, concentrating the bulk of his forces against a fraction of those of the enemy. The affairs of the country were now like a prairie in the season of fires. As soon as the conflagration was extinguished in one place, it immediately broke out in another. While General Grant was hourly employed in devising military movements to meet the situation in the field, his advice and assistance were demanded for a grave state of affairs which had now arisen in the Northern States. A draft had been ordered by the President for the purpose of filling up our depleted regiments, and the disloyal element at home was making it a pretext to embarrass the government in its prosecution of the war. On August 11, Halleck sent Grant a confidential letter in which he said, among other things of a disturbing nature, Pretty strong evidence is accumulating that there is a combination formed or forming to make a forcible resistance to the draft. To enforce it may require the withdrawal of a very considerable number of troops from the field. The evidence of this has increased very much within the last few days. Are not the appearances such that we ought to take in sail and prepare the ship for a storm?" General Grant replied, suggesting means for enforcing the draft without depleting the armies in the field, and saying he was not going to break his hold where he was on the James. On the evening of August 17, General Grant was sitting in front of his quarters, with several staff officers about him, when the telegraph operator came over from his tent and handed him a dispatch. He opened it, and as he proceeded with the reading, his face became suffused with smiles. After he had finished it, he broke into a hearty laugh. We were curious to know what could produce so much merriment in the general in the midst of the trying circumstances which surrounded him. He cast his eyes over the dispatch again, and then remarked, "The President has more nerve than any of his advisers. This is what he says after reading my reply to Halleck's dispatch." He then read aloud to us the following: "I have seen your dispatch expressing your unwillingness to break your hold where you are. Neither am I willing. Hold on with a bulldog grip, and chew and choke as much as possible. A. Lincoln." Throughout this period of activity at headquarters, General Grant was not unmindful of the rewards which were due to his generals for their achievements. On August 10 he had written to the Secretary of War, "I think it but a just reward for services already rendered that General Sherman be now appointed a major general, and W. S. Hancock and Sheridan brigadiers in the regular army. All these generals have proved their worthiness for this advancement." Sherman and Hancock received their appointments on the 12th, and Sheridan on the 20th. General Grant was very much gratified that their cases had been acted upon so promptly. Warren moved out at dawn on August 18, in accordance with orders, to a point 3 miles west of the left of the Army of the Potomac, and began the work of tearing up the Weldon Railroad. Hard fighting ensued that day, in which the enemy suffered severely. Lee hurried troops from north of the James to Petersburg, and in the afternoon of the 19th a large force turned a portion of Warren's command and forced it to retire. 2 divisions of Parke's corps had been ordered to support Warren. Our troops were now reformed, the lost ground was soon regained, and the enemy fell back in great haste to his intrenchments, and the position on the railroad was firmly held by Warren's men. General Grant remained at City Point this day in order to be in constant communication with Hancock and Butler, as well as with Meade. When he heard of Warren's success, he telegraphed at once to Meade, "I am pleased to see the promptness with which General Warren attacked the enemy when he came out. I hope he will not hesitate in such cases to abandon his lines and take every man to fight every battle, and trust to regaining them afterward, or to getting better." He said, after writing this dispatch, "Meade and I have had to criticize Warren pretty severely on several occasions for being slow, and I wanted to be prompt to compliment him now that he has acted vigorously and handsomely in taking the offensive." His corps being greatly exposed in its present position, and knowing that the enemy would use all efforts to save the railroad, Warren on August 20 took up a position in rear of his line of battle the day before, and entrenched. All of Hancock's corps was withdrawn from the north side of the James. Lee soon discovered this, and hurried more troops back to Petersburg. On the morning of August 21, Hill's whole corps, with a part of Hoke's division and Lee's cavalry, attacked Warren. 30 pieces of artillery opened on him, and at 10 o'clock vigorous assaults were made. But Warren repulsed the enemy at all points, and then advanced and captured several hundred prisoners. The enemy had failed in his desperate efforts to recover the Weldon Railroad, and he was now compelled to haul supplies by wagons around the break in order to make any use of that line of supplies. On August 22, Gregg's division of cavalry and troops from Hancock's corps were sent to Reams's Station, 7 miles south of Warren's position, and tore up 3 miles of the Weldon Railroad south of that place. Hancock discovered the enemy massing heavily in his front on the 25th, and concentrated his force at the station, and took possession of some earthworks which had been constructed before at that place, but which were badly laid out for the purpose of defense. That afternoon several formidable assaults were directed against Miles, who was in command of Barlow's division, but they were handsomely repulsed. At 5 p.m. Hill's corps made a vigorous attack. Owing to the faulty construction of the earthworks, Hancock's command was exposed to a reverse fire, which had an unfortunate effect upon the morale of the men. A portion of Miles's line finally gave way, and 3 of our batteries of artillery were captured. Our troops were now exposed to attack both in flank and reverse, and the position of Hancock's command had become exceedingly critical. But the superb conduct displayed by him and Miles in rallying their forces saved the day. By a gallant dash the enemy was soon swept back, and one of our batteries and a portion of the intrenchments were retaken. Gibbon's division was driven from its entrenched position, but it took up a new line, and after hard fighting the further advance of the enemy was checked. As the command was now seriously threatened in its present position, and none of the reinforcements ordered up had arrived, Hancock's troops were withdrawn after dark. Hancock's want of success was due largely to the condition of his troops. They had suffered great fatigue, there had been heavy losses during the campaign, particularly in officers, and the command was composed largely of recruits and substitutes. The casualties in this engagement, in killed, wounded, and missing, were 2,742. The number of guns lost, 9. The enemy's loss was larger than ours in killed and wounded, but less in prisoners. General Miles, who 31 years thereafter became general-in-chief of the army, in all his brilliant career as a soldier, never displayed more gallantry and ability than in this memorable engagement, which is known in history as the Battle of Reams's Station. The enemy had subjected himself to heavy loss in a well-concerted attempt to regain possession of the Weldon Railroad, which was of such vital importance to him, but in this he had signally failed. Lee had been so constantly threatened or compelled to attack around Petersburg and Richmond that he had been entirely prevented from sending any forces to Hood to be used against Sherman. Mrs. Grant had come East with the children, and Colonel Dent, her brother, was sent to meet them at Philadelphia and bring them to City Point to pay a visit to the general. The children consisted of Frederick D., then 14 years old, Ulysses S, Jr., 12, Nellie R., 9, and Jessie R., 6. Nellie was born on the 4th of July, and when a child an innocent deception had been practiced upon her by her father, in letting her believe that all the boisterous demonstrations and display of fireworks on Independence Day were in honor of her birthday. The general was exceedingly fond of his family, and his meeting with them afforded him the happiest day he had seen since they parted. They were comfortably lodged aboard the headquarters steamboat, but spent most of their time in camp. The morning after their arrival, when I stepped into the general's tent, I found him in his shirt sleeves, engaged in a rough-and-tumble wrestling match with the 2 older boys. He had become red in the face, and seemed nearly out of breath from the exertion. The lads had just tripped him up, and he was on his knees on the floor, grappling with the youngsters and joining in their merry laughter, as if he were a boy again himself. I had several dispatches in my hand, and when he saw that I had come on business, he disentangled himself after some difficulty from the young combatants, rose to his feet, brushed the dust off his knees with his hand, and said in a sort of apologetic manner, "Ah, you know my weakness, my children and my horses." The children often romped with him, and he joined in their frolics as if they were all playmates together. The younger ones would hang about his neck while he was writing, making a terrible mess of his papers, and turning everything in his tent into a toy. But they were never once reproved for any innocent sport. They were governed solely by an appeal to their affections. They were always respectful, and never failed to render strict obedience to their father when he told them seriously what he wanted them to do. Mrs. Grant, formerly Miss Julia Dent, was 4 years younger than the general. She had been educated in Professor Moreau's finishing school in St. Louis, one of the best institutions of instruction in its day, and was a woman of much general intelligence and exceedingly well informed upon all public matters. She was noted for her amiability, her cheerful disposition, and her extreme cordiality of manner. She was soon upon terms of intimacy with all the members of the staff, and was quick to win the respect and esteem of every one at headquarters. She visited any officers or soldiers who were sick, went to the cook and suggested delicacies for their comfort, took her meals with the mess, kept up a pleasant run of conversation at the table, and added greatly to the cheerfulness of headquarters. She had visited her husband several times in the front when he was winning his victories in the West, and had learned perfectly how to adapt herself to camp life. She and the general were a perfect Darby and Joan. They would seek a quiet corner of his quarters of an evening, and sit with her hand in his, manifesting the most ardent devotion; and if a staff officer came accidentally upon them, they would look as bashful as two young lovers spied upon in the scenes of their courtship. In speaking of the general to others, his wife usually referred to him as Mr. Grant, from force of habit, formed before the war. In addressing him, she said Ulysses, and when they were alone, or no one was present except an intimate friend of the family, she applied a pet name which she had adopted after the capture of Vicksburg, and called him Victor. Sometimes the general would tease the children good-naturedly by examining them about their studies, putting to them all sorts of puzzling mathematical questions, and asking them to spell tongue-splitting words of half a dozen syllables. Mrs. Grant would at times put on an air of mock earnestness, and insist upon the general telling her all of the details of the next movement he intended to make. He would then proceed to give her a fanciful description of an imaginary campaign, in which he would name impossible figures as to the number of the troops, inextricably confuse the geography of the country, and trace out a plan of marvelously complicated movements in a manner that was often exceedingly droll. No family could have been happier in their relations. There was never a selfish act committed, or an ill-natured word uttered by any member of the household, and their daily life was altogether beautiful in its charming simplicity and its deep affection. A little before 9 o'clock on the evening of September 4, while the general was having a quiet smoke in front of his tent and discussing the campaign in Georgia, a despatch came from Sherman announcing the capture of Atlanta, which had occurred on September 2. It was immediately read aloud to the staff, and after discussing the news for a few minutes and uttering many words in praise of Sherman, the general wrote the following reply: "I have just received your despatch announcing the capture of Atlanta. In honor of your great victory, I have ordered a salute to be fired with shotted guns from every battery bearing upon the enemy. The salute will be fired within an hour, amid great rejoicing." In the meantime, the glad tidings had been telegraphed to Meade and Butler, with directions to fire the salute, and not long afterward the roar of artillery communicated the joyful news of victory throughout our army, and bore sad tidings to the ranks of the enemy. An answer was received from Sherman, in which he said: "I have received your despatch, and will communicate it to the troops in general orders. I have always felt that you would take personally more pleasure in my success than in your own, and I reciprocate the feeling to the fullest extent." Grant then wrote to Sherman: "I feel that you have accomplished the most gigantic undertaking given to any general in this war, with a skill and ability which will be acknowledged in history as unsurpassed, if not unequaled. It gives me as much pleasure to record this in your favor as it would in favor of any living man, myself included." This correspondence, and the unmeasured praise which was given to Sherman at this time by the general-in-chief in his despatches and conversations, afford additional evidences of his constant readiness to give all due praise to his subordinates for any successful work which they accomplished. He was entirely unselfish in his relations with them, and never tired of taking up the cudgels in their defense if any one criticized them unjustly. The above correspondence with Sherman recalls the letters which were interchanged between them after General Grant's successes in the West. The general wrote to Sherman at that time: What I want is to express my thanks to you and McPherson as the men to whom, above all others, I feel indebted for whatever I have had of success. How far your advice and assistance have been of help to me, you know. How far your execution of whatever has been given to you to do entitles you to the reward I am receiving, you cannot know as well as I. I feel all the gratitude this letter would express, giving it the most flattering construction." Sherman wrote a no less manly letter in reply. After insisting that General Grant assigned to his subordinates too large a share of merit, he went on to say, "I believe you to be as brave, patriotic, and just as the great prototype, Washington; as unselfish and kind-hearted and honest as a man should be; but the chief characteristic is the simple faith in success you have always manifested, which I can liken to nothing else than the faith a Christian has in the Savior. I knew, wherever I was, that you thought of me, and if I got in a tight place, you would help me out if alive." The noble sentiments expressed in this and similar correspondence were the bright spots which served to relieve the gloomy picture of desolating war. Now that Sherman had captured Atlanta, the question at once arose as to what his next move should be, and a discussion took place at General Grant's headquarters as to the advisability of a march to the sea. Such a movement had been referred to in a despatch from Grant to Halleck as early as July 15, saying, "If he (Sherman) can supply himself once with ordnance and quartermaster's stores, and partially with subsistence, he will find no difficulty in staying until a permanent line can be opened with the South Coast." On August 13, Sherman communicated with General Grant about the practicability of cutting loose from his base and shifting his army to the Alabama River, or striking out for St. Marks, Florida, or for Savannah. Further correspondence took place between the two generals after Sherman had entered Atlanta. The subject was one in which the members of the staff became deeply interested. Maps were pored over daily, and most intelligent discussions were carried on as to the feasibility of Sherman's army making a march to the seacoast, and the point upon which his movement should be directed. On September 12, General Grant called me into his tent, turned his chair around from the table at which he had been sitting, lighted a fresh cigar, and began a conversation by saying, "Sherman and I have exchanged ideas regarding his next movement about as far as we can by correspondence, and I have been thinking that it would be well for you to start for Atlanta tomorrow and talk over with him the whole subject of his next campaign. We have debated it so much here that you know my views thoroughly, and can answer any of Sherman's questions as to what I think in reference to the contemplated movement, and the action which should be taken in the various contingencies which may arise. Sherman's suggestions are excellent, and no one is better fitted for carrying them out. I can comply with his views in regard to meeting him with ample supplies at any point on the seacoast which it may be decided to have him strike for. You can tell him that I am going to send an expedition against Wilmington, North Carolina, landing the troops on the coast north of Fort Fisher, and with the efficient cooperation of the Navy, we will no doubt get control of Wilmington Harbor by the time he reaches and captures other points on the seacoast. Sherman has made a splendid campaign, and the more I reflect upon it, the more merit I see in it. I do not want to hamper him any more in the future than in the past with detailed instructions. I want him to carry out his ideas freely in the coming movement, and to have all the credit of his success. Of this success I have no doubt. I will write Sherman a letter which you can take to him." The general then turned to his writing table, and, retaining between his lips the cigar which he had been smoking, wrote the communication. After reading it over aloud, he handed it to me to take to Atlanta. It said, among other things, "Colonel Porter will explain to you the exact condition of affairs here better than I can do in the limits of a letter. My object now in sending a staff officer is not so much to suggest operations for you as to get your views and have plans matured by the time everything can be got ready. It will probably be the 5th of October before any of the plans herein indicated will be executed." I started the next day on this mission, going by way of Cincinnati and Louisville. and after many tedious interruptions from the crowded state of traffic by rail south of the latter place, and being once thrown from the track, I reached Chattanooga on the afternoon of September 19. From there to Atlanta is 150 miles. Guerrillas were active along the line of the road. Numerous attempts had recently been made to wreck the trains, and they were run as far as practicable by daylight. Being anxious to reach General Sherman with all despatch, I started forward that night on a freight train. Rumors of approaching guerrillas were numerous, but, like many other campaign reports, they were unfounded, and I arrived in Atlanta safely the next forenoon. Upon this night trip I passed over the battlefield of Chickamauga on the anniversary of the sanguinary engagement in which I had participated the year before, and all of its exciting features were vividly recalled. Upon reaching Atlanta, I went at once to General Sherman's headquarters. My mind was naturally wrought up to a high degree of curiosity to see the famous soldier of the West whom I had never met. He had taken up his quarters in a comfortable brick house belonging to a Judge Lyons, opposite the courthouse square. As I approached, I saw the captor of Atlanta on the porch, sitting tilted back in a large armchair, reading a newspaper. His coat was unbuttoned, his black felt hat slouched over his brow, and on his feet were a pair of slippers very much down at the heels. He was in the prime of life and in the perfection of physical health. He was just 44 years of age, and almost at the summit of his military fame. With his large frame, tall, gaunt form, restless hazel eyes, aquiline nose, bronzed face, and crisp beard, he looked the picture of grim-visaged war. My coming had been announced to him by telegraph, and he was expecting my arrival at this time. I approached him, introduced myself, and handed him General Grant's letter. He tilted forward in his chair, crumpled the newspaper in his left hand, while with his right he shook hands cordially, then pushed a chair forward and invited me to sit down. His reception was exceedingly cordial, and his manner exhibited all the personal peculiarities which General Grant, in speaking of him, had so often described. After reading General Grant's letter, he entered at once upon an animated discussion of the military situation East and West, and as he waxed more intense in his manner, the nervous energy of his nature soon began to manifest itself. He twice rose from his chair and sat down again, twisted the newspaper into every conceivable shape, and from time to time drew first one foot and then the other out of its slipper, and followed up the movement by shoving out his leg so that the foot could recapture the slipper and thrust itself into it again. He exhibited a strong individuality in every movement, and there was a peculiar energy of manner in uttering the crisp words and epigrammatic phrases which fell from his lips as rapidly as shots from a magazine gun. I soon realized that he was one of the most dramatic and picturesque characters of the war. He asked a great deal about the armies of the East, and spoke of the avidity with which he read all accounts of the desperate campaigns they were waging. He said, "I knew Grant would make the fur fly when he started down through Virginia. Wherever he is, the enemy will never find any trouble about getting up a fight. He has all the tenacity of a Scotch terrier. That he will accomplish his whole purpose, I have never had a doubt. I know well the immense advantage which the enemy has in acting on the defensive in a peculiarly defensive country, falling back on his supplies when we are moving away from ours, taking advantage of every river, hill, forest, and swamp to hold us at bay, and entrenching every night behind fortified lines to make himself safe from attack. Grant ought to have an army more than twice the size of that of the enemy in order to make matters at all equal in Virginia. When Grant cried 'Forward' after the Battle of the Wilderness, I said, 'This is the grandest act of his life. Now I feel that the rebellion will be crushed.' I wrote him saying it was a bold order to give, and full of significance, that it showed the metal of which he was made, and if Wellington could have heard it, he would have jumped out of his boots. The terms of Grant's dispatch in reply to the announcement of the capture of Atlanta gave us great satisfaction here. I took that and the noble letter written by President Lincoln and published them in general orders, and they did much to encourage the troops and make them feel that their hard work was appreciated by those highest in command. After a while, lunch was announced, and the general invited me to his mess, consisting of himself and his personal staff. Among the latter I met some of my old army friends, whom I was much gratified to see again. The general's mess was established in the dining room of the house he occupied, and was about as democratic as Grant's. The officers came and went as their duties required, and meals were eaten without the slightest ceremony. After we were seated at the table, the general said, "I don't suppose we have anything half as good to eat out here as you fellows in the East have. You have big rivers upon which you can bring up shellfish, and lots of things that we don't have here, where everything has to come over a single-track railroad more than 300 miles long, and you bet we don't spare any cars for luxuries. It is all we can do to get the necessaries down this far. However, here is some pretty fair beef, and there are plenty of potatoes," pointing to the dishes, "and they are good enough for anybody. We did get a little short of rations at times on the march down here, and one of my staff told me a good story of what one of the men had to say about it. An officer found him eating a persimmon that he had picked up, and cried out to him, 'Don't eat that, it's not good for you.' 'I'm not eating it because it's good,' was the reply. 'I'm trying to pucker up my stomach so as to fit the size of the rations Uncle Billy Sherman's a-giving us.'" After lunch we repaired to a room in the house which the general used for his office, and there went into an elaborate discussion of the purpose of my visit. He said, "I am more than ever of the opinion that there ought to be some definite objective point or points decided upon before I move farther into this country. Sweeping around generally through Georgia for the purpose of inflicting damage would not be good generalship. I want to strike out for the sea. Now that our people have secured Mobile Bay, they might be able to send a force up to Columbus. That would be of great assistance to me in penetrating farther into this State, but unless Canby is largely reinforced, he will probably have as much as he can do at present in taking care of the rebels west of the Mississippi. If, after Grant takes Wilmington, he could, with the cooperation of the Navy, get hold of Savannah and open the Savannah River up to the neighborhood of Augusta, I would feel pretty safe in picking up the bulk of this army and moving east, subsisting off the country. I could move to Milledgeville and threaten both Macon and Augusta, and by making feints I could maneuver the enemy out of Augusta. I can subsist my army upon the country as long as I can keep moving, but if I should have to stop and fight battles, the difficulty would be greatly increased. There is no telling what Hood will do, whether he will follow me and contest my march eastward, or whether he will start north with his whole army, thinking there will not be any adequate force to oppose him, and that he can carry the war as far north as Kentucky. I don't care much which he does. I would rather have him start north, though, and I would be willing to give him a free ticket and pay his expenses if he would decide to take that horn of the dilemma. I could send enough of this army to delay his progress until our troops scattered through the West could be concentrated in sufficient force to destroy him. Then, with the bulk of my army, I could cut a swath through to the sea, divide the Confederacy in two, and be able to move up in the rear of Lee, or do almost anything else that Grant might require of me. Both Jeff Davis, according to the tone of his recent speeches, and Hood want me to fall back. That is just the reason why I want to go forward." The general then went to a long discussion of the details which would have to be carried out under the several contingencies which might occur. He said in any emergency I should probably want to designate a couple of points on the coast where I could reach the sea as compelled by circumstances, and a fleet of provisions ought to be sent to each one of the points so that I would be sure of having supplies awaiting me. I told him that this had been discussed by General Grant, and it was his intention to make ample provisions of that nature. The general said further: "You know, when I cut loose from my communications you will not hear anything from me direct, and Grant will have to learn of my whereabouts and the points where I reach the coast by means of scouts, if we can get any through the country, and possibly depend largely upon the news obtained from rebel newspapers. I suppose you get these papers through the lines just as we do here." I said, "Yes, and I think more readily. The enemy is always eager to get the New York papers, and as we receive them daily, we exchange them for Richmond and Petersburg papers, and obtain in that way much news that is valuable. There will be no difficulty in hearing of your movements almost daily." At the close of the conversation, I told the general I was anxious to get back to headquarters as soon as it would suit his convenience. He told me to stay a couple of days, saying he would talk matters over further, and would write some communications for General Grant, a report, and also a list of the names of officers whom he wished to have promoted, if it could be prepared in time. I was invited to share the quarters of one of the staff officers, and spent a couple of days very advantageously in looking over the captured city, and learning many points of interest regarding the marvelous campaign which had secured it. That evening I paid a visit to my old commanding officer, General George H. Thomas, who had quartered himself in a house on Peachtree Street, now known as the Leyden House, and passed a very pleasant hour with him. The house was surrounded by a broad porch supported by rows of fluted columns, and was very commodious. The meeting revived a great many stories of the Chickamauga campaign. The general said in the course of the conversation: "Do you remember that jackass that looked over the fence one day when we were passing along a road near the Tennessee River? He pricked up his ears and brayed until he threatened to deafen everybody within a mile of him, and when he stopped and a dead silence followed, a soldier quietly remarked, 'Boys, did you hear him purr?' I thought that was about the loudest specimen of a purr I'd ever heard." Then the general lay back in his chair and shook with laughter at the recollection. While grave in manner and leonine in appearance, he had a great deal more fun in him than is generally supposed. When quartered at Murfreesboro, Tennessee, the year before, a piano had been secured, and it was the custom to have musical entertainments in the evening at general headquarters. There were some capital voices among the officers, and no end of comic songs at hand, and these, with the recitations and improvisations which were contributed, made up a series of variety performances which became quite celebrated. General Thomas was a constant attendant, and would nod approval at the efforts of the performers, and beat time to the music, and when anything particularly comical took place, he would roll from side to side and nearly choke with merriment. That day Sherman wrote to Grant: "I have the honor to acknowledge at the hands of Lieutenant Colonel Porter of your staff your letter of September 12, and accept with thanks the honorable and kindly mention of the services of this army in the great cause in which we are engaged." Then followed 3 or 4 pages, closing with the sentence, "I will have a long talk with Colonel Porter, and tell him everything that may occur to me of interest to you. In the meantime, know that I admire your dogged perseverance and pluck more than ever. If you can whip Lee and I can march to the Atlantic, I think Uncle Abe will give us a 20 days' leave of absence to see the young folks." 2 days later I started back to City Point, and reached there September 27. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Grant visits Sheridan. Good news from Winchester. Grant under fire at Fort Harrison. Consternation in Richmond. Secretary Stanton visits Grant. How Grant received the news from Cedar Creek. General Grant listened with manifest interest to the report which I brought of the situations at Atlanta and of Sherman's feelings and intentions, and asked many questions as to the condition of the great Army of the West. I found that during my absence the General-in-Chief had paid a visit to Sheridan. He had started from City Point on the 15th of September, and had passed through Washington without stopping, and had gone directly to Charleston, where Sheridan then had his headquarters. He went from there to Burlington, New Jersey, where it was arranged to place his children at school, and returned to City Point on the 19th. He spoke with much pleasure and satisfaction of his visit to Sheridan, and said: "I was so anxious not to have the movement made in the Valley unless I felt assured of its success that I thought I would go and have a talk with Sheridan before giving a decided answer as to what should be done. I had written out a plan of campaign for his guidance, and did not stop at Washington for the reason that I thought there might be a disposition there to modify it and make it less aggressive. I first asked Sheridan if he had a plan of his own, and if so, what it was. He brought out his maps and laid out a plan so complete, and spoke so confidently about his ability to whip the enemy in his front, that I did not take my plan out of my pocket, but let him go ahead. I also decided not to remain with him during the movement, which was to begin in a day or two, for fear it might be thought that I was trying to share in a success which I wished to belong solely to him." In speaking of his visit to the Middle Military Division, General Grant said: "I ordered Sheridan to move out and whip Early." An officer present ventured the remark: "I presume the actual form of the order was to move out and attack him?" "No," answered the general, "I mean just what I say. I gave the order to whip him." Sheridan advanced promptly on September 19 and struck Early's army at Winchester, where he gained a signal victory, capturing 5 guns and 9 battle flags. He pursued the enemy the next day as far as Fisher's Hill, and on the 22d attacked him again in front and flank, carried his earthworks at every point, captured 16 guns and 1,100 prisoners, put him to flight, and completed his destruction. This left Sheridan in possession of the Valley of Virginia. He had obeyed to the letter his orders to whip Early. General Grant sent cordial congratulations to the victorious commander, and ordered a salute of 100 guns in honor of each of his victories. No events had created more rejoicing in the mind of the general in chief than these brilliant triumphs of Sheridan. The general had taken the sole responsibility of bringing Sheridan east and placing him in command of a separate important army, amid the doubts of some of the principal officials at Washington, and these victories on the part of the young commander were an entire vindication of Grant's judgment. The spirits of the loyal people of the North were beginning to droop, and the disloyal element had become still more aggressive, and such victories just at this time were of inestimable value. During Grant's visit to Sheridan, the enemy's cavalry had made a bold dash round the left of Meade's line, and captured over 2,000 head of cattle. One evening after Grant's return, at the close of a conversation upon this subject, a citizen from Washington, who was stopping at City Point, inquired of him, "When do you expect to starve out Lee and capture Richmond?" "Never," replied the general significantly, "if our armies continue to supply him with beef cattle." The general in chief was still planning to keep the enemy actively engaged in his own immediate front, so as to prevent him from detaching troops against distant commanders. He telegraphed Sherman September 26, "I will give them another shake here before the end of the week." On the 27th he sent a dispatch to Sheridan, saying, "No troops have passed through Richmond to reinforce Early. I shall make a break here on the 29th." All these dispatches were, of course, sent in cipher. Definite instructions were issued on the 27th for the break which was in contemplation. Birney's and Ord's corps of Butler's army were to cross on the night of September 28 to the north side of the James River at Deep Bottom, and attack the enemy's forces there. If they succeeded in breaking through his lines, they were to make a dash for Richmond. While the general did not expect to capture the city by this movement, he tried to provide for every emergency, thinking that if the enemy's line should be found weak, there would be a bare chance, after having once broken through, of creating a panic in Richmond and getting inside of its inner works. Ord and Birney moved out promptly before daylight on September 29. General Grant left a portion of his staff at City Point to communicate with him and Meade, and rode out, taking the rest of us with him to Butler's front. Ord moved directly against Fort Harrison, a strong earthwork occupying a commanding position, carried it by assault, captured 15 guns and several hundred prisoners, and secured possession of an entire line of intrenchments. Everything promised further success when Ord was wounded so severely in the leg that he had to leave the field, and proper advantage was not taken of the important success which had been gained. Birney moved with his colored troops against the line of intrenchments on the New Market road, promptly carried it, and drove the enemy back in great confusion. General Grant was with Birney's command in the early part of the day. His youngest son, Jesse, had obtained permission that morning to go up the river on the boat which carried his father, and had taken along his black Shetland pony called Little Reb. The boy was then only a little over 6 years old, and was dressed in kilts, probably in honor of his Scotch ancestors. When the party reached the north side of the river, and mounted and rode out to the front, Jesse got on Little Reb and followed along. His father was so busy in supervising the movement that he did not notice the boy until he got under fire, when, on looking around, he saw his enterprising heir moving about as coolly as any of the others of the group, while the shots were striking the earth and stirring up the dust in every direction. "What's that youngster doing there?" cried the general, manifesting no little anxiety, and turning to the junior aide, added, "Dunn, I wish you would take him to the rear and put him where he will be safe." But Jesse had too much of his sire's blood in his veins to yield a prompt compliance, and at first demurred. Dunn, however, took hold of Little Reb's bridle and started him on a gallop toward the river, and the boy, much to his mortification, had to beat an ignominious retreat. Dunn was more troubled than anyone else over this masterly retrograde movement, for he was afraid that the troops who saw him breaking for the rear under fire might think that he had suddenly set too high a value on his life, and was looking out for a safe place. After the capture of the works by Birney's troops, the general-in-chief rode over to Fort Harrison to push matters in that direction. He was greatly gratified at the handsome manner in which the fort had been carried, and the pluck which had been shown by the troops. The fort was an enclosed work, and formed a salient upon the enemy's line. There were batteries in its rear, however, which still commanded it. The general rode up to a point near the ditch, and there dismounted and made his way into the work on foot. The ground gave ample evidence of the effects of the assault, and was so torn with shot and shell, and covered with killed and wounded in some places, that the general had to pick his way in stepping over the dead bodies that lay in his path. He turned his looks upward to avoid as much as possible the ghastly sight, and the expression of profound grief impressed upon his features told, as usual, of the effect produced upon him by the sad spectacle. Upon entering the fort, he climbed up and looked over the parapet on the north side, and remained there for some time, viewing the surrounding works and taking a look at Richmond, while the enemy's batteries continued to shell us. This was the nearest view of the city he had yet obtained, and the church spires could be indistinctly seen. He made up his mind that both corps should move forward promptly, and sat down on the ground, tucked his legs under him, and wrote the following dispatch to Birney, dated at 10:35 a.m. "General Ord has carried the very strong works and some 15 pieces of artillery, and his corps is now ready to advance in conjunction with you. General Ord was wounded, and has returned to his headquarters, leaving General Heckman in command of the troops. Push forward on the road I left you on." The enemy's projectiles were still flying in our direction, and when the general had reached the middle of the dispatch, a shell burst directly over him. Those standing about instinctively ducked their heads, but he paid no attention to the occurrence, and did not pause in his writing, or even look up. The handwriting of the dispatch, when finished, did not bear the slightest evidence of the uncomfortable circumstances under which it was indited. General Butler had ridden up to the fort, his face flushed with excitement, and in an interview which followed with General Grant, the commander of the Army of the James grew enthusiastic in lauding the bravery of the colored troops, who had carried so handsomely the work which Birney had assaulted that morning. General Grant had not heard from Meade since early in the morning, and feeling somewhat anxious, he now made his way out of the fort, mounted his horse, and rode over to Deep Bottom, at which point he could communicate by a field telegraph line with the commander of the Army of the Potomac. About half past 1 o'clock the general received a telegram at Deep Bottom from the President, saying, "I hope it will lay no constraint on you, nor do harm any way, for me to say I am a little afraid lest Lee sends reinforcements to Early, and thus enables him to turn upon Sheridan." It will be seen that the President did not pretend to thrust military advice upon his commander, but only modestly suggested his views. The general replied immediately, "Your despatch just received. I am taking steps to prevent Lee sending reinforcements to Early by attacking him here," and closed with an account of the successes of the morning. But little further progress was made during the day north of the James. General Grant remained on the north side of the river until after 4 p.m., and then returned to City Point so as to be within easy communication with Meade, and to determine what should be done the next day. It was long after midnight before any one at headquarters went to bed, and then only to catch a nap of a couple of hours. General Grant set out again for Deep Bottom at 5 o'clock the next morning, and after consulting with Butler and finding everything quiet on the part of the enemy, he decided that no movement should be made on that front at present, and returned to City Point, starting back at 8 a.m. The activity this day was on Meade's front. His troops moved out 2 miles west of the Weldon Railroad and captured 2 redoubts, a line of rifle pits, a gun, and over 100 prisoners. 3 times that afternoon the enemy made vigorous efforts to recover the works which had been captured by Butler's army the day before, for they commanded the shortest road to Richmond. So important was the movement deemed for their recapture that Lee was present in person with the troops who made the attack. Every assault, however, was handsomely repulsed. Meade threw up a strong line of intrenchments from the Weldon Railroad to the advanced position which he had captured, and his left was now only about 2 miles from the South Side Railroad. In these movements no little advantage had been gained. The ability to carry strong works had encouraged the troops, and the circle had been closed in still further upon Lee, both on their right and left, and the effect upon the enemy was shown by the consternation and excitement which prevailed in Richmond. From refugees, scouts, and other sources of information, it was learned that there was a feeling prevailing among the inhabitants that the city would very soon have to be abandoned. Provost Marshal's guards seized all available citizens, young and old, and impressed them into the service, whether sick or well, government clerks, and even the police being put in line in Butler's front. All business was suspended, as there was no one left to attend to it. Publication of the newspapers was interrupted, shops were closed, and alarm bells were rung from all the churches. In the meantime, the enemy was having no rest in the Shenandoah Valley. On the 9th of October, Sheridan's cavalry under Torbert had an engagement with the enemy's cavalry, which it completely routed, capturing 11 guns and a number of wagons, and taking over 300 prisoners. Our loss did not exceed 60 men. The enemy was pursued about 26 miles. In the forenoon of October 16, a steamer arrived from Washington, having aboard the Secretary of War, Mr. Stanton, the new Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Fessenden, who had succeeded Chase, and several of their friends. They came at once to headquarters, were warmly received by General Grant, and during their short stay of 2 days were profuse in their expressions of congratulation to the general upon the progress he had made with his armies. They wanted to see as much as they could of the positions occupied by our forces, and the general proposed that they should visit the Army of the James that afternoon, and offered to accompany them. He telegraphed Butler to this effect, and the party started up the river by boat. I was invited to join the excursion, and was much interested in the conversations which occurred. Stanton did most of the talking. He began by saying, "In getting away from my desk and being able to enjoy the outdoor air, I feel like a boy out of school. I have found much relief in my office from the use of a high desk, at which I at times stand up and sign papers. It has been said that the best definition of rest is change of occupation, and even a change of attitude is a great rest to those who have to work at desks." He then gave a graphic description of the anxieties which had been experienced for some months at Washington, on account of the boldness of the disloyal element in the North and the emissaries sent there from the South. Sheridan's name was mentioned in terms of compliment. General Grant said, "Yes, Sheridan is an improvement upon some of his predecessors in the Valley of Virginia. They demonstrated the truth of the military principle that a commander can generally retreat successfully from almost any position, if he only starts in time." Stanton laughed heartily at the general's way of putting it, and remarked, "But in all retreats I am told that there is another principle to be observed. A man must not look back." I think it was Caesar who said to an officer in his army who had retreated repeatedly, but who afterward appeared before his commander and pointed with pride to a wound on his cheek, "Ah, I see you are wounded in the face. You should not have looked back." At Aiken's Landing, General Butler joined the party and pointed out the objects of interest along his lines. Mr. Stanton then spoke with much earnestness of the patient labors and patriotic course of the President. There had been rumors of disagreements and unpleasant scenes at times between the distinguished Secretary of War and his chief; but there evidently was little, if any, foundation for such reports, and certainly upon this occasion the Secretary manifested a genuine personal affection for Mr. Lincoln, and an admiration for his character which amounted to positive reverence. Mr. Stanton wore spectacles, and had a habit of removing them from time to time when he was talking earnestly, and wiping the glasses with his handkerchief. His style of speech was deliberate, but his manner at times grew animated, and he presented a personality which could not fail to interest and impress all who came in contact with the great Carnot of our war. The next morning after breakfast the Secretary's party went by the military railroad to our lines about Petersburg, where they had pleasant interviews with Meade, Hancock, Warren, and Parke, and returned in the afternoon to City Point. After some further consultation with General Grant about the military situation, particularly in the Valley of Virginia, the Secretary with his friends started back to Washington. Sheridan had been ordered to Washington to consult with the authorities there, and as no immediate attack on the part of the enemy was expected, he started for that city on October 16. Early, however, had concentrated all the troops that could be brought to his assistance, and was determined to make a desperate effort to retrieve the defeats which he had suffered in the Valley. Sheridan arrived in Washington on the 17th, and started back to his command at noon of that day. The next day he reached Winchester, which was 20 miles from his command, and remained there that night. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of October 20, General Grant was sitting at his table in his tent, writing letters. Several members of the staff who were at headquarters at the time were seated in front of the tent discussing some anticipated movements. The telegraph operator came across the campground hurriedly, stepped into the general's quarters, and handed him a dispatch. He read it over, and then came to the front of the tent, put on a very grave look, and said to the members of the staff, "I'll read you a dispatch I have just received from Sheridan." We were all eager to hear the news, and we felt that the telegram was of importance. The general began to read the dispatch in a very solemn tone. It was dated 10 p.m. the night before. "I have the honor to report that my army at Cedar Creek was attacked this morning before daylight, and my left was turned and driven in confusion. In fact, most of the line was driven in confusion, with the loss of 20 pieces of artillery. I hastened from Winchester, where I was on my return from Washington, and joined the army between Middleton and Newton, having been driven back about 4 miles." Here the general looked up, shook his head solemnly, and said, "That's pretty bad, isn't it?" A melancholy chorus replied, "It's too bad, too bad." "Now just wait till I read you the rest of it," added the general, with a perceptible twinkle in his eye. He then went on, reading more rapidly. "I here took the affair in hand, and quickly united the corps, formed a compact line of battle, just in time to repulse an attack of the enemy's, which was handsomely done at about 1 p.m. At 3 p.m., after some changes of the cavalry from the left to the right flank, I attacked with great vigor, driving and routing the enemy, capturing, according to last reports, 43 pieces of artillery and very many prisoners. I do not yet know the number of my casualties or the losses of the enemy. Wagon trains, ambulances, and caissons in large numbers are in our possession. They also burned some of their trains. General Ramseur is a prisoner in our hands, severely and perhaps mortally wounded. I have to regret the loss of General Bidwell killed, and Generals Wright, Grover, and Ricketts wounded, Wright slightly wounded. Affairs at times looked badly, but by the gallantry of our brave officers and men, disaster has been converted into a splendid victory. Darkness again intervened to shut off greater results." By this time the listeners had rallied from their dejection, and were beside themselves with delight. The general seemed to enjoy the bombshell he had thrown among the staff almost as much as the news of Sheridan's signal victory. In these after years, when this victory is recorded among the most brilliant battles of the war, and Sheridan's ride has been made famous in song and story, one cannot help recalling the modesty with which he spoke of his headlong gallop to join his command and snatch victory from defeat. He dismissed it with the sentence, "I hastened from Winchester, where I was on my return from Washington, and joined the army." Further news brought the details of the crushing blow he had struck the enemy. General Grant, in referring to the matter at headquarters, commented at great length upon the triumph which Sheridan had achieved, and the genius he had displayed. He telegraphed to Washington, "Turning what bid fair to be a disaster into a glorious victory stamps Sheridan what I have always thought him, one of the ablest of generals." And then, in conversation, "Sheridan's courageous words and brilliant deeds encourage his commanders as much as they inspire his subordinates. While he has a magnetic influence possessed by few other men in an engagement, and is seen to best advantage in battle, he does as much beforehand to contribute to victory as any living commander. His plans are always well matured, and in every movement he strikes with a definite purpose in view. No man would be better fitted to command all the armies in the field." He ordered 100 guns to be fired in honor of Sheridan's decisive victory. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Grant's Narrow Escape at Hatcher's Run, discussing the march to the sea, why Grant never held councils of war, how the march to the sea was conceived and executed. Even before the completion of Sheridan's victory in the Valley, Grant was planning another movement for the purpose of threatening Lee's position, keeping him occupied, and attacking his communications. On October 24, he directed both Meade and Butler to prepare for a movement which was to be made on the 27th. Meade was to move against the South Side Road, while Butler was to go to the north side of the James again and make a demonstration there against the enemy. Early in the morning of October 27, General Grant, with his staff, started for the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac, and rode out to the front, accompanied by Meade. The morning was dark and gloomy, a heavy rain was falling, the roads were muddy and obstructed, and tangled thickets, dense woods, and swampy streams confronted the troops at all points. The difficulties of the ground made the movements necessarily slow. After a conference with Warren, Grant and Meade rode over to Hancock's front, and found that the enemy was there disputing the passage of Hatcher's Run at Burgess's Mill. His troops were strongly posted, with a battery in position directly in front of the head of Hancock's corps, and another about 800 yards to our left. Unless this force on the opposite side of the stream could be driven back, our lines could not be thrown forward for the purpose of making the contemplated movement. Prompt action had to be taken, and General Grant rode on farther to the front, accompanied by General Meade and the members of their staffs, to give orders on the spot. As this group of mounted officers formed a conspicuous target, the enemy was not slow to open upon it with his guns, and soon the whistling of projectiles and the explosion of shells made the position rather uncomfortable. One of our orderlies was killed, and 2 were wounded. It looked at one time as if the explosion of a shell had killed General Meade, but fortunately he escaped untouched. A little speck of blood appeared on Hancock's cheek after the bursting of a shell. It was probably caused by a bit of gravel being thrown in his face. Staff officers were sent forward to the principal points to reconnoiter. General Grant, as was his constant practice, wished to see the exact position of the enemy with his own eyes. He stopped the officers who were riding with him, called on one aide-de-camp, Colonel Babcock, to accompany him, and rode forward rapidly to within a few yards of the bridge. Before he had gone far, a shell exploded just under his horse's neck. The animal threw up his head and reared, and it was thought that he and his rider had been struck, but neither had been touched. The enemy's batteries and sharpshooters were both firing, and the situation was such that all the lookers-on experienced intense anxiety, expecting every moment to see the general fall. The telegraph lines had been cut, and the twisted wires were lying about in confusion upon the ground. To make matters more critical, the general's horse got his foot caught in a loop of the wire, and as the animal endeavored to free himself, the coil became twisted still tighter. Everyone's face now began to wear a still more anxious look. Babcock, whose coolness under fire was always conspicuous, dismounted and carefully uncoiled the wire and released the horse. The general sat still in his saddle, evidently thinking more about the horse than of himself, and in the most quiet and unruffled manner cautioned Babcock to be sure not to hurt the animal's leg. The general soon succeeded in obtaining a clear view of the enemy's line and the exact nature of the ground, and then, much to our relief, retired to a less exposed position. The advance of the troops was impeded by the dense underbrush, the crookedness of the run, the damming of its waters, the slashed trees, and other obstacles of every conceivable description which had been placed in the line of march. It was seen by afternoon that an assault under the circumstances would not promise favorable results, and it was abandoned. The success of the operation depended upon reaching the objective point by a rapid movement, and as unexpected obstacles were presented by the character of the country and by the weather, instructions were now given to suspend operations, and Grant and Meade rode to Armstrong's Mill. General Grant then took a narrow crossroad leading down to the run to the right of Hancock's corps, but it was soon found that there were no troops between our party and the enemy, and that if we continued along this road it would probably not be many minutes before we should find ourselves prisoners in his lines. There was nothing to do but to turn around and strike a road farther in the rear. This, as usual, was a great annoyance to the general, who expressed his objections, as he had done many a time before, to turning back. We paused for a few minutes and tried to find some cross-cut, but there was not even a pathway leading in the proper direction, and the party had to retrace its steps for some distance. General Grant was now becoming anxious to get in telegraphic communication with Butler, and he rode on to a point on the military road called Warren Station, reaching there about 5:30 p.m. After giving some further instructions to General Meade, he started back to City Point. On the way to general headquarters, he discussed the events which had just taken place, and said, "Today's movement has resulted, up to the time I left, only in a reconnaissance in force. I had hoped to accomplish more by means of it, but it has at least given us a much more thorough knowledge of the country, which, with its natural and artificial obstacles, is stronger than anyone could have supposed. This movement has convinced me of the next course which will have to be pursued. It will be necessary for the Army of the Potomac to cut loose from its base, leaving only a small force at City Point, and in front of Petersburg to hold those positions. The whole army can then swing completely round to the left and make Lee's present position untenable." There was some doubt in his mind as to what action the enemy would take in front of Hancock and Warren. News came that evening showing that Lee had assumed the offensive, and that severe fighting had occurred. Between 4 and 5 o'clock, a heavy force of the enemy passed between Hancock and Warren, and made a vigorous assault on the right and rear of Hancock's corps. But Hancock struck the enemy in flank, threw him into confusion, and gathered 900 prisoners and a number of colors. The enemy was unable to reform his troops, and did not attempt any further offensive operations. This day's engagement is known as the Battle of Hatcher's Run. Butler had sent a force to the north side of the James, but the enemy retired to his intrenched works whenever our troops advanced against him, and only one attack was made. These operations closed for the winter the series of battles in front of Petersburg and Richmond, cold weather and the condition of the roads rendering further important movements impracticable. While there was much skirmishing and some spirited fighting, no more general engagements occurred until spring. Since my return from Atlanta, a number of communications have been exchanged between Grant and Sherman regarding the contemplated march to the sea. Jefferson Davis had visited Hood's headquarters, and at different points on his trip had made speeches assuring the people that Atlanta was to be retaken, that Sherman's communications were to be cut, and that his retreat would be as disastrous as Napoleon's retreat from Moscow. When General Grant received the reports of these speeches, which were widely published in the Southern newspapers, he remarked, "Mr. Davis has not made it quite plain who is to furnish the snow for this Moscow retreat through Georgia and Tennessee. However, he has rendered us one good service at least in notifying us of Hood's intended plan of campaign." In a short time it was seen that Hood was marching his army against the railroad which constituted Sherman's only line of communication with his base of supplies. Sherman now called for reinforcements, and Grant directed all recruits in the West to be sent to him. On September 29, Hood crossed the Chattahoochee River. This was the day on which Grant made the movements hereinbefore described against Richmond and Petersburg, with a view to preventing Lee from detaching any troops. There were some who thought Grant manifested unnecessary anxiety on this subject, but it must be remembered that just 1 year before Lee had sent Longstreet's whole corps to northern Georgia, that it was not discovered until it was well on its way to join Bragg's forces against Rosecrans' army at Chickamauga, and that it accomplished the reverse which occurred to our arms on that field. Besides, Grant's mind seemed always more concerned about preventing disasters to the armies of his distant commanders than to the troops under his own personal direction. He was invariably generous to others, and his self-reliance was so great that he always felt that he could take ample care of himself. General Rawlins had now returned, and it was very gratifying to see that while his health was not restored, it was greatly improved. He still, however, was troubled with a cough. The day he arrived, General Grant saw that he was still far from well, and said with much distress, when Rawlins was out of earshot, "I do not like that cough." When Rawlins learned the plan proposed in regard to Sherman's future movements, he was seriously opposed to it, and presented every possible argument against it. Rawlins always talked with great force. He had a natural taste for public speaking, and when he became particularly earnest in the discussion of a question, his speech often took the form of an oration; and as he grew more excited and his enthusiasm increased, he would hold forth in stentorian tones, and emphasize his remarks with vehement gesticulation and no end of expletives. As I had been sent to confer with Sherman, and had studied the subject in all its bearings, and felt absolute faith in the success of the movement, I became the chief spokesman in its favor, and many evenings were occupied in discussing the pros and cons of the contemplated movement. The staff had, in fact, resolved itself into an animated debating society. The general-in-chief would sit quietly by, listening to the arguments, and sometimes showed himself greatly amused by the vehemence of the debaters. One night the discussion waxed particularly warm, and was kept up for some time after the general had gone to bed. About 1 o'clock he poked his head out of his tent, and interrupted Rawlins in the midst of an eloquent passage by crying out, "Oh, go to bed, all of you! You're keeping the whole camp awake." Rawlins had convinced himself that if Hood kept his army in front of Sherman's to bar his progress, Sherman, having cut loose from his base, would not be able to supply himself, and his army would be destroyed; and that, on the other hand, if Hood turned north, Sherman's army would be unavailable, and it would be difficult to assemble sufficient force to prevent Hood from reaching the Ohio River. Against this view it was argued that if Hood decided to confront Sherman to prevent his passage across the country, Sherman would always have a force large enough to whip him in a pitched battle, or so threaten him as to compel him to keep his forces concentrated, while Sherman could throw detachments out from his flanks and rear and obtain plenty of provisions in a country which had never been ravaged by contending armies. Or, if Hood started north, that Sherman could detach a large force to send against him, which, when reinforced by the troops that could be hurried from Missouri and other points, would be amply able to take care of Hood, while Sherman, with the bulk of his army, could cut the Confederacy in two, sever all its lines of communication, and destroy its principal arsenals and factories. In fact, Sherman was so far away from his base, with only a single-track railroad, liable constantly to be broken by raiders, that it became a necessity for him either to fall back or to go ahead. Rawlins was possessed of an earnest nature and was devoted to General Grant's interests, and his urgency against this movement was not a factious opposition, for he had really convinced himself that nothing but an absolute calamity would be the result. In this case, General Grant, as usual, paid but little attention to the opinions of others upon a purely military question, about the advisability of which he really had no doubt in his own mind. It was suggested one evening that he instruct Sherman to hold a council of war on the subject of the next movement of his army. To this General Grant replied, "No, I will not direct anyone to do what I would not do myself under similar circumstances. I never held what might be called formal councils of war, and I do not believe in them. They create a divided responsibility, and at times prevent that unity of action so necessary in the field. Some officers will in all likelihood oppose any plan that may be adopted, and when it is put into execution, such officers may, by their arguments in opposition, have so far convinced themselves that the movement will fail, that they cannot enter upon it with enthusiasm, and might possibly be influenced in their actions by the feeling that a victory would be a reflection upon their judgment. I believe it is better for a commander charged with the responsibility of all the operations of his army to consult his generals freely, but informally, get their views and opinions, and then make up his mind what action to take, and act accordingly. There is too much truth in the old adage, 'Councils of war do not fight.'" On October 6, General Grant went to Washington to consult with the authorities in regard to the raising of additional troops, and to learn upon what number of reinforcements he could rely before deciding definitely upon the course to be pursued in the West. Hood had now turned north, and was operating against Sherman's railroad in his rear. Sherman had left the 20th Corps in Atlanta to hold that place, and had marched with the rest of his army as far north as Marietta. On October 10, Sherman telegraphed Grant, "Hood is now crossing the Coosa, 12 miles below Rome, bound west. If he passes over to the Mobile and Ohio road, had I not better execute the plan of my letter sent by Colonel Porter, and leave General Thomas with the troops now in Tennessee to defend the State?" The situation was such, however, that General Grant disliked to see a veteran army like Sherman's marching away from Hood without first crippling him, and he replied to Sherman the next day, the 11th, saying, among other things, "If you were to cut loose, I do not believe you would meet Hood's army, but would be bushwhacked by all the old men, little boys, and such railroad guards as are still left at home. Hood would probably strike for Nashville, thinking by going north he could inflict greater damage upon us than we could upon the rebels by going south. If there is any way of getting at Hood's army, I would prefer that, but I must trust to your own judgment." It will be seen from the above dispatch that Grant's military foresight had enabled him to predict at this time precisely what afterward took place as to Sherman's army not meeting Hood's. At the same hour at which Grant wrote this dispatch at City Point, Sherman had sent a telegram to him, saying that he would prefer to start on his march to the sea, and that he believed Hood would be forced to follow him. A little before midnight on the 11th, Grant sent Sherman the following reply: Your dispatch of today received. If you are satisfied the trip to the seacoast can be made, holding the line of the Tennessee firmly, you may make it, destroying all the railroads south of Dalton or Chattanooga as you think best." General Sherman informed me long after the war that he did not receive this reply, which was accounted for, no doubt, by the fact that his telegraph wires were cut at that time. He was ignorant of the existence of this dispatch when he wrote in his memoirs in 1875 that November 2d was "the first time that General Grant ordered the march to the sea." General Grant was now actively engaged in making additional preparations for Sherman's reception on the seacoast. He directed that vessels should be loaded with abundant supplies and sail as soon as it became known that Sherman had started across Georgia, and rendezvous at Ossabaw Sound, a short distance below the mouth of the Savannah River. On October 29, finding that the movement of the troops ordered from Missouri to Tennessee was exceedingly slow, the general directed Rawlins to go in person to St. Louis and confer with Rosecrans, the department commander, and see that all haste was made. The Secretary of War now sent a telegram to General Grant, wishing him to reconsider his order authorizing the march to the sea. In fact, the President and the Secretary had never been favorably impressed with Sherman's contemplated movement, and as early as October 2d, Halleck had written to General Grant advocating a different plan. Grant felt that as there was so much hesitation in Washington, he ought once more to impress upon Sherman the importance of dealing a crushing blow to Hood's army, if practicable, before starting on his march eastward, and telegraphed him accordingly. To this Sherman replied that if he pursued Hood, he would have to give up Atlanta, and that he preferred to strike out for the sea. At 11:30 a.m., November 2d, before Grant had received the above reply from Sherman, he sent another message to that officer, closing with the words, "I really do not see that you can withdraw from where you are to follow Hood without giving up all we have gained in territory. I say, then, go as you propose." Several additional dispatches were interchanged, and at 10:30 p.m., November 7, Grant telegraphed Sherman, "I see no present reason for changing your plan. Should any arise, you will see it, or if I do, will inform you. I think everything here favorable now. Great good fortune attend you. I believe you will be eminently successful, and at worst can only make a march less fruitful of results than is hoped for." The telegraph wires were soon after cut, and no more dispatches could be sent. It was not until the 15th that Sherman was entirely ready to move. On the morning of that day, Atlanta was abandoned, and the famous March to the Sea was begun. Extracts from the correspondence between the general-in-chief and the distinguished commander of the armies of the West, and the views expressed by them regarding the conception and execution of this memorable movement, are given in some detail in order to correct many erroneous impressions upon the subject. Overzealous partisans of General Grant have claimed that he originated and controlled the entire movement, while enthusiastic admirers of Sherman have insisted that Grant was surprised at the novelty of the suggestion, and was at first opposed to the march, and that Sherman had to exert all his force of character to induce Grant to consent to the campaign. The truth is that the two generals were in perfect accord in this, as in all other movements undertaken while Grant was in supreme command of the armies. These two distinguished officers acted in entire harmony, and the movement reflects lasting credit upon both. Long before Sherman's army started upon his Atlanta campaign, it was clear to Grant, and others with whom he discussed the matter, that after that army reached a point in the interior of the South too far from its base to maintain a line of supplies, communication would have to be opened up with the seacoast and a new base established there. Sherman, however, is entitled to the exclusive credit of the plan of cutting loose entirely from his source of supplies, moving a long distance through the enemy's country without a base, and having in view several objective points upon which to direct his army, his selection to depend upon the contingencies of the campaign. It was the same sort of campaigning as that which Grant had undertaken when operating in the rear of Vicksburg. General Grant said more than once, "I want it to be recorded in history that Sherman is entitled to the entire credit of the detailed plan of cutting loose from his base at Atlanta and marching to Savannah. As to the brilliancy of the execution of the plan on Sherman's part, there can never be any dispute. The plan was entirely in accord with my views as to the general cooperation of our widely separated armies. He approved the suggestions at the start, in spite of the doubts expressed by army officers about him and by some of the authorities at Washington. He encouraged and aided Sherman in all the work of preparation, and when the time for final action came, he promptly gave his consent to the undertaking. About the only point upon which their military judgments differed was as to the action of Hood, Grant being firmly convinced that he would turn north, while Sherman thought their armies might encounter each other." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Grant suggests a plan for voting in the field. Grant visits New York. A Philadelphia ovation to Grant. Grant and Lincoln in conference. Grant's winter quarters at City Point. General Ingle's spotted dog. Grant's intercourse with his associates. Correspondence with General Thomas. The presidential election was now approaching, and provisions were being carried out for receiving the ballots of the soldiers who came from those states which had passed laws authorizing their soldiers in the field to cast their votes. General Grant had been consulted in regard to the propriety and the practicability of permitting the soldiers to vote, and he had written a letter which contained such broad principles of statesmanship and exhibits so much foresight as to the checks and restraints with which the matter should be guarded, and produced so profound an impression at the time, that it is given in full. City Point, Virginia, September 27, 1864. The Hon. E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. The exercise of the right of suffrage by the officers and soldiers of armies in the field is a novel thing. It has, I believe, generally been considered dangerous to constitutional liberty and subversive of military discipline. But our circumstances are novel and exceptional. A very large proportion of the legal voters of the United States are now either under arms in the field, or in hospitals, or otherwise engaged in the military service of the United States. Most of these men are not regular soldiers in the strict sense of that term. Still less are they mercenaries who give their services to the government simply for its pay, having little understanding of political questions, or feeling little or no interest in them. On the contrary, they are American citizens, having still their homes and social and political ties binding them to the states and districts from which they come, and to which they expect to return. They have left their homes temporarily to sustain the cause of their country in the hour of its trial. In performing this sacred duty, they should not be deprived of a most precious privilege. They have as much right to demand that their vote shall be counted in the choice of their rulers as those citizens who remain at home; nay, more, for they have sacrificed more for their country. I state these reasons in full for the unusual thing of allowing armies in the field to vote, that I may urge, on the other hand, that nothing more than the fullest exercise of this right should be allowed, for anything not absolutely necessary to this exercise cannot but be dangerous to the liberties of the country. The officers and soldiers have every means of understanding the questions before the country. The newspapers are freely circulated, and so, I believe, are the documents prepared by both parties to set forth the merits and claims of their candidates. Beyond this, nothing whatever should be allowed, no political meetings, no harangues from soldiers or citizens, and no canvassing of camps or regiments for votes. I see not why a single individual, not belonging to the armies, should be admitted into their lines to deliver tickets. In my opinion, the tickets should be furnished by the chief provost marshal of every army, by them to the provost marshal, or some other appointed officer of each brigade or regiment, who shall on the day of election deliver tickets, irrespective of party, to whoever may call for them. If, however, it shall be deemed expedient to admit citizens to deliver tickets, then it should be most positively prohibited that such citizens should electioneer, harangue, or canvass the regiments in any way. Their business should be, and only be, to distribute on a certain fixed day tickets to whoever may call for them. In the case of those States whose soldiers vote by proxy, proper State authority could be given to officers belonging to regiments so voting to receive and forward votes. As it is intended that all soldiers entitled to vote shall exercise that privilege according to their own convictions of right, unmolested and unrestricted, there will be no objection to each party sending to armies easy of access a number of respectable gentlemen to see that these views are fully carried out. To the army at Atlanta and those armies on the seacoast from New Bern to New Orleans, not to exceed 3 citizens of each party should be admitted. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. 14 of the loyal States authorized their troops in the field to vote. General Grant felt that he was simply a soldier, and he took no active part in the political campaign, although he never failed to let it be known that he ardently desired the triumph of the party which was in favor of vigorously prosecuting the war to a successful termination. He had been exceedingly annoyed by the fact that the Missouri State Convention had instructed its delegates to the National Convention which nominated Lincoln to cast their 22 votes for Ulysses S. Grant, and exerted what influence he could not to have his name mentioned in any way in the convention. But as the delegates had received instructions, they felt that they could not disobey them. The Hon. John F. Hume, chairman of the Missouri delegation, therefore cast the votes of his State for General Grant, but before the result of the ballot was announced he changed them to Mr. Lincoln. General Grant did not have an opportunity to vote at the election, as his State, Illinois, had made no provision for allowing her soldiers at the front to cast their ballots. On the 8th of November the presidential election took place. The voting passed off very quietly in the camps. Every soldier was allowed absolute freedom in the choice of candidates, and perhaps no election had ever been conducted with greater fairness. The soldiers' vote in favor of Lincoln over McClellan was in the proportion of more than 3 to 1. General Grant strolled through some of the neighboring camps while the voting was going on, and watched with interest how quietly and effectively the system for depositing the ballots worked. On the 10th of November enough was known at headquarters to make it plain that Lincoln was elected. That night Grant telegraphed to Halleck, "Congratulate the President for me for the double victory. The election having passed off quietly, no bloodshed or riot throughout the land, is a victory worth more to the country than a battle won." General Grant had a marked aversion to interfering in any matters which pertained to the civil administration of the government. He had contented himself with sending to points in the North such troops as were really necessary as precautionary steps, and had left it entirely to the War Department to carry out measures for arresting and punishing the Confederate emissaries in the loyal States, and breaking up the bands of conspirators who were plotting against the government. Considering the positions of the armies of Sherman and Thomas, General Grant was still anxious that Lee should send no troops to the West, and he determined to watch him closely, but not to make any move which might have the effect of inducing him to evacuate Richmond and Petersburg. As the apprehension throughout the North had been allayed, and as there were no operations in contemplation in Virginia, General Grant started on the 17th of November, and made a short trip to Burlington, New Jersey, to see his children, who had been placed at school there, and his wife, who was with them. There went with the party an expert telegraph operator, familiar with the cipher used in official dispatches, who was used in keeping up telegraphic communication with the front. On November 19, news was received at headquarters, through Confederate sources, that Lee had recalled Early's command from the Valley of Virginia. This was instantly communicated to the general-in-chief. He telegraphed at once to Sheridan, mentioning this news, and saying that if he was satisfied that it was so, to send Wright's corps to City Point without delay, and move with his cavalry to cut the Virginia Central Railroad. there was destined to be no respite for the general in chief. Even while snatching a couple of days' rest in the quiet of his little family, he was still called on to direct important movements in the field. Finding that there was no immediate need of his presence at the front, he decided to run over to New York for a couple of days. He had promised Mrs. Grant to go there on a shopping expedition, and he also felt some curiosity to take a look at the city, as he had not seen it since he was graduated from the military academy 21 years before. He went with Mrs. Grant to the Astor House, quietly and unannounced, being particularly desirous of avoiding any public demonstrations. He did not realize, however, the sensation which his arrival in the metropolis would create. The news spread rapidly throughout the city, and the greatest eagerness was manifested on the part of the people to get a sight of the famous commander. The foremost citizens presented themselves at the hotel to pay their respects to him, and enthusiastic crowds filled the streets and stood for hours gazing at the windows of his rooms in the hope of catching a glimpse of him. Entertainments of every kind were tendered him, and invitations poured in from every quarter. He received many prominent citizens in his rooms, and had a great many interesting talks with them, but the invitations to entertainments were declined, and all public demonstrations avoided as much as possible. The next morning after his arrival, the general strolled out into the streets with a former staff officer, then living in New York, and, being in plain citizen's clothes, was for some time unobserved. But finally his features, which had been made known by means of the portraits everywhere displayed, were recognized, and finding a crowd surrounding him, he stepped into a street car. The gentleman with him, finding no vacant seat, asked the conductor to have the people sit closer together and make room for General Grant. The conductor put on a broad grin, and quietly winked one eye, as much as to say, "You can't fool me with such a cock and bull story as that," and the general quietly took hold of a strap, and rode throughout the trip, standing with a number of others who had crowded into the car. After remaining 2 days in the city, seeing what little he could at that time of the vast improvements which had taken place since he was last there, he started for Washington, but on the way decided to remain over a day in Philadelphia. After he had spent a little while at the Continental Hotel, he attempted to take a walk down Chestnut Street, but his features had become as familiar to the people of the Quaker City as to the New Yorkers, and he was promptly recognized, and his name was passed from mouth to mouth in the street. Soon the people rushed out in crowds from the stores on both sides of the way, and curiosity was on tiptoe to see him. First, those nearby took off their hats to him, then they crowded up to shake hands, then applause was started along the sidewalks, and soon cheer after cheer arose. He was now near Independence Hall, and the crowd, in its good nature and enthusiasm, pressed upon him so vigorously that he was compelled to take refuge in the building. His presence was then announced to the mayor, who set to work hurriedly to improvise a reception. The news of the commander's presence had spread in the meantime like wildfire, and a dense mass of people had crowded into the hall. In their eagerness to shake hands with him, they soon lost all restraint, and many were in danger of being injured in the crush. His friends now induced him to consent to an act which his enemies had never succeeded in compelling him to perform — to beat a retreat. He was conducted from the hall by a private exit, placed in a carriage, and the coachman was directed to drive rapidly back to the hotel. In this flank movement, however, the general did not meet with the success which had crowned his efforts in the field. The admiring crowd of people soon discovered his change of base, and those in front, being pressed on by those in rear, surged up against the carriage, checking its movement, breaking some of the windows, and nearly toppling it over. Never had there been a greater necessity for the prayer, "Save me from my friends." Finally, however, the hotel was safely reached. The general treated the matter throughout with his accustomed good nature and his usual calmness. In the entire mass of people he was perhaps the only one unexcited and unruffled. The only feeling he exhibited was one of intense surprise that he should attract so much attention. He then proceeded to Washington, and on November 23 called upon the President and the Secretary of War, and had extended interviews with them. One object in his going to Washington was to make a determined effort to obtain promotion for his officers who had made themselves conspicuous for their gallantry and efficiency in the field. In order to create the necessary vacancies, he recommended that the inefficient general officers be mustered out of service, and gave a list of 8 major generals and 33 brigadiers whose services the government could dispense with to advantage. In the matter of relieving these useless officers, the general was entirely impartial, as the list contained a number of his warm personal friends. The President said to him, "Why, I find that lots of the officers on this list are very close friends of yours. Do you want them all dropped?" The general replied, "That's very true, Mr. President, but my personal friends are not always good generals, and I think it but just to adhere to my recommendation." The Secretary of War had impaired his health by his incessant labors, and by his positive and sometimes arbitrary conduct had created an opposition to himself in many quarters, and there were rumors at this time that he might retire from his position. This subject was brought up by the President in his conversation with the General in Chief, and he was considerate enough to say that in case such a change should occur, he would not appoint another Secretary without giving the general an opportunity to express his views as to the selection. General Grant took occasion to say to Mr. Lincoln at this interview, "I doubt very much whether you could select as efficient a Secretary of War as the present incumbent. He is not only a man of untiring energy and devotion to duty, but even his worst enemies never for a moment doubt his personal integrity and the purity of his motives, and it tends largely to reconcile the people to the heavy taxes they are paying when they feel an absolute certainty that the chief of the department which is giving out contracts for countless millions of dollars is a person of scrupulous honesty." The general now returned to City Point, feeling much gratified with his visit to Washington, and well satisfied with what he had accomplished while there. General Hancock was suffering so intensely from his wounds that he was given a leave of absence for 20 days, it being hoped that at the end of that time he might be better, but he was unable to return, and General A. Humphreys thereafter commanded the Second Corps. His assignment was dated November 25. He was a most accomplished officer, and by his talents and his personal gallantry had already won great distinction. His appointment was recognized as eminently fitting, and met with favor throughout the entire army. The camp at City Point had now given place to winter quarters, for in view of the character of the campaigns that were to be conducted by our armies in the West and South, it was decided to make no immediate attempt to dislodge Lee's army from Petersburg and Richmond, and preparations were made by the general in chief to pass the winter months at City Point. The tents, which were much worn, had become very uncomfortable as the cold weather set in, and they were removed, and log huts were erected in their stead. Each hut contained space enough for bunks for 2 officers, and had a small door in front, a window on each side, and an open fireplace at the rear end. General Grant's hut was as plain as the others, and was constructed with a sitting room in front, and a small apartment used as a bedroom in rear, with a communicating door between them. An iron camp bed, an iron washstand, a couple of pine tables, and a few common wooden chairs constituted the furniture. The floor was entirely bare. There were many comments in the newspapers about this time upon the preparations for winter's quarters. One comic paper had a picture of the general's hut, with smoke curling out of the chimney, and under it the words, "Grant fought it out on this line, though it took him all summer, and has now sent for his stove." Papers inimical to the cause gave the establishment of winter quarters as a proof that the oldest inhabitant would not be likely to live long enough to see Grant enter Richmond. Some of the jocose remarks referring to this subject displayed no little wit, and many of them were a source of considerable amusement to the general and those about him. General Ingalls had just returned from a trip to Washington, and brought with him an English spotted coach dog, which followed him everywhere through camp and attracted no end of attention. A dog of any kind was rather an unusual sight in an army in the field, and an animal of the peculiar marks and aristocratic bearing of Ingalls' companion excited widespread remark. Every time the dog came to headquarters, General Grant was certain to comment upon the animal, and perpetrate some good-natured joke at the expense of his classmate. The dog followed the usual canine custom, and expressed his feelings by an agitation of his caudal appendage. To describe his actions astronomically, it may be said that he indicated anger by imparting to his tail a series of longitudinal vibrations, and pleasure by giving it a gentle motion in azimuth, familiarly known as a wag. One evening, as the general was sitting in front of his quarters, Ingalls came up to have a chat with him, and was followed by the dog, which sat down in the usual place at his master's feet. The animal squatted upon its hind quarters, licked its chops, pricked up its ears, and looked first at one officer and then at the other, as if to say, "I am General Ingalls' dog. Whose pup are you?" In the course of his remarks, General Grant took a look at the animal, and said, "Well, Ingalls, what are your real intentions in regard to that dog? Do you expect to take it into Richmond with you?" Ingalls, who was noted for his dry humor, replied with mock seriousness and an air of extreme patience, "I hope so. It is said to come from a long-lived breed." This retort, coupled with the comical attitude of the dog at the time, turned the laugh upon the general, who joined heartily in the merriment, and seemed to enjoy the joke as much as any of the party. While the general's manners were simple and unconstrained, and his conversation with his staff was of the most sociable nature, yet he always maintained a dignity of demeanor which set bounds to any undue familiarity on the part of those who held intercourse with him. However close they were to him in their relations, there was never any obtrusive intimacy. He always addressed his chief of staff as Rawlins, General Sherman as Sherman, and usually called his cavalry leader Sheridan. But in addressing Meade and nearly all the other commanders, he invariably employed the title General. Sherman always called the general-in-chief Grant in public and private conversation. Ingalls and other classmates used this term in talking with him alone, but when others were present they gave him his military title. All other officers in the service addressed him invariably as General. In conversation with his personal aides, who had served intimately with him, he would call them sometimes by their last names, and at other times by their military titles. He was scrupulously careful under all circumstances not to neglect the little courtesies which are the stamp of genuine politeness. When a general officer came to his headquarters, the general-in-chief always rose to receive him, shook hands, and invited him to sit down. If smoking at the time, he offered the visitor a cigar, and if it was near the hour for a meal, invited him to be a guest at the mess. He never made any remarks in criticism of a person who had called on him after the visitor had left, and by his manner always showed an objection to hearing others talk about people behind their backs. He never had the slightest fondness for gossip of any kind. Whenever anyone attempted to whisper to him in the presence of others, while he did not openly rebuke the offender, he always managed in some way to make it evident that the practice was distasteful to him. Usually, when anyone came close to him and started to communicate with him in a whisper before company, he drew slightly back, and at once began to reply in a loud tone of voice, which was a sufficient indication that he regarded the whispering as an impoliteness. If there was really any reason for a confidential interview, he would proceed to his back room and hold it there. His conduct was particularly courteous in the presence of ladies, and he never neglected those little attentions to their sex which constitute true politeness. If he were reclining on a bench or sitting in a lounging attitude in a chair after a fatiguing day, when any lady approached, whether a visitor or a person of his own household, he would at once assume a more deferential position and show her every possible courtesy. The general's mind was much absorbed at this time in the movements of Sherman and Thomas. Sherman was marching rapidly into the interior of Georgia, cut off from all communication. The general, in speaking of the movement one evening, said: "Sherman's army is now somewhat in the condition of a ground mole when he disappears under a lawn. You can here and there trace his track, but you are not quite certain where he will come out till you see his head." Hood had abandoned Georgia to Sherman, and was moving north with his whole force against Thomas. His army now consisted of about 45,000 men. Schofield, who under Thomas's orders was in advance watching Hood's movements and endeavoring to delay him, had less than 25,000 troops. On November 30, Hood closed up on Schofield and attacked him. This brought on the desperate battle of Franklin, and the fighting continued until long after nightfall. The enemy was handsomely repulsed, with a loss of over 6,000 men, while Schofield lost only 2,326. This day was made still more eventful by reason of Sherman's capturing Millen, Georgia, at the same time that Schofield was achieving his signal victory in Tennessee. The night of the Battle of Franklin, Thomas was reinforced at Nashville by 2 divisions from Missouri, and the next day by 2 divisions of his own troops that he had brought in from the front. The day after the Battle of Franklin, December 1, General Thomas reported that he had retired to the fortifications around Nashville until he could get his cavalry equipped, which was then outnumbered by that of the enemy 4-1, adding that if Hood attacked that position he would be seriously damaged, and if he made no attack until our cavalry could be equipped, he or Schofield would move against him at once. General Grant telegraphed Thomas on December 2, "If Hood is permitted to remain quietly about Nashville, you will lose all the road back to Chattanooga, and possibly have to abandon the line of the Tennessee. Should he attack you, it is all well ; but if he does not, you should attack him before he fortifies. Arm and put in the trenches your quartermaster's employees, citizens, etc." Nashville was a large military depot, where there were nearly 10,000 employees, mainly quartermaster's men. The same day the Secretary of War telegraphed Grant, "The President feels solicitous about the disposition of General Thomas to lay in fortifications for an indefinite period, until Wilson gets equipments. This looks like the McClellan and Rosecrans strategy of do nothing and let the rebels raid the country. The President wishes you to consider the matter." That afternoon the general sent a second dispatch to General Thomas, urging him to dispose of Hood as speedily as possible, and if he got him to retreating, to give him no peace. General Thomas replied at some length, stating his weak condition, and recalling the fact that his command was made up of Sherman's 2 weakest corps and all his dismounted cavalry except 1 brigade. And he also called his attention to the delays made necessary by the task of reorganization and equipment. He said that his cavalry was still outnumbered 4-1, but that he had just received reinforcements of infantry, and now had infantry enough, though not sufficient cavalry, to assume the offensive, but that he expected more cavalry, and in a few days more should be able to give Hood another fight. General Grant's instructions had been put in the form of suggestions thus far, as he was reluctant to give positive orders. He entertained a high regard for General Thomas personally, and the greatest respect for his military capacity. Thomas was a conspicuous representative of the loyal Virginians. At the breaking out of the war, he had shown great strength of character and determination of purpose in deciding to remain loyal to the country which had educated him as a soldier, and to defend the flag which he had sworn to uphold. No one had displayed greater devotion to the cause, and few officers in the service stood higher in the affection of their associates or in the confidence of their superior officers. General Thomas, being in command of only a single army, looked naturally to the means of securing the largest measure of success in his immediate front, and it was not likely that he would regard time as of so much importance as the general-in-chief of all the armies. With Grant, the movements of Thomas's army were a part of a series of cooperative campaigns, and unnecessary delays in the movements of any one army might seriously affect contemplated operations on the part of the others. Canby was expected to send a force into the interior, but he could not do so until Thomas had assumed the offensive against Hood; and he was compelled to postpone his expedition, and to hold Vicksburg and Memphis, and patrol the Mississippi to try to prevent troops from crossing from the Trans-Mississippi Department to relieve Hood. On December 3, General Thomas described the situation further, and closed by saying that he would feel able to march against Hood in less than a week. The seat of war in the West had been transferred from Atlanta as far north as Nashville, and General Grant now became apprehensive that Hood would cross the Cumberland River, move into Kentucky, and cut Thomas's railroad communications, and that the theater of operations in that region might be transferred even to the Ohio River, the disastrous moral effect of which would be beyond calculation. General Thomas telegraphed December 6 that he thought he ought to have 6,000 cavalry mounted before attacking Hood, and hoped to have such a mounted force in 3 days. General Grant's anxiety was increased by the fact that he realized that the inclement season was at hand, and feared that the winter storms might appear at any time and prove unfavorable for attack. Thomas had concentrated the forces in his department, troops had been hurried forward from Missouri, and the cavalry was being remounted by General James H. Wilson with great energy. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Planning the First Fort Fisher Expedition. Grant's Aversion to Liars. Reminiscences of Grant's Cadet Life. Grant orders Thomas to move against Hood. Thomas crushes Hood. Decisions of the utmost importance had to be made at this time in regard to movements on foot in other directions. The enemy was found to be making desperate efforts to collect troops to stay the progress of Sherman, whose march was creating the greatest consternation in the State of Georgia. News received from prisoners and spies, as well as from Southern newspapers, all confirmed the rumor that Sherman was destroying large quantities of supplies essential to the enemy and striking terror at all points on his line of march. The governors of 5 Southern states were sending their reserves to confront Sherman, and the garrison of Fort Fisher, near Wilmington, North Carolina, was largely reduced for the same purpose. The latter news now made the general-in-chief anxious to start the expedition which he had in contemplation against Wilmington. This port had become the principal resort for vessels running the blockade, and was of incalculable importance to the enemy on account of the supplies received from foreign countries. A large fleet of naval vessels had been put under the command of Admiral Porter, and a force of 6,500 men of Butler's army was held in readiness to be placed upon transports and sent to the south of the Cape Fear River under the command of General Weitzel to cooperate with the fleet in capturing Fort Fisher, the formidable earthwork which constituted the main defense of the mouth of the Cape Fear River and the city of Wilmington. General Butler, who was always prolific in ideas, made an original suggestion in regard to this expedition, which he believed would accomplish immensely important results. His proposition was to load a vessel with powder, tow it up as near as possible to Fort Fisher, and explode it, in the hope of shaking up the fort so seriously that its parapet would be sufficiently injured greatly to weaken its defenses. Admiral Porter and other naval authorities seemed to favor the project, and General Grant finally agreed to let the experiment be tried, although his own judgment was decidedly against it. He said in speaking of it, "Whether the report will be sufficient even to wake up the garrison in the fort, if they happen to be asleep at the time of the explosion, I do not know. It is at least foolish to think that the effect of the explosion could be transmitted to such a distance with enough force to weaken the fort. However, they can use an old boat which is not of much value, and we have plenty of damaged powder which is unserviceable for any other purpose, so that the experiment will not cost much at any rate." Mr. Lincoln, in assenting to it, said facetiously, "We might as well explode the notion with powder as with anything else." On December 3, General Grant wrote Sherman a letter, which he sent down the coast, to be delivered as soon as the Western commander reached the sea in the vicinity of Savannah, in which he said: "Bragg has gone from Wilmington. I am trying to take advantage of his absence to get possession of that place. Owing to some preparations that Admiral Porter and General Butler are making to blow up Fort Fisher, and which, while I hope for the best, I do not believe a particle in, there is a delay in getting the expedition off." As Thomas's army was now larger than Hood's and splendidly officered, Grant was much disturbed at the delay in striking Hood, and his anxiety had become so great that at 4 p.m. on December 6 he telegraphed Thomas: "Attack Hood at once, and wait no longer for a remount of your cavalry. There is great danger of delay resulting in a campaign back to the Ohio River." Thomas replied at 9 o'clock that night: "I will make the necessary disposition and attack Hood at once, agreeably to your order, though I believe it will be hazardous with the small force of cavalry now at my service." News had been received that Hood was moving a force toward Harpeth Shoals on the Cumberland. That night Weitzel's troops embarked for the Fort Fisher expedition. Butler came over to headquarters and announced his purpose of accompanying the expedition. This was the first intimation the general had that Butler was ambitious to go in person with the troops, as it was not the intention that he should command. Grant had selected in Weitzel an officer whom he regarded as peculiarly qualified for the management of such a delicate undertaking. However, it would have been under the circumstances a mortal affront to prevent the commander of the troops and of the department in which they were operating from accompanying them, and the alternative was presented to General Grant's mind of either letting Butler go on the expedition or relieving him from duty altogether. Butler placed great reliance upon the explosion of the powder boat, and had counted upon being present at the attack, and finally the general-in-chief, rather than wound his feelings at such a crisis, did not order him to remain behind. He felt that Weitzel would have immediate command of the attacking party. General Grant now wrote instructions to Sherman, directing him to move his army by sea to Richmond, it appearing to him, under all the circumstances at that time, that it would be the means of dealing a death blow to the Confederacy, and prove the quickest method of bringing the war to a close. Late that night the general, Rawlins, Ingalls, and I, with one or two others, were sitting by the campfire. The general was seated on a rustic bench as usual, and was wrapped in his blue overcoat. He loved the open air, and nothing but a rainstorm could drive him into his hut. Some camp rumors had just been received which bore on their face the assurance that they were manufactured out of whole cloth. The discussion which ensued led the general to relate a story which was particularly well told. He said: "There was a man at the same post with me who had such a propensity for lying that his example taught everyone a lesson as to the evil and absurdity of the practice. He seemed to believe that a lie told with particularity was more convincing than a general truth, but he frequently tripped himself up on account of his bad memory, for in order to be a successful liar, a man ought to have a good memory. One day there were some strangers invited to dinner, and the champion was urged to try and keep as far within reasonable bounds in his statements as possible, so as not to mortify the company more than was necessary. This he promised, and evidently in good faith, for he asked an officer to touch his foot under the table if he told anything that might to unimaginative persons appear to be an exaggeration. Before the soup was finished, however, he began to indulge in his Munchausenisms. A person at the table mentioned the existing tendency to build hotels larger and larger every year. The champion joined in the conversation by saying, "But it's not a new thing, after all. As long ago as when I was a mere boy, my father built a bigger hotel in our place than anybody has ever attempted since." "About how big was it?" asked one of the strangers. "Why," was the answer, "it was 296 feet high, 580 feet long, and—" here the officer kicked his foot under the table, and he continued in a more subdued tone of voice, "and 5 feet and a half wide." After the laughter which followed this story had ceased, the general arose from his seat, threw away the stump of his cigar, and said, "Well, I think I'll turn in. Good night," and retired to his sleeping apartment. After he had gone, Rawlins remarked, "The general always likes to tell an anecdote that points a moral on the subject of lying. He hates only two kinds of people, liars and cowards. He has no patience with them, and never fails to show his aversion for them." Ingalls added, "Such traits are so foreign to his own nature that it is not surprising that he should not tolerate them in others. As man and boy, he has always been the most absolutely truthful person in the whole range of my acquaintance. I never knew him to run into the slightest exaggeration, or to borrow in the least degree from his imagination in relating an occurrence." One of the party remarked, "I was amused one day to hear an officer say that the general was tediously truthful." He explained that what he meant by that was that the general, in mentioning something that had taken place, would direct his mind so earnestly to stating unimportant details with entire accuracy that he would mar the interest of the story. For instance, after returning from a walk around camp, he would say, "I was told so-and-so about the wounded by Dr. Blank while we were talking this morning inside of his tent," and a half hour afterward he would take the trouble to come back and say, as if it were a matter of the greatest importance, "I was mistaken when I told you that my conversation with Dr. Blank occurred inside his tent. That was not correct. It took place while we were standing in front of his tent." There was much truth in this comment. No one who had served any time with the general could fail to be struck with his excellent memory, and the pains he invariably took to state the occurrences with positive accuracy, even in the most unimportant particulars. When he became president, an usher brought him a card one day while he was in a private room writing a message to Congress. "Shall I tell the gentleman you are not in?" asked the usher. "No," answered the president, "you will say nothing of the kind. I don't lie myself, and I won't have any one lie for me." A staff officer inquired of Ingalls whether General Grant, when at West Point, gave any promise of his future greatness. Ingalls replied, "Grant was such a quiet, unassuming fellow when a cadet that nobody would have picked him out as one who was destined to occupy a conspicuous place in history. And yet he had certain qualities which attracted attention and commanded the respect of all those in the corps with him. He was always frank, generous, and manly. At cavalry drill he excelled everyone in his class. He used to take great delight in mounting and breaking in the most intractable of the new horses that were purchased from time to time and put in the squad. He succeeded in this, not by punishing the animal he had taken in hand, but by patience and tact, and his skill in making the creature know what he wanted to have it do. He was a particularly daring jumper. In jumping hurdles, when Grant's turn came, the soldiers in attendance would, at an indication from him, raise the top bar a foot or so higher than usual, and he would generally manage to clear it. In his studies he was lazy and careless. Instead of studying a lesson, he would merely read it over once or twice. But he was so quick in his perceptions that he usually made very fair recitations, even with so little preparation. His memory was not at all good in an attempt to learn anything by heart accurately, and this made his grade low in those branches of study which required a special effort of the memory. In scientific subjects he was very bright, and if he had labored hard he would have stood very high in them. Our class had 60 members the first year, but 8 failed to pass the examinations, and the number was reduced to 52. The second year's course had in it the hardest mathematics. Grant's grade in that branch was number 10. The next year he stood 15 in natural philosophy, which stumped so many of us, and in the graduating year he was 16 in engineering, the principal study of the first-class course. He was rather slouchy and unmilitary at infantry drills, and received about the average number of demerits. The principal reputation he gained among his fellow cadets was for common sense, good judgment, entire unselfishness, and absolute fairness in everything he did. When we would get into an excited dispute over any subject, it was a very common thing to say, "Well, suppose we see what Sam Grant has to say about it," and leave it to his decision. He had been given the nickname of Uncle Sam from his initials, and this was often shortened into Sam. As I said, while he was not by any means conspicuous in the class, and never sought to be, he had enough marked characteristics to prevent him from being considered commonplace, and every one associated with him was sure to remember him and retain a high regard for him. The anxiety of the authorities at Washington had now become so intense regarding Thomas's delay that Grant became more anxious than ever to have prompt action taken in Tennessee. On the morning of December 7, Stanton sent a dispatch to City Point saying, "Thomas seems unwilling to attack because it is hazardous," as if all war was anything but hazardous. The government was throwing the entire responsibility upon General Grant, and really censuring him in its criticisms of Thomas. Grant telegraphed to Washington, "There is no better man to repel an attack than Thomas, but I fear he is too cautious to take the initiative." On the 8th he sent a long dispatch to General Thomas, urging him strenuously to attack, picturing the consequences which might follow longer delay, and appealing to his pride and patriotism. He wound up by saying, "Now is one of the finest opportunities ever presented of destroying one of the three armies of the enemy. If destroyed, he can never replace it. Use the means at your command, and you can do this and cause a rejoicing that will resound from one end of the land to another." The next morning Halleck, too, telegraphed Thomas, urging him to wait no longer, and saying that if he delayed till all the cavalry was mounted, he would wait till doomsday, as the waste was equaling the supply. On the 8th, Grant learned that there was still no certainty as to when an attack would be made, and he telegraphed to Halleck, though with much reluctance, saying that if Thomas had not struck yet, he ought to be ordered to hand over his command to Schofield. To this Halleck replied, "If you wish General Thomas relieved, give the order. No one here will, I think, interfere. The responsibility, however, will be yours, as no one here, so far as I am informed, wishes General Thomas's removal." Grant replied to Halleck that he would not ask to have Thomas relieved until he heard further from him. While the authorities at Washington were prodding Grant, demanding of him an immediate and vigorous movement in Tennessee, and shaping a correspondence which would have thrown all the blame on him if Hood had passed around Thomas and moved north, yet when severe measures were to be taken, General Grant was promptly informed that he must assume all responsibility for any seemingly harsh treatment. He was, however, the last man to be timid about shouldering responsibilities, however disagreeable, and he was not acting upon the goadings received from Washington, but upon his own military judgment. On December 9, at 1 p.m., Thomas sent a telegram to Grant, saying, "Your dispatch of 8:30 p.m. of the 8th is just received. I had nearly completed my preparations to attack the enemy tomorrow morning, but a terrible storm of freezing rain has come on today, which will make it impossible for our men to fight to any advantage. I am therefore compelled to wait for the storm to break, and make the attack immediately after. Admiral Lee is patrolling the river above and below the city, and I believe will be able to prevent the enemy from crossing. There is no doubt but that Hood's forces are considerably scattered along the river, with the view of attempting a crossing, but it has been impossible for me to organize and equip the troops for an attack at an earlier time. Major General Halleck informs me that you are very much dissatisfied with my delay in attacking. I can only say I have done all in my power to prepare, and if you should deem it necessary to relieve me, I shall submit without a murmur." Nothing could better illustrate the nobility of Thomas's character and his unselfishness and devotion to duty than the words of this dispatch. It was dignified in tone and entirely subordinate in spirit. While the general fully appreciated the manly character of the dispatch, it was nevertheless a grievous disappointment to him. He had felt that in war delays are always dangerous, and there is no telling what adverse circumstances may occur meanwhile. His worst apprehensions were now realized. The season was far into the winter, and a freezing storm had set in, which might prove a serious disadvantage to General Thomas's army. Rumors were abroad that Hood confidently expected reinforcements from the Trans-Mississippi Department, and these might now reach him before the coming battle. General Grant replied to General Thomas at 7:30 p.m. that day: "I have as much confidence in your conducting a battle rightly as I have in any other officer, but it has seemed to me that you have been slow, and I have had no explanation of affairs to convince me otherwise. Receiving your despatch of 2 p.m. from General Halleck before I did the one to me, I telegraphed to suspend the order relieving you until we should hear further. I hope most sincerely that there will be no necessity of repeating the order, and that the facts will show that you have been right all the time." Notwithstanding the radical difference in judgment between the general and his distinguished subordinate, he was willing to give every reasonable consideration to his views, and even to express the hope that events might prove that he was wrong and Thomas right. That night Thomas telegraphed to both Grant and Halleck, explaining his condition, and saying that the storm continued. Still no attack was made, and General Grant curbed his impatience, and hoped to hear from hour to hour that his orders would be obeyed without further urging. He forbore from further suggestions until 4 p.m. on the 11th, when he telegraphed Thomas the following: "If you delay attack longer, the mortifying spectacle will be witnessed of a rebel army moving for the Ohio River, and you will be forced to act, accepting such weather as you find. Let there be no further delay. Hood cannot stand even a drawn battle so far from his supplies of ordnance stores. If he retreats and you follow, he must lose his material and much of his army. I am in hopes of receiving a despatch from you today announcing that you have moved. Delay no longer for weather or reinforcements." To add to General Grant's discomfort, Butler's expedition had not yet got off from Fort Monroe for Fort Fisher. This gave the general-in-chief anxiety for the reason that news was received this day from the Richmond papers of the day before that Sherman's advance was within 25 miles of Savannah, and that he was approaching at the rate of about 18 miles a day. Grant felt that if the enemy were driven from Savannah, troops would be sent back to Fort Fisher, and that garrison strengthened sufficiently to make the success of any assault upon it doubtful. Besides, by this delay our expedition was losing the chance of surprise. He therefore telegraphed Butler, urging him to start immediately. The only good news received at headquarters upon this important day was the information that a movement made by Warren had been successful. He had destroyed the Weldon Railroad from Nottoway River to Hicksford, with but little loss, and his troops were now on their return to the Army of the Potomac. Grant promptly telegraphed the situation to Sheridan, and impressed upon him the importance of destroying the roads north of Richmond, in furtherance of the plan of cutting off the supplies of that city. The next morning a reply came from Thomas to Grant's last dispatch, saying that he would obey the orders as promptly as possible, but the country was covered with a sheet of ice and sleet, and the attack would be made under every disadvantage. About 4 hours afterward he telegraphed again that the condition of the country was no better, and it was impossible for cavalry or even infantry to move in anything like order, and he thought that an attack would result only in a useless sacrifice of life. Another day of anxiety passed, and another telegram came, saying that there was no change in the weather. At 12:30 p.m. on the 14th, Halleck telegraphed Thomas from Washington, reiterating that it was felt that every delay on his part seriously interfered with the general plans. The past week had been one of the most anxious period of Grant's entire military career, and he suffered mental torture. On the one hand, he felt that he was submitting to delays which might seriously interfere with his general plans, that he was placed in an attitude in which he was virtually incapable of having his most positive orders carried out, and that he was occupying a position of almost insubordination to the authorities at Washington. On the other hand, he realized that nothing but the most extreme case imaginable should lead him to do even a seeming injustice to a distinguished and capable commander by relieving him when he was on the eve of a decided victory. for his military instincts convinced him that nothing but victory could follow the moment that Thomas moved, and he wished that loyal and devoted army commander to reap all the laurels of such a triumph. However, there was yet no time named for the attack, and Grant felt himself compelled to take some further steps. General John A. Logan happened to be at this time on a visit to headquarters at City Point. Logan had served under General Grant in the West, and held a high place in his estimation as a vigorous fighter. The general talked over the situation with Logan, and finally directed him to start at once for Nashville, with a view to putting him in command of the operations there, provided, upon his arrival, it was still found that no attack had been made. He gave him the requisite order in writing, to be used if necessary, and told him to say nothing about it, but to telegraph his arrival at Nashville, and if it was found that Thomas had already moved, not to deliver it or act upon it. Logan started promptly for the West. It was now December 14, and General Grant, being still more exercised in mind over the situation, determined to carry out a design which he had had in view for several days, to proceed to Nashville and take command there in person. The only thing which had prevented him from doing this earlier was the feeling which always dominated him in similar cases, and made him shrink from having even the appearance of receiving the credit of a victory, the honor of which he preferred to have fall upon a subordinate. He now thought that his taking command in person would avoid the necessity of relieving Thomas, and be much less offensive to that officer than superseding him by someone else. General Grant, therefore, started for Washington that night, the 14th. When he arrived there the next evening, as soon as the steamboat touched the wharf, a despatch of the night before was shown him from Thomas to Halleck, saying that the enemy would be attacked in the morning, and also a telegram of the 15th from Van Duzer, a superintendent of the military telegraph lines, announcing that Thomas had attacked the enemy early that morning, driving him back at all points. This was an incalculable relief to the general, and lifted a heavy load from his mind. He at once telegraphed Thomas, "I was just on my way to Nashville, but receiving a despatch from Van Duzer detailing your splendid success of today, I shall go no farther. Push the enemy now, and give him no rest until he is entirely destroyed. Your army will cheerfully suffer many privations to break up Hood's army and render it useless for further operations. Do not stop for trains or supplies, but take them from the country as the enemy has done. Much is now expected." The general had scarcely arrived at his hotel when a despatch came in from Thomas saying, "I attacked the enemy's left this morning and drove it from the river below the city very nearly to the Franklin Pike, distance about 8 miles. Before the general went to bed, he sent a reply to Thomas, dated midnight, as follows: "Your despatch of this evening just received. I congratulate you and the army under your command for today's operations, and feel a conviction that tomorrow will add more fruits to your victory." Mr. Lincoln, on hearing the news, telegraphed Thomas, "You have made a magnificent beginning. A grand consummation is within your easy reach. Do not let it slip." Logan had proceeded as far as Louisville when he heard the news of Thomas's first day's fight. Grant received a telegram from him there, saying, "People here jubilant over Thomas's success. Confidence seems to be restored. All things going right, it would seem best that I return to join my command with Sherman." The general sent him a reply, saying, "The news from Thomas so far is in the highest degree gratifying. You need not go farther." General Grant was now a much happier man than he had been for many weeks. Happy not only over the victory, but because it had at last come in time to spare him from resorting to extreme measures regarding one of his most trusted lieutenants. He went from Washington to Burlington, spent a day with his family, where a general rejoicing took place over the good news from Tennessee, and then returned to City Point. It was not until the 17th that the full details of Thomas's victory were received. His army, from the very outset of the battle, had charged the enemy so vigorously at all points that his lines were completely broken and his troops thrown into confusion, which upon the second day resulted in a panic. The most heroic defense the enemy could make did not enable him to stay the impetuosity of Thomas's troops. Battery after battery fell into the hands of our forces, and prisoners were captured by the thousand. All the enemy's dead and wounded were abandoned on the field, and the line of his retreat was covered with abandoned wagons, gun carriages, knapsacks, blankets, and small arms. In 2 days Thomas had captured over 4,000 prisoners and 53 pieces of artillery, and left Hood's army a wreck. The pursuit of the enemy was continued for several days, and much additional damage inflicted. On the 18th, General Grant telegraphed to Thomas, "The armies operating against Richmond have fired 200 guns in honor of your great victory." 100 guns had been the salute fired in honor of other victories. Hood's army was pursued and driven south of the Tennessee River. In this campaign he had suffered ignominious defeat, with the loss of half his army. Thomas's captures amounted to more than 13,000 prisoners and 72 pieces of artillery. 2,000 deserters had also given themselves up to the Union forces and taken the oath of allegiance to the United States government. The remnant of Hood's demoralized and disorganized troops were no longer held together in one army. Some of them were furloughed and allowed to return to their homes, and the rest were transferred to the East and joined the forces there for the purpose of opposing Sherman. Thomas's entire loss in this campaign was about 10,000 men in killed, wounded, and missing. General Grant's predictions that Hood would turn north and not follow Sherman when the latter cut loose from Atlanta, and that Thomas's army would crush Hood's as soon as it was led against it, were completely fulfilled. There has been so much discussion in regard to the actions of General Grant and General Thomas during the 2 weeks preceding the Battle of Nashville that a synopsis of the correspondence between them has been given in order that the reader may form his own conclusions. General Grant has been charged with being inimical to Thomas, allowing himself to become unduly irritated over the delay of the latter, and ordering an ill-advised advance of the army against Thomas's expressed judgment. The general-in-chief had had a larger experience with Confederate armies than anyone else, and felt that the urgent orders he gave were necessary. And as he was held responsible by the government and by the country for the operations of all the armies and the success of the cooperative movements which he had planned, he certainly exercised a perfectly proper authority in giving the orders he issued. When General Thomas did not obey the instructions repeatedly sent him, the general-in-chief did not treat the case as one of insubordination or defiance, and act hastily or arbitrarily in taking steps immediately to enforce his orders, but exercised a patience which he would not have done under other circumstances or toward any other army commander. He felt while sending his urgent dispatches for an advance of the army that he was doing Thomas a positive service, for he knew better than anyone else could know that as soon as Thomas launched his army against Hood's forces, he would win triumphantly and demonstrate to the country what was already known to his fellow officers, that the Rock of Chickamauga was worthy of being placed in the front rank of the great commanders of the war. It was because he felt entire confidence in Thomas's ability to whip Hood that he urged Thomas to strike, and not because he doubted him. When General Grant made his report of the operations, he stated, in referring to General Thomas, substantially what he had said in conversation at headquarters after the victory of Nashville. His final defeat of Hood was so complete that it would be accepted as a vindication of that distinguished officer's judgment. On the other hand, there were those who criticized General Thomas severely for disobedience of orders of his superior officer, and manifesting a spirit of insubordination at a critical crisis of the war. Such insinuations, when all the circumstances are taken into consideration, would attribute to General Thomas traits of character which were certainly foreign to his nature. He believed that he was right, and that he was acting for the best interests of the service, and evidently felt so thoroughly convinced of this that he was willing to run the risk of assuming all responsibility, and to submit to being displaced from his command, rather than yield his judgment. There is very little doubt that if any other 2 general officers in the service had been placed in the same trying circumstances, there would have been an open rupture. But both being men of patience as well as firmness, their correspondence was conducted without acrimony. The services of both were utilized for the benefit of the country, and each was prompt to acknowledge the high qualifications of the other. Their personal relations were not broken, as has been alleged, by this circumstance, as far as any observer could judge. General Thomas, when he came to Washington after the close of the war, dined with General Grant at his house, and at the table with him at the houses of common friends where I was present, and their intercourse never seemed to be marked by any lack of cordiality on either side. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Senator Nesmith visits Grant. Sherman reaches the seacoast. Butler's expedition against Fort Fisher. Grant's children at City Point. Upon the return of General Ingalls from another trip to Washington, he brought with him on a visit to City Point Senator Nesmith of Oregon, who had been an intimate acquaintance of Generals Grant and Ingalls when these two officers were stationed at Fort Vancouver, Oregon, in 1853. Nesmith was a great wag, and used to sit by the headquarters campfire in the evening and tell no end of Pacific Coast stories. By the way in which he elaborated all the incidents, and led up with increasing humor to the climax of an anecdote, he stamped himself a true artist as a raconteur. One evening he told General Grant of a trip he had made on the Pacific Coast with a number of politicians just after his election by the Democratic Legislature of Oregon to the United States Senate. In the party was the Republican governor of California. Nesmith said, "The governor got to bedeviling me about my election, and rather got the laugh on me by inquiring, 'Now, Nesmith, make a clean breast of it, and tell us just how much money it costs to get run into the Senate by an Oregon legislature.' To strike back at him, I replied, 'Well, I'll give you a little account of my experience in dealing with the boys, and leave you to judge. I found, on counting noses, that I had corralled a majority of one, certain on joint ballot of the two houses, but that didn't make things quite safe, and I told my friends that we ought to have still another fellow persuaded of what was due to my eminence as a statesman; that it was altogether likely that if we relied on the one man he would be shot, or landed in jail, or get blind drunk about the time the vote was to be taken, and we were playing too big a game to take any such chances.' Well, they said there was a man that had recently come into the state from California, and had managed to get himself elected to our legislature, and they thought from what they had heard of him that he wouldn't be stubborn enough to hold on blindly to the candidate of his choice if arguments sufficiently convincing in favor of someone else were laid before him; that he was a great fellow to coincide, if it was made an object for him to do it. You see, times were hard, and the price of everything was high. 2 years before, Bibles were given away free, and now jackrabbits were selling at $2.50 a pair. Most men's possessions were reduced to a hairbrush and a toothbrush, though they never had time to use either. I said, 'Send the man to my hotel tonight. There's no time to be lost. I intend to handle this rooster myself.' When he came to my room, I shoved him into a chair, locked the door, seated myself in front of him, folded my arms, looked him square in the face, and said, 'See here, I want your vote. How much?' He glued his eyes on me and remarked, 'Now, pard, you're talking business. I don't know just what the state of the market is in Oregon, but what would you propose as a kind of starter?' I continued, 'How would $150 strike you?' He rose up out of his chair, looking as if he actually felt hurt by my evident lack of appreciation, and roared out in a tone of voice calculated to wake the dead, 150 hells! I paid the governor of California twice that much last year to pardon me out of the penitentiary, or else I wouldn't be up here in your blank old legislature to vote for anybody.' We were assured that after the recital of this story, which Nesmith had, of course, invented for the purpose of retaliating upon the California governor, there were no further questions from that official as to the methods pursued in Oregon elections. "I wasn't at all surprised, Nez, to see you go to the Senate," said Ingalls. "I always believed old Vancouver could furnish talent enough to supply both the civil and military branches of the government." "Well, you may not have been surprised, but I was," remarked the Senator. "I said to the members of our committee one day, 'When I came here from the wilds of Oregon as Senator of the United States, I couldn't realize it. I felt that it was a greater honor than to have been a Roman senator. I couldn't help wondering how I ever got here.'" "Well," said Preston King of New York, "now that you have been here a couple of weeks, and have got the hang of the schoolhouse, how do you feel about it?" My answer was, "Well, since I've had time to look around and size things up, my wonder now is how in thunder the rest of you fellows ever got here." Upon this, as upon one or two other occasions, some stories were attempted which were too broad to suit the taste of the general in chief, but they were effectually suppressed. He believed that stories, like diamonds, are always of greater value when they are not off color. If reference were made to subjects which warred against his notions of propriety, while he seldom checked them by words, he would show immediately, by the blush which mantled his cheek, and by his refusal to smile at a joke which depended for its success upon its coarseness, that such things were objectionable to him. The same evening, a citizen who had come to camp with Nesmith said he would tell a story, and began by looking around significantly and saying, "I see there are no ladies present." The general interrupted him with the remark, "No, but there are gentlemen," and the subject was at once changed, and the story was not attempted. The senator, after seeing the lines around Petersburg, expressed a desire to pay a visit to General Butler, and Ingalls and I volunteered to take him to that officer's headquarters by boat. Butler greeted the senator warmly, and the two soon began to discuss the war, and to banter each other on the subject of politics, one being a radical Republican and the other a war Democrat. Nesmith drew an amusing picture of Butler's propensity for confiscation and destruction of property. In the course of the conversation, Butler referred to some pranks played in his boyish days, and said, "There was a cake peddler who used to come by our schoolhouse every day, and during recess we would play cakes with him. That is, he would set his basket on the ground, and a boy, by paying 25 cents, could have the privilege of starting from a certain distance, and by a series of designated hops, skips, and jumps, trying to land in the basket and break as many cakes as he could. If he succeeded, he had a right to take all the cakes he had damaged. The game was pretty difficult, and the cake man generally came out ahead. But one day I strained every nerve to win, and succeeded in landing in the middle of the basket with both feet, and breaking every cake the fellow had." Nesmith's comment upon this story was, "Well, that's just like you, General. You seem to have spent all your life in trying to break other people's cakes." The joke, which had been rather in Butler's favor up to that time, was now turned against him, but he took it all in good part. In discussing General Grant's popularity, Butler remarked, "Grant first touched the popular chord when he gained his signal victory at Donelson." "No," said Nesmith, who always went around with a huge joke concealed somewhere about his person, "I think he first touched the popular chord when he hauled wood from his farm and sold it at full measure in St. Louis." That night Nesmith told General Grant the story of the cipher correspondence he and Ingalls had carried on the year before. He said, "One day the Secretary of War sent me a message that he would like to see me at the War Department at the earliest moment on a matter of public importance. Well, I was rather flattered by that. I says to myself, perhaps the whole Southern Confederacy is moving on Stanton, and he has sent for a war Democrat to get between him and them and sort of whirl 'em back. I hurried up to his office, and when I got in he closed the door, looked all around the room like a stage assassin to be sure that we were alone, then thrust a telegram under my nose and cried, 'Read that!' I suppose I ought to have appeared scared and tried to find a trap door in the floor to fall through, but I didn't. I ran my eye over the dispatch, seeing that it was addressed to me and signed by Ingalls, and read, 'Cladawada nikata sitkum mutish wait ak ukonamak muxlum.' Stanton, who was glaring at me over the top of his spectacles, looking as savage as a one-eyed dog in a meat shop, now roared out, 'You see, I have discovered everything.' I handed back the dispatch and said, "Well, if you've discovered everything, what do you want with me?" He cried, "I'm determined at all hazards to intercept every cipher dispatch from officers at the front to their friends in the North, to enable them to speculate in the stock markets upon early information as to the movements of our armies." I said, "Well, I can't help but admire your pluck, but it seems to me you omitted one little matter. You forgot to read the dispatch." "How can I read your incomprehensible hieroglyphics?" he replied. "Hieroglyphics, thunder!" I said. "Why, that's Chinook." "And what's Chinook?" he asked. "What, you don't know Chinook? Oh, I see your early education as a linguist has been neglected," I answered. "Why, Chinook is the court language of the northwestern Indian tribes. Ingalls and I, and all the fellows that served out in Oregon, picked up that jargon. Now I'll read it to you in English. 'Send me half barrel more that same whiskey.' You see, Ingalls always trusts my judgment on whiskey. He thinks I can tell the quality of the liquor by feeling the head of the barrel in the dark." That was too much for the great War Secretary, and he broke out with a laugh such as I don't believe the War Department had ever heard since he was appointed to office. But I learned afterwards that he took the precaution, nevertheless, to show the dispatch to an army officer who had served in the Northwest, to get him to verify my translation. As General Grant knew a good deal of Chinook, he was able to appreciate the joke fully, and he enjoyed the story greatly. Nesmith had served to enlighten the camp for several days with his humorous reminiscences of life in the West, and when he left, everyone parted with him with genuine regret. On December 13, Sherman reached Ossabaw Sound, southeast of Savannah, just a month after he had left Atlanta, and communicated with the fleet which had been sent to meet him. His 65,000 men and half that number of animals had been abundantly fed, and his losses had been only 103 killed, 428 wounded, and 278 missing. The destruction of the enemy's property has been estimated as high as $100 millions. On December 15, General Sherman received General Grant's letter of the 3rd. In this he said, among other things, "Not liking to rejoice before the victory is assured, I abstain from congratulating you and those under your command until bottom has been struck. I have never had a fear of the result." The next day Sherman received General Grant's orders outlining the plan of transferring the greater part of Sherman's army by sea to join the armies in front of Petersburg and end the war. As the enemy's troops were now nearly all in Virginia, it was thought that as the railroads in the South had been pretty well destroyed, it would bring hostilities to a close quicker to move Sherman by sea than to consume the time and subject the men to the fatigue of marching by land. General Grant said this would be the plan unless Sherman saw objections to it. A prompt and enthusiastic letter was written by Sherman, saying his army could join Grant before the middle of January if sent on transports by sea, and that he expected to take Savannah meanwhile. When General Grant visited the capital, he consulted as to the means of ocean transportation, and became convinced that with all the seagoing vessels that could be procured, it would take 2 months to move Sherman's army, with its artillery and trains, to the James River, and he therefore wrote to him from Washington, "I did think the best thing to do was to bring the greater part of your army here and wipe out Lee. The turn affairs now seem to be taking has shaken me in that opinion. I doubt whether you may not accomplish more toward that result where you are than if brought here, especially as I am informed since my arrival in the city (Washington) that it would take about 2 months to get you here, with all the other calls there are for ocean transportation. I want to get your views about what ought to be done. My own opinion is that Lee is averse to going out of Virginia, and if the cause of the South is lost, he wants Richmond to be the last place surrendered. If he has such views, it may be well to indulge him until we get everything else in our hands. Congratulating you and the army again upon the splendid result of your campaign, the like of which is not read of in past history, I subscribe myself more than ever, if possible, your friend." Sherman now invested Savannah on the south side, but the enemy evacuated the city on the night of December 20. Sherman's army then entered, and on the 22nd the general sent his famous dispatch to the President, which reached him on Christmas Eve.
I beg to present you as a Christmas gift the city of Savannah, with 150 heavy guns and plenty of ammunition, and also about 25,000 bales of cotton." On December 8 General Butler had come over to see General Grant at headquarters, and said that as his troops would be aboard the transports at Fort Monroe the next day, he would start in the afternoon for that place, and see that the expedition was promptly started. They had a general conversation in regard to what would be required of the expedition, which was merely a reiteration of the written orders which had been carefully prepared. It was decided that one of General Grant's staff should accompany the expedition, and Colonel Comstock was designated for that duty. Delay in taking aboard additional supplies and severe storms prevented the expedition from beginning operations against Fort Fisher before December 24. The Navy had converted a gunboat, the Louisiana, into a powder boat. She was filled with 250 tons of powder and disguised as a blockade runner. This vessel was run in toward the beach, anchored about 500 yards from the fort, and exploded about 2 a.m. on the 24th. The report was not much greater than the discharge of a piece of heavy artillery. No damage was done to the enemy's earthworks, and no result accomplished. A negro on shore was afterward reported to have said when he heard the sound, "I reckon the Yankees have done bust one of the boilers." At daylight on the 24th, the naval fleet of 50 vessels moved forward and began the bombardment of the fort. About noon on the 25th, General Ames's division landed, and a skirmish line was pushed to within a few yards of the fort. It was reported that the fort had not been materially damaged, and that Hoke's command had been sent south from Lee's army and was approaching to reinforce the garrison. Butler now decided not to make an attack, and reembarked all his troops, except Curtis's brigade, on the transports, and steamed back to Fort Monroe, reaching there on the 27th. Curtis's brigade also reembarked on the 27th, and followed the other forces. On the 28th, General Butler came to headquarters and had an interview with General Grant, in which he sought to explain the causes of the failure. General Grant expressed himself very positively on the subject. He said he considered the whole affair a gross and culpable failure, and that he proposed to make it his business to ascertain who was to blame for the want of success. The delays from storms were, of course, unavoidable. The preparation of the powder boat had caused a loss of several weeks. It was found that the written orders which General Grant had given to General Butler to govern the movements of the expedition had not been shown to Weitzel. An important part of these instructions provided that under certain contingencies the troops were expected to entrench and hold themselves in readiness to cooperate with the Navy for the reduction of the fort, instead of reembarking on the transports. General Grant had not positively ordered an assault, and would not have censured the commander if the failure to assault had been the only error, but he was exceedingly dissatisfied that the important part of his instructions as to gaining and holding an entrenched position had been disobeyed, and the troops withdrawn, and all further efforts abandoned. Mrs. Grant, Fred, and Jesse came to City Point to spend the Christmas holidays with the general. Rawlins always called Fred the veteran, for the reason that he had been with his father in the fight which took place in rear of Vicksburg the year before, when he was only 13 years of age. One evening Rawlins said, in referring to that campaign, "Fred crossed the Mississippi with his father on the gunboat Price. Early in the morning the general went ashore to direct the movement of the troops, leaving the boy coiled up on the forward deck fast asleep. When he woke up, the youngster insisted on following his father, but was told by a staff officer to stay where he was and keep out of danger. But he happened just then to see some troops chasing a rabbit, and jumped ashore and joined in the fun. Thinking the men were a pretty jolly set of fellows, he followed along with the regiment in its march to the front, thinking he would meet his father somewhere on the road. The troops soon encountered the enemy, and Fred found himself suddenly participating in the battle of Fort Gibson. That night he recognized a mounted orderly belonging to headquarters, and hailed him. The orderly gave him a blanket, and he rolled himself up in it and managed to get several hours' sleep. About midnight his father came across him, and his surprise may be imagined when he discovered that the boy had left the boat and turned amateur soldier. The general had crossed the river in true light marching order, for he had no encumbrances but an overcoat and a toothbrush. A couple of horses were soon captured. The general took one and gave the other to Fred. They were ungainly, ragged-hipped nags, and the general was greatly amused at seeing the figure the boy cut when mounted on his raw-boned war charger. At the Battle of Black River Bridge, Fred saw Lawler's brigade making its famous charge, which broke the enemy's line, and rode forward and joined in the pursuit of the foe, but he had not gone far when a musket ball struck him on the left thigh. A staff officer rode up to him and asked him how badly he was hurt, and Fred, not being an expert in gunshot wounds, said he rather thought his leg was cut in two. "Can you work your toes?" asked the officer. The boy replied and said he could. "Then," cried the officer, "you're all right," and taking him to a surgeon, it was found that the ball had only clipped out a little piece of flesh, so that he was not damaged enough to have to join the ranks of the disabled. "Speaking of the charge of Lawler's brigade," continued Rawlins, "while the general was watching the preparations for it, an officer came up bearing a dispatch from Halleck, written 6 days before, which had been forwarded through General Banks. It ordered General Grant to withdraw at once from where he was, march to Grand Gulf, and cooperate with Banks against Port Hudson, and then return with the combined forces and besiege Vicksburg. The general read the communication, and just as he had finished it, he saw Lawler charging through the enemy's broken lines, and heard the men's cheers of victory. Turning to the officer who had brought the message, he said, 'I'll have to say, in this case, what the Irishman said to the chicken that was in the egg he swallowed, and which peeped as it was going down his throat, "You spoke too late."' Then, putting spurs to his horse, he galloped off to join the advancing lines. The enemy's forces were in full retreat, hurrying on to shut themselves up in Vicksburg, and the general, under such circumstances, had no hesitation in disobeying orders 6 days old, and written without any knowledge of the circumstances. Soon after Fred's arrival at City Point, he took it into his head that he must go duck shooting. The general was no sportsman himself, and never shot or fished, but he liked to see the youngsters enjoy the Christmas holidays, and he readily gave his consent to anything they proposed in the way of amusement. He never gave a reason for not hunting, but it was evident that he felt that certain forms of it furnished a kind of sport which was too cruel to suit his tastes. He described the only bullfight he ever attended as presenting a most sickening sight, and never seemed to take any pleasure in sports which caused suffering on the part of either animals or human beings. As sporting guns are not found among army supplies, Fred had to content himself with an infantry rifled musket. The general's colored servant, Bill, accompanied the boy. Bill was not much of a shot himself. He usually shot as many a man votes with his eyes shut. But he was a good hand to take the place of the armor-bearer of the ancients and carry the weapons. Taking a boat, they paddled down the river in search of game. They had not gone far when they were brought to by the naval pickets who had been posted on the river bank by the commander of one of the vessels. A picket boat was sent after them, and they were promptly arrested as rebel spies and taken aboard a gunboat. The declaration by the white prisoner, who, it was supposed, was plotting death and destruction to the Union, that he was the son of the general-in-chief, was at first deemed too absurd to be entertained by sailors, and fit only to be told to the marines. But after a time Fred succeeded in convincing the officers as to his identity, and was allowed to return to headquarters. When he arrived, he wore a rueful expression of countenance at the thought of the ingratitude of republics to their veterans. His father was greatly amused by the account of his adventure, teased him good-naturedly, and told him how fortunate it was that he had not been hanged at the yardarm as an enemy of the republic, and his body consigned to the waters of the Potomac. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Capture of Fort Fisher. The Dutch Gap Canal. Grant receives unasked advice. Grant relieves Butler. Sherman's loyalty to Grant. A good shot. Night attack of the enemy's ironclads. How Grant became a confirmed smoker. Grant offers his purse to his enemy. Grant receives the peace commissioners.
As soon as General Grant obtained accurate information in regard to the circumstances and conditions at Fort Fisher, he decided to send another expedition, and to put it in charge of an efficient officer, and one who could be trusted implicitly to carry out his instructions. As there had been a lack of precaution on the part of the officers engaged in the previous expedition to keep the movement secret, the general-in-chief at first communicated the facts regarding the new expedition to only 2 persons at headquarters. Of course, he had to let it be known to the Secretary of War, but as the Secretary was always reticent about such matters, there was a reasonable probability that the secret could be kept. Directions were given which tended to create the impression that the vessels were being loaded with supplies and reinforcements for Sherman's armies, and studious efforts were made to throw the enemy off his guard. Of course, everyone who knew the general's tenacity of purpose felt sure that he would never relinquish his determination to take Fort Fisher, and would immediately take steps to retrieve the failure which had been made in the first attempt. And as soon as Butler returned, I suggested to the general that, in case another expedition should be sent, General A. H. Terry would be, for many reasons, the best officer to be placed in command. We had served together in the Sherman-DuPont expeditions, which in 1861 took Hilton Head and captured Fort Pulaski and other points on the Atlantic coast, and I knew him to be the most experienced officer in the service in embarking and disembarking troops upon the seacoast, looking after their welfare on transports, and entrenching rapidly on shore. General Grant had seldom come in contact with Terry personally, but had been much impressed at the manner in which he had handled his troops in the movements on the James River. A suggestion, too, was made that as Terry was a volunteer officer, and as the first expedition had failed under a volunteer, it would only be fair that another officer of that service, rather than one from the regular army, should be given a chance to redeem the disaster. The general seemed to listen with interest to what was said about Terry, particularly as to his experience in seacoast expeditions, but gave no hint at the time of a disposition to appoint him, nor did he even say whether he would send another expedition to Fort Fisher. But on January 2 he telegraphed to Butler, "Please send Major General Terry to City Point to see me this morning." Grant considered the propriety of going in person with the expedition, but his better judgment did not approve such a course, for he could be too far out of reach of communication with City Point, and as Butler was the senior army commander, it would leave him in supreme command of the armies operating against Petersburg and Richmond. When Terry came, the general-in-chief told him simply that he had been designated to take command of a transfer by sea of 8,000 men, and that he was to sail under sealed orders. Terry felt much complimented that he should be singled out for such a command, but had no idea of his destination, and was evidently under the impression that he was to join Sherman. On January 5, Terry was ready to proceed to Fort Monroe, and Grant accompanied him down the James River for the purpose of giving him his final instructions. After the boat had proceeded some distance from City Point, the general sat down with Terry in the after cabin of the steamer, and there made known to him the real destination and purposes of the expedition. He said, "The object is to renew the attempt to capture Fort Fisher, and in case of success to take possession of Wilmington. It is of the greatest importance that there should be a complete understanding and harmony of action between you and Admiral Porter. I want you to consult the admiral fully, and to let there be no misunderstanding in regard to the plan of cooperation in all its details. I served with Admiral Porter on the Mississippi, and have a high appreciation of his courage and judgment. I want to urge upon you to land with all dispatch and entrench yourself in a position from which you can operate against Fort Fisher, and not to abandon it until the fort is captured, or you receive further instructions from me." Full instructions were carefully prepared in writing and handed to Terry on the evening of January 5, and captains of the transports were given sealed orders not to be opened until the vessels were off Cape Henry. The vessels soon appeared off the North Carolina coast. A landing was made on January 13, and on the morning of the 14th Terry had fortified a position about 2 miles from the fort. The navy, which had been firing upon the fort for 2 days, began another bombardment at daylight on the 15th. That afternoon Ames's division made an assault on the work.
2,000 sailors and marines were also landed for the purpose of making a charge. They had received an order from the admiral, in the wording of which facetiousness in nautical phraseology could go no further. It read, "Board the fort in a seamanlike manner." They made a gallant attack, but were met with a murderous fire, and did not gain the work. Ames's division, with Curtis's brigade in advance, overcame all efforts of the defenders, and the garrison was driven from one portion of the fort to another in a series of hand-to-hand contests in which individual acts of heroism surpassed almost anything in the history of assaults upon well-defended forts. The battle did not close until 10 o'clock at night. Then the formidable work had been fairly won. The garrison was taken prisoners, the mouth of the Cape Fear River was closed, and Wilmington was at the mercy of our troops. The trophies were 169 guns, over 2,000 stands of small arms, large quantities of ammunition and commissary stores, and more than 2,000 prisoners. About 600 of the garrison were killed or wounded. Terry's loss was 110 killed, 536 wounded, and 13 missing. After the news of the capture of the fort was received, I was sent there by General Grant with additional instructions to Terry, and upon my arrival I could not help being surprised at the formidable character of the work. No one, without having seen it, could form an adequate conception of the almost insurmountable obstacles which the assaulting columns encountered. During the summer, General Butler, who was always fertile in ideas, had conceived the notion that there were many advantages to be gained by making a canal across a narrow neck of land known as Dutch Gap on the James River, which would cut off 4 3/4 miles of river navigation. This neck was about 174 yards wide. The name originated from the fact that a Dutchman had, many years before, attempted a similar undertaking, but little or no progress had been made. The enterprise involved the excavation of nearly 80,000 cubic feet of earth. Butler had been somewhat reluctantly authorized to dig the canal, and work upon it had begun on August 10. The enemy soon erected heavy rifle guns, and afterward put mortars in positions which bore upon it, and our men were subjected to a severe fire, and frequently had to seek shelter in dugouts constructed as places of refuge. Under the delays and difficulties which arose, the canal was not finished until the end of the year. On the 31st of December, General Grant received a message from Butler saying, "We propose to explode the heading of Dutch Gap at 11 a.m. tomorrow. I should be happy to see yourself and friends at headquarters. We must be near the time because of the tide." The general-in-chief replied, "Do not wait for me in your explosion. I doubt my ability to be up in the morning." After the bulkhead wall of earth had been blown out, the debris at the north end was partly removed by means of steam dredges. The canal was not of any service during the war, but it has since been enlarged and improved, and has become the ordinary channel for the passage of vessels plying on the James River. General Grant had become very tired of discussing methods of warfare which were like some of the problems described in algebra as more curious than useful, and he was not sufficiently interested in the canal to be present at the explosion which was expected to complete it. About this time all the cranks in the country, besides men of real inventive genius, were sending extraordinary plans and suggestions for capturing Richmond. A proposition from an engineer was received one day, accompanied by elaborate drawings and calculations, which had evidently involved intense labor on the part of the author. His plan was to build a masonry wall around Richmond, of an elevation higher than the tallest houses, then to fill the enclosure with water pumped from the James River, and drown out the garrison and people like rats in a cage. The exact number of pumps required and their capacity had been figured out to a nicety. Another inventive genius, whose mind seemed to run in the direction of the science of chemistry and the practice of sternutation, sent in a chemical formula for making an all-powerful snuff. In his communication he assured the commanding general that after a series of experiments he had made with it on people and animals, he was sure that if shells were filled with it and exploded within the enemy's lines, the troops would be seized with such violent fits of sneezing that they would soon become physically exhausted with the effort, and the Union army could walk over at its leisure and pick them up as prisoners without itself losing a man. A certain officer had figured out from statistics that the James River froze over about once in 7 years, and that this was the 7th year, and advised that troops be massed in such a position that when the upper part of the James changed from a liquid to a solid, columns could be rushed across it on the ice to a position in rear of the enemy's lines, and Richmond would be at our mercy. A sorcerer in Rochester sent the general word that he had cast his horoscope, and gave him a clear and unclouded insight into his future, and added to its general attractiveness by telling him how gloriously he was going to succeed in taking Richmond. One evening the general referred to these emanations of the prolific brains of our people, and the many novel suggestions made to him, beginning with the famous powder boat sent against Fort Fisher, and closed the conversation by saying, "This is a very suggestive age. Some people seem to think that an army can be whipped by waiting for rivers to freeze over, exploding powder at a distance, drowning out troops, or setting them to sneezing. But it will always be found in the end that the only way to whip an army is to go out and fight it." On January 4, General Grant had written to the Secretary of War asking that Butler might be relieved, saying, "I am constrained to request the removal of General Butler from the command of the Department of Virginia and North Carolina. I do this with reluctance, but the good of the service requires it. In my absence General Butler necessarily commands, and there is a lack of confidence felt in his military ability, making him an unsafe commander for a large army. His administration of the affairs of his department is also objectionable." Learning that the Secretary of War had gone to Savannah to visit General Sherman, and could not receive this letter in due time, on January 6 the general telegraphed to the President asking that prompt action be taken in the matter. The order was made on the 7th, and on the morning of the 8th General Grant directed Colonel Babcock and me to go to General Butler's headquarters, announce the fact to him, and hand him the written order relieving him from command. We arrived there about noon, found the general in his camp, and by his invitation went with him into his tent. He opened the communication, read the order, and was silent for a minute. Then he began to manifest considerable nervousness, and turning to his desk wrote "Received" on the envelope, dated it 1864 instead of 1865, and handed it back. It was the custom in the army to return envelope receipts in case of communications delivered by enlisted men, but this was omitted when the instructions were transmitted by staff officers. He was politely reminded that a written receipt was not necessary. Thereupon, in a somewhat confused manner, he uttered a word or two of apology for offering it, and after a slight pause added, "Please say to General Grant that I will go to his headquarters and would like to have a personal interview with him." General Grant was in constant correspondence with Sherman in regard to the movements in the Carolinas. Sherman was to move north, breaking up all lines of communication as he advanced. If Lee should suddenly abandon Richmond and Petersburg and move with his army to join the Confederate forces in the Carolinas with a view to crushing Sherman, that officer was to whip Lee if he could, and if not, to fall back upon the seacoast. Grant was to hold Lee's army where it was, if possible, and if not, to follow it up with vigor. Sherman's triumphant march to the sea had gained him many admirers in the North, and it was believed about this time that a bill might be introduced in Congress providing for his promotion to the grade of lieutenant general, which would make him eligible to command the armies in case he should be assigned to such a position. On January 21 he said in a letter to General Grant, "I have been told that Congress meditates a bill to make another lieutenant general for me. I have written to John Sherman to stop it if it is designed for me. It would be mischievous, for there are enough rascals who would try to sow differences between us, whereas you and I now are in perfect understanding. I would rather have you in command than anybody else, for you are fair, honest, and have at heart the same purpose that should animate all. I should emphatically decline any commission calculated to bring us into rivalry." General Grant replied: "No one would be more pleased at your advancement than I, and if you should be placed in my position and I put subordinate, it would not change our relations in the least. I would make the same exertions to support you that you have ever done to support me, and I would do all in my power to make our cause win." On January 31, Sherman wrote: "I am fully aware of your friendly feeling toward me, and you may always depend on me as your steadfast supporter. Your wish is law and gospel to me, and such is the feeling that pervades my army." In all the annals of history, no correspondence between men in high station furnishes a nobler example of genuine, disinterested personal friendship and exalted loyalty to a great cause. Admiral Porter had withdrawn nearly all the naval vessels from the James River in order to increase his fleet for the Fort Fisher expedition. Only 3 or 4 light gunboats were left, and one ironclad, the Onondaga, a powerful double-turreted monitor carrying 2 15-inch smooth bores and 2 150-pound Parrott rifles. This vessel was commanded by Captain William A. Parker of the Navy. Captain Parker would occasionally pay a visit to General Grant at City Point, and he usually brought with him a junior officer who afforded the general-in-chief no little amusement by the volubility of his conversation. When the general asked the captain a question, before he could venture a reply, his sub would volunteer an answer, and frequently make it the occasion of an elaborate lecture upon the intricate science of marine warfare. The captain could rarely get in a word edgewise. In fact, he seemed to accept the situation, and did not often make the attempt. It might have been said of this young officer what Talleyrand said of a French diplomat: "Clever man, but he has no talent for dialogue." There had been so much talk about the formidable character of the double-turreted monitors that General Grant decided one morning to go up the James and pay a visit to the Onondaga, and invite me to accompany him. The monitor was lying above the pontoon bridge in Trent's Reach. After looking the vessel over and admiring the perfection of her machinery, the general said to the commander: "Captain, what is the effective range of your 15-inch smooth bores?" "About 1,800 yards, with their present elevation," was the reply. The general looked up the river and added: "There is a battery which is just about that distance from us. Suppose you take a shot at it and see what you can do." The gun was promptly brought into position by revolving the turret, accurate aim taken, and the order given to fire. There was a tremendous concussion, followed by a deafening roar as the enormous shell passed through the air. And then all eyes were strained to see what execution would be done by the shot. The huge mass struck directly within the battery and exploded. A cloud of smoke arose, earth and splintered logs flew in every direction, and a number of the garrison sprang over the parapet. The general took another puff at the cigar he was smoking, nodded his head, and said, "Good shot." The naval officers indulged in broad smiles of triumph, and tried to look as if this was only one of the little things they always did with equal success when they tried hard. On the night of January 23, a naval officer, at General Grant's suggestion, was sent up to plant torpedoes at the obstructions which had been placed in the river at Trent's Reach, as he was apprehensive that our depleted naval force might be attacked by the enemy's fleet, which was lying in the river near Richmond. The officer made the discovery that the Confederate ironclads were quietly moving down the river. News of their approach was promptly given, and at once telegraphed to headquarters. The enemy's fleet consisted of 6 vessels, and by 10:30 o'clock they had passed the upper end of Dutch Gap Canal. The general directed me and another staff officer to take boats and communicate with all dispatch with certain naval vessels, warn them of the character of the anticipated attack, and direct them to move up and make a determined effort to prevent the enemy's fleet from reaching City Point. The officer whom I was to take with me got a little rattled in the hurry of the departure, and started, from force of habit, to put on his spurs. It took me some time to persuade him that these appendages to his heels would not particularly facilitate his movements in climbing aboard gunboats. A third officer, Lieutenant Dunn, was sent to communicate with a gunboat stationed at some distance from the others. In the meantime, orders were given to tow coal schooners up the river, ready to sink them in the channel if necessary, and instructions were issued to move all heavy guns within reach down to the river shore, where their fire could command the channel. There was an enormous accumulation of supplies at City Point, and their destruction at this time would have been a serious embarrassment. The night was pitch dark, but our naval vessels were promptly reached by means of steam tugs, and their commanders, who displayed that cordial spirit of cooperation always manifested by our sister service, expressed an eagerness to obey General Grant's orders as implicitly as if he had been their admiral. Most of these vessels were out of repair and almost unserviceable, but their officers were determined to make the best fight they could. When I returned to headquarters, the general, Mrs. Grant, and Ingalls were talking the matter over in the front room of the general's quarters. "Well, now that we've got all ready for them," said Ingalls, "why don't their old gunboats come down?" "Ingalls, you must have patience," remarked the general. "Perhaps they don't know that you're in such a hurry for them, or they would move faster. You must give them time." "Well, if they're going to postpone their movement indefinitely, I'll go to bed," continued Ingalls, and started for his quarters. News now came that it was thought the vessels could not pass the obstructions, and would not make the attempt, and the general and Mrs. Grant retired to their sleeping apartment, orders being left that the general was to be awakened if there should be any change in the situation. Soon after 1 o'clock, word came that the enemy's vessels had succeeded at high water in getting through the obstructions. A loud knock was now given upon the door of the general's sleeping room. He called out instantly, "Yes, what have you heard?" The reply was, "The gunboats have passed the obstructions and are coming down." In about 2 minutes the general came hurriedly into the office. He had drawn on his top boots over his drawers, and put on his uniform frock coat, the skirt of which reached about to the top of the boots, and made up for the absence of trousers. He lighted a cigar while listening to the reports, and then sat down at his desk and wrote out orders in great haste. The puffs from the cigar were now as rapid as those of the engine of an express train at full speed. Mrs. Grant soon after came in, and was anxious to know about the situation. It was certainly an occasion upon which a woman's curiosity was entirely justifiable. Dunn had returned with a report about the movement of the gunboat with which he had been sent to communicate, and Ingalls had also rejoined the party. Mrs. Grant, in the midst of the scene, quietly said, "Ulysses, will those gunboats shell the bluff?" "Well, I think all their time will be occupied in fighting our naval vessels and the batteries ashore," he replied. "The Onondaga ought to be able to sink them, but I don't know what they would do if they should get down this far." Just then news came in that upon the approach of the enemy's vessels the Onondaga had retired down the river. The captain had lost his head, and under pretense of trying to obtain a more advantageous position, had turned tail with his vessel and moved downstream below the pontoon bridge. General Grant's indignation knew no bounds when he heard of this retreat. He said, "I have been thrown into close contact with the Navy, both on the Mississippi River and upon the Atlantic coast. I entertain the highest regard for the intrepidity of the officers of that service, and it is an inexpressible mortification to think that the captain of so formidable an ironclad, and the only one of its kind we have in the river, should fall back at such a critical moment. Why, it was the great chance of his life to distinguish himself." Additional instructions were at once telegraphed to the shore batteries to act with all possible vigor. Mrs. Grant, who was one of the most composed of those present, now drew her chair a little nearer to the general, and with her mild voice inquired, "Ulysses, what had I better do?" The general looked at her for a moment, and then replied in a half serious and half teasing way, "Well, the fact is, Julia, you oughtn't to be here." Dunn now spoke up and said, "Let me have the ambulance hitched up and drive Mrs. Grant back into the country far enough to be out of reach of the shells." "Oh, their gunboats are not down here yet," answered the general, "and they must be stopped at all hazards." Additional dispatches were sent, and a fresh cigar was smoked, the puffs of which showed even an increased rapidity. At about 2 hours it was reported that only one of the enemy's boats was below the obstructions, and the rest were above, apparently aground. More guns had by this time been placed in the shore batteries, and the situation was greatly relieved. Ingalls, whose dry humor always came to his rescue when matters were serious, again assumed an air of disappointment, and said, "I tell you, I'm getting out of all patience, and I've about made up my mind that these boats never intended to come down here anyhow, that they've been playing it on us to keep us out of bed." A little while after, matters had to be so quieted down that the general-in-chief and Mrs. Grant retired to finish their interrupted sleep. At daylight the Onondaga moved up within 900 yards of the Confederate ironclad Virginia, the flagship, and opened fire upon her. Some of the shore guns were also trained upon her, and a general pounding began. She was struck about 130 times, our 15-inch shells doing much damage. Another vessel, the Richmond, was struck a number of times, and a third, the Drury, and a torpedo launch were destroyed. At flood tide the enemy succeeded in getting their vessels afloat and withdrew up the river. That night they came down again and attacked the Onondaga, but retired after meeting with a disastrous fire from that vessel and our batteries on the river banks. This was the last service performed by the enemy's fleet in the James River. On the morning of January 24, breakfast in the mess-room was a little later than usual, as everyone had been trying to make up for the sleep lost the previous night. When the chief had lighted his cigar after the morning meal and taken his place by the campfire, a staff officer said, "General, I never saw cigars consumed quite so rapidly as those you smoked last night when you were writing dispatches to head off the ironclads." He smiled and remarked, "No, when I come to think of it, those cigars didn't last very long, did they?" An allusion was then made to the large numbers he had smoked the second day of the Battle of the Wilderness. In reply to this he said, "I had been a very light smoker previous to the attack on Donelson, and after that battle I acquired a fondness for cigars by reason of a purely accidental circumstance." Admiral Foote, commanding the fleet of gunboats which were cooperating with the army, had been wounded, and at his request I had gone aboard his flagship to confer with him. The admiral offered me a cigar, which I smoked on my way back to my headquarters. On the road I was met by a staff officer, who announced that the enemy were making a vigorous attack. I galloped forward at once, and while riding among the troops giving directions for repulsing the assault, I carried the cigar in my hand. It had gone out, but it seems that I continued to hold the stump between my fingers throughout the battle. In the accounts published in the papers I was represented as smoking a cigar in the midst of the conflict, and many persons, thinking, no doubt, that tobacco was my chief solace, sent me boxes of the choicest brands from everywhere in the North. As many as 10,000 were soon received. I gave away all I could get rid of, but having such a quantity on hand, I naturally smoked more than I would have done under ordinary circumstances, and I have continued the habit ever since. General Grant never mentioned, however, one incident in connection with the Battle of Donelson, and no one ever heard of it until it was related by his opponent in that battle, General Buckner. In a speech made by that officer at a banquet given in New York on the anniversary of General Grant's birthday, April 27, 1889, he said, "Under these circumstances, sir, I surrendered to General Grant. I had at a previous time befriended him, and it has been justly said that he never forgot an act of kindness. I met him on the boat, and he followed me when I went to my quarters. He left the officers of his own army and followed me, with that modest manner peculiar to himself, into the shadow, and there tendered me his purse. It seems to me, Mr. Chairman, that in the modesty of his nature he was afraid the light would witness that act of generosity, and sought to hide it from the world. We can appreciate that, sir." On the morning of the 31st of January, General Grant received a letter sent in on the Petersburg front the day before, signed by the Confederates Alexander H. Stephens, J. A. Campbell, and R. M. T. Hunter, asking permission to come through our lines. These gentlemen constituted the celebrated Peace Commission, and were on their way to endeavor to have a conference with Mr. Lincoln. The desired permission to enter our lines was granted, and Babcock was sent to meet them and escort them to City Point. Some time after dark, the train which brought them arrived, and they came at once to headquarters. General Grant was writing in his quarters when a knock came upon the door. In obedience to his "come in," the party entered, and were most cordially received, and a very pleasant conversation followed. Stevens was the Vice President of the Confederacy, Campbell, a former Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, was Assistant Secretary of War, and Hunter was President pro tempore of the Confederate Senate. As General Grant had been instructed from Washington to keep them at City Point until further orders, he conducted them in person to the headquarters steamer, the Mary Martin, which was lying at the wharf, made them his guests, and had them provided with well-furnished staterooms and comfortable meals during their stay. They were treated with every possible courtesy, their movements were not restrained, and they passed part of the time upon the boat and part of it at headquarters. Stevens was about 5 feet 5 inches in height, his complexion was sallow, and his skin seemed shriveled upon his bones. He possessed intellect enough, however, for the whole commission. Many pleasant conversations occurred with him at headquarters, and an officer once remarked, after the close of an interview, "The Lord seems to have robbed that man's body of nearly all its flesh and blood to make brains of them." The commissioners twice endeavored to draw General Grant out as to his ideas touching the proper conditions of the proposed terms of peace, but as he considered himself purely a soldier, not entrusted with any diplomatic functions, and as the commissioners spoke of negotiations between the two governments, while the general was not willing to acknowledge even by an inference any government within our borders except that of the United States, he avoided the subject entirely, except to let it be known by his remarks that he would gladly welcome peace if it could be secured upon proper terms. Mr. Lincoln had directed Mr. Seward, the Secretary of State, on January 31, to meet the commissioners at Fort Monroe on February 2. General Grant telegraphed the President that he thought the gentlemen were sincere in their desire to restore peace and union, and that it would have a bad effect if they went back without any expression from one who was in authority, and said he would feel sorry if Mr. Lincoln did not have an interview with them or with some of them. This changed the President's mind, and he started at once for Fort Monroe. The commissioners were sent down the James River that afternoon, and were met at Fort Monroe by the President and Mr. Seward on the 3rd, and had a conference lasting several hours aboard the President's steamer. Mr. Lincoln stated that peace could be secured only by a restoration of the national authority over all the States, a recognition of the position assumed by him as to the abolition of slavery, and an understanding that there should be no cessation of hostilities short of an end of the war and a disbanding of all forces hostile to the government. The commissioners, while they did not declare positively that they would not consent to reunion, avoided giving their assent, and as they seemed to desire to postpone that important question, and to adopt some other course first, which might possibly lead in the end to union, but which Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Seward thought would amount simply to an indefinite postponement, the conference ended without result. After stopping at City Point and having another conversation with General Grant, principally in reference to an exchange of prisoners, the Confederate commissioners were escorted through our lines on their way back to Richmond. I accompanied the escort part of the way, and had an interesting talk with Mr. Stevens. He was evidently greatly disappointed at the failure of the conference, but was prudent enough not to talk much about it. He spoke freely in regard to General Grant, saying, "We all form our preconceived ideas of men of whom we have heard a great deal, and I had certain definite notions as to the appearance and character of General Grant, but I was never so completely surprised in all my life as when I met him and found him a person so entirely different from my idea of him. His spare figure, simple manners, lack of all ostentation, extreme politeness, and charm of conversation were a revelation to me, for I had pictured him as a man of a directly opposite type of character, and expected to find in him only the bluntness of the soldier. Notwithstanding the fact that he talks so well, it is plain that he has more brains than tongue. He continued by saying what he said several times in Washington after the war, and also wrote in his memoirs: "He is one of the most remarkable men I ever met. He does not seem to be aware of his powers, but in the future he will undoubtedly exert a controlling influence in shaping the destinies of the country." Mr. Stephens was wrapped from his eyes to his heels in a coarse gray overcoat, about 3 sizes too large for him, with a collar so high that it threatened to lift his hat off every time he leaned his head back. This coat, together with his complexion, which was as yellow as a ripe ear of corn, gave rise to a characterization of the costume by Mr. Lincoln which was very amusing. The next time he saw General Grant at City Point after the peace conference, he said to him, in speaking on the subject, "Did you see Stephenson's greatcoat?" "Oh, yes," answered the general. "Well," continued Mr. Lincoln, "soon after we assembled on the steamer at Hampton Roads, the cabin began to get pretty warm, and Stephens stood up and pulled off his big coat. He peeled it off just about as you would husk an ear of corn. I couldn't help thinking, as I looked first at the coat and then at the man, 'Well, that's the biggest shuck and the littlest nubbin I ever did see.'" This story became one of the general's favorite anecdotes, and he often related it in after years with the greatest zest. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Grant plans the spring campaigns. The President's son joins Grant's staff. Lee asks a personal interview. A visionary peace program. High prices in Richmond. Grant receives a medal from Congress. Shaving under difficulties. Arrival of Sheridan's scouts. General Grant was at this time employing all his energies in maturing his plans for a comprehensive campaign on the part of all the armies, with a view to ending the war in the early spring. Sheridan was to move down the Valley of Virginia for the purpose of destroying the railroads, the James River Canal, and the factories in that section of country used for the production of munitions of war. Stoneman was to start upon a raid from East Tennessee with 4,000 men, with a view to breaking up the enemy's communications in that direction. Canby, who was in command at New Orleans, was to advance against Mobile, Montgomery, and Selma. In the movement on Mobile, Canby had at least 45,000 men. Thomas was to send a large body of cavalry under Wilson into Alabama. The movements of our forces in the West were intended not only to destroy communications, but to keep the Confederate troops there from being sent east to operate against Sherman. Sherman was to march to Columbia, South Carolina, thence to Fayetteville, North Carolina, and afterward in the direction of Goldsboro. Schofield was to be transferred from Tennessee to Annapolis, Maryland, and thence by steamer to the Cape Fear River for the purpose of moving inland from there and joining Sherman in North Carolina. Schofield's orders were afterward changed, and he rendezvoused at Alexandria, Virginia, instead of Annapolis. The Army of the Potomac and the Army of the James were to watch Lee, and at the proper time strike his army a crushing blow, or, if he should suddenly retreat, to pursue him and inflict upon him all damage possible, and to endeavor to head off and prevent any portion of his army from reaching North Carolina as an organized force capable of forming a junction with Johnston and opposing Sherman. Some of these operations were delayed longer than was expected, and a few changes were made in the original plan, but they were all carried into effect with entire success, and the military ability of the general-in-chief never appeared to better advantage than in directing these masterly movements, which covered a theater of war greater than that of any campaigns in modern history, and which required a grasp and comprehension which have rarely been possessed even by the greatest commanders. He was at this period indefatigable in his labors, and he once wrote in a single day 42 important dispatches with his own hand. In the latter part of January, General Grant went with Schofield down the coast and remained there a short time to give personal directions on the ground. Sherman entered Columbia February 17, and the garrison of Charleston evacuated that place on the 18th without waiting to be attacked. When this news was received, Dr. Craven, a medical officer who was in the habit of drawing all his similes from his own profession, commended the movement by saying, "General Sherman applied a remedial agency which is in entire accord with the best medical practice. Charleston was suffering from the disease known as secession, and he got control of it by means of counter irritation." Wilmington was captured on the 22nd of February. An addition was now made to our staff in the person of Captain Robert T. Lincoln, the President's eldest son. He had been graduated at Harvard University in 1864, and had at once urged his father to let him enter the army and go to the front. But Mr. Lincoln felt that this would only add to his own personal anxieties, and Robert was persuaded to remain at Harvard and take a course of study in the law school. The fact is not generally known that Mr. Lincoln already had a personal representative in the army. He had procured a man to enlist early in the war, whom he always referred to as his substitute. This soldier served in the field to the end with a good record, and the President watched his course with great interest, and took no little pride in him. In the spring of 1865, Robert renewed his request to his father, who mentioned the subject to General Grant. The general said to the President that if he would let Robert join the staff at headquarters, he would be glad to give him a chance to see some active service in the field. The President replied that he would consent to this upon one condition, that his son should serve as a volunteer aide without pay or emoluments. But Grant dissuaded him from adhering to that determination, saying that it was due to the young man that he should be regularly commissioned and put on an equal footing with other officers of the same grade. So it was finally settled that Robert should receive the rank of captain and assistant adjutant general, and on February 23 he was attached to the staff of the general in chief. The new acquisition to the company at headquarters soon became exceedingly popular. He had inherited many of the genial traits of his father, and entered heartily into all the social pastimes at headquarters. He was always ready to perform his share of hard work, and never expected to be treated differently from any other officer on account of his being the son of the chief executive of the nation. The experience acquired by him in the field did much to fit him for the position of Secretary of War, which he afterward held. This month had brought me another promotion. I received a commission as Brevet Colonel of Volunteers, dated February 24, for faithful and meritorious services. On the evening of March 3, just as the general was starting to the mess hut for dinner, a communication was handed to him from General Lee, which had come through our lines and was dated the day before. After referring to a recent meeting under a flag of truce between Ord and Longstreet, from which the impression was derived that General Grant would not refuse to see him if he had authority to act for the purpose of attempting to bring about an adjustment of the present difficulties by means of a military convention, the letter went on to say, "Sincerely desiring to leave nothing untried which may put an end to the calamities of war, I propose to meet you at such convenient time and place as you may designate, with the hope that upon an interchange of views it may be found practicable to submit the subjects of controversy between the belligerents to a convention of the kind mentioned. In such event I am authorized to do whatever the result of the proposed interview may render necessary or advisable." There came enclosed with this letter another, stating that General Lee feared there was some misunderstanding about the exchange of political prisoners, and saying that he hoped that at the interview proposed some satisfactory solution of that matter might be arrived at. General Grant, not being vested with any authority whatever to treat for peace, at once telegraphed the contents of the communication to the Secretary of War, and asked for instructions. The dispatch was submitted to Mr. Lincoln at the Capitol, where he had gone, according to the usual custom at the closing hours of the session of Congress, in order to act promptly upon bills presented to him. He consulted with the Secretaries of State and War, and then wrote with his own hand a reply, dated midnight, which was signed by Stanton and forwarded to General Grant. It was received the morning of the 4th, and read as follows: "The President directs me to say to you that he wishes you to have no conference with General Lee unless it be for the capitulation of General Lee's army, or on some minor and purely military matter.
He instructs me to say that you are not to decide, discuss, or confer upon any political question. Such questions the President holds in his own hands, and will submit them to no military conferences or conventions. Meantime, you are to press to the utmost your military advantages." The general thought that the President was unduly anxious about the manner in which the affair would be treated, and replied at once, "I can assure you that no act of the enemy will prevent me from pressing all advantages gained to the utmost of my ability. Neither will I, under any circumstances, exceed my authority or in any way embarrass the government. It was because I had no right to meet General Lee on the subject proposed by him that I referred the matter for instructions." He then replied to Lee, "In regard to meeting you on the 6th instant, I would state that I have no authority to accede to your proposition for a conference on the subject proposed. Such authority is vested in the President of the United States alone. General Ord could only have meant that I would not refuse an interview on any subject on which I have a right to act, which of course would be such as are purely of a military character, and on the subject of exchanges, which has been entrusted to me." It was learned afterward that an interesting but rather fanciful program had been laid out by the enemy as a means to be used in restoring peace, and that this contemplated interview between Grant and Lee was to be the opening feature. Jefferson Davis had lost the confidence of his people to such an extent as a director of military movements that Lee had been made generalissimo and given almost dictatorial powers as to war measures. As the civilians had failed to bring about peace, it was resolved to put Lee forward in an effort to secure it upon some terms which the South could accept without too great a sacrifice of its dignity, by means of negotiations which were to begin by a personal interview with General Grant. One proposition discussed was that after the meeting of Grant and Lee, at which peace should be urged upon terms of granting amnesty, making some compensation for the emancipated slaves, etc., by the national government, it should be arranged to have Mrs. Longstreet, who had been an old friend of Mrs. Grant, visit her at City Point, and after that to try and induce Mrs. Grant to visit Richmond. It was taken for granted that the natural chivalry of the soldiers would assure such cordial and enthusiastic greetings to these ladies that it would arouse a general sentiment of goodwill, which would everywhere lead to demonstrations in favor of peace between the two sections of the country. General Longstreet says that the project went so far that Mrs. Longstreet, who was at Lynchburg, was telegraphed to come on to Richmond. The plan outlined in this order of procedure was so visionary that it seems strange that it could ever have been seriously discussed by anyone. But it must be remembered that the condition of the Confederacy was then desperate, and that drowning men catch at straws. It was seen that Grant, by his operations, was rapidly forcing the fight to a finish. The last white man in the South had been put into the ranks, the communications were broken, the supplies were irregular, Confederate money was at a fabulous discount, and hope had given place to despair. The next evening one of our scouts returned from a trip to Richmond, and was brought to headquarters in order that the general in chief might question him in person. The man said, "The depreciation in the purchasing power of graybacks, as we call the rebel treasury notes, is so rapid that every time I go into the enemy's lines I have to increase my supply of them. On my last trip I had to stuff my clothes full of their currency to keep myself going for even a couple of days. A barrel of flour in Richmond now costs over $1,000, and a suit of clothes about $1,200. $1 in gold is equal in value to $100 in graybacks. Then so much counterfeit Confederate money has been shoved in through our lines that in the country places they don't pretend to make any difference between good and bad money. A fellow that had come in from the western part of the state told me a pretty tough yarn about matters out there. He said everything that has a picture on it goes for money. If you stop at a hotel and the bill of fare happens to have an engraving of the house printed at the top, you can just tear off the picture and pay for your dinner with it." On the 10th of March, the Hon. Elihu B. Washburne, who had paid one or two visits before to headquarters,
arrived at City Point, and brought with him the medal which had been struck in accordance with an act of Congress in recognition of General Grant's services, of which Mr. Washburne had been commissioned to present. A dozen prominent ladies and gentlemen from Washington came at the same time. On the afternoon of the next day, General Grant went with them to the lines of the Army of the Potomac, and gave orders for a review of some of the troops. That evening some simple arrangements were made for the presentation of the medal, which took place at 8 p.m. in the main cabin of the steamer which had brought the visitors, and which was lying at the City Point wharf. General Meade suggested that he and the corps commanders would like to witness the ceremony, and in response to an invitation they came to City Point for the purpose, accompanied by a large number of their staff officers. Mr. Washburne arose at the appointed hour, and after delivering an exceedingly graceful speech, eulogistic of the illustrious services for which Congress had awarded this testimonial of the nation's gratitude and appreciation, he took the medal from the handsome morocco case in which it was enclosed, and handed it to the general in chief. The general, who had remained standing during the presentation speech, with his right hand clasping the lapel of his coat, received the medal, and expressed his appreciation of the gift in a few well-chosen words, but uttered with such modesty of manner and in so low a tone of voice that they were scarcely audible. A military band was in attendance, and at the suggestion of Mrs. Grant, a dance was now improvised. The officers soon selected their partners from among the ladies present, and the evening's entertainment was continued to a late hour. The general was urged to indulge in a waltz, but from this he begged off. However, he finally agreed to compromise the matter by dancing a square dance. He went through the cotillion, not as gracefully as some of the beaux among the younger officers present, but did his part exceedingly well, barring the impossibility of his being able to keep exact time with the music. He did not consider dancing his forte, and in after life seldom indulged in that form of amusement, unless upon some occasion when he attended a ball given in his honor. In such case he felt that he had to take part in the opening dance, to avoid appearing impolite or unappreciative. Mr. Washburne was assigned quarters in camp next to General Grant. The next day was Sunday. The congressman was the first one up, and when he went to shave he found there was no looking-glass in his quarters, so he stepped across to the general's office in his shirt-sleeves, and finding a glass there, proceeded to lather his face and prepare for the delicate operation of removing his beard. Just as he had taken hold of his nose with his left thumb and forefinger, which he had converted into a sort of clothespin for the occasion, and had scraped a wide swath down his right cheek with the razor, the front door of the hut was suddenly burst open, and a young woman rushed in, fell on her knees at his feet, and cried, "Save him! Oh, save him! He's my husband!" The distinguished member of Congress was so startled by the sudden apparition that it was with difficulty that he avoided disfiguring his face with a large gash. He turned to the intruder and said, "What's all this about your husband? Come, get up, get up. I don't understand you." "Oh, General, for God's sake, do save my husband," continued the woman. "Why, my good woman, I'm not General Grant," the congressman insisted. "Yes, you are. They told me this was your room. Oh, save him, General. They're to shoot him this very day for desertion if you don't stop them." Mr. Washburne now began to take in the situation, and led the woman to a seat and tried to comfort her, while she began to tell how her young husband had been led, through his fondness for her, to desert in order to go home and see her, and how he had been captured and court-martialed and was to be executed that day, and how she had heard of it only in time to reach headquarters that morning to plead for his life. By this time the general was up, and hearing from his sleeping apartment an excited conversation in the front room, dressed hurriedly and stepped upon the scene in time to hear the burden of the woman's story. The spectacle presented partook decidedly of the serio-comic. The dignified member of Congress was standing in his shirt-sleeves in front of the pleading woman, his face covered with lather except the swath which had been made down his right cheek.
The razor was uplifted in his hand, and the tears were starting out of his eyes as his sympathies began to be worked upon. The woman was screaming and gesticulating frantically, and was almost hysterical with grief. I appeared at the front door about the same time that the general entered from the rear, and it was hard to tell whether one ought to laugh or cry at the sight presented. The general now took a hand in the matter, convinced the woman that he was the commanding general, assured her that he would take steps at once to have her husband reprieved and pardoned, and sent her away rejoicing. His interposition saved the man's life just in the nick of time. He cracked many a joke with Mr. Washburne afterward about the figure he cut on the morning of the occurrence. Sheridan had started out from Winchester on the 27th of February with nearly 10,000 cavalry. On March 5, news was received that he had struck Early's forces between Staunton and Charlottesville and crushed his entire command, compelling Early and other officers to take refuge in houses and in the woods. For some time thereafter, only contradictory reports were heard from Sheridan through the Richmond papers which came into our hands, and as he was in the heart of the enemy's country and direct communication was cut off, it was difficult to ascertain the facts. General Grant felt no apprehension as to the result of Sheridan's movements, but was anxious to get definite reports. On Sunday evening, March 12, the members of the mess sat down to dinner about dark. Mrs. Grant and Mrs. Rawlins, who was also visiting headquarters, were at the table. Toward the end of the meal, the conversation turned upon Sheridan, and all present expressed the hope that we might soon hear something from him in regard to the progress of his movements. Just then a colored waiter stepped rapidly into the mess room and said to the general, "Thar's a man outside that say he want to see you right away, and he don't appear to want to see nobody else." "What kind of a looking man is he?" asked the general. "Why," said the servant, "he's de most dreadful looking bein' I ever laid eyes on. He appears to me like he was an outcast." With the general's consent, I left the table and went to see who the person was. I found a man outside who was about to sink to the ground from exhaustion, and who had scarcely strength enough to reply to my questions. He had on a pair of soldier's trousers 3 or 4 inches too short, and a blouse 3 sizes too large. He was without a hat, and his appearance was grotesque in the extreme. With him was another man in about the same condition. After giving them some whiskey, they gathered strength enough to state that they were scouts sent by Sheridan from Columbia on the James River, had passed through the enemy's line, bringing with them a long and important dispatch from their commander, had ridden hard for 2 days, and had had a particularly rough experience in getting through to our lines. Their names were J. A. Campbell and A. H. Rowland, Jr. As Campbell had the dispatch in his possession, I told him to step into the mess room with me and hand it to the general in person, so as to comply literally with his instructions, knowing the general's anxiety to have the news at once. The message was written on tissue paper and enclosed in a ball of tinfoil which the scout had carried in his mouth. The general glanced over it, and then read it aloud to the party at the dinner table. It consisted of about 3 pages, and gave a vivid account of Sheridan's successful march and the irreparable damage he had inflicted upon the enemy's communications, saying that he had captured 28 pieces of artillery, destroyed many wills and factories, the James River Canal for a distance of 15 miles, and the bridges on the Rivanna River, and stating that he was going to destroy the canal still further the next day, and then move on the Central and the Fredericksburg railroads, tear them up, and afterward march to White House, where he would like to have forage and rations sent him, and notifying the general that his purpose, unless otherwise ordered, was then to join the Army of the Potomac. The general proceeded to interrogate Campbell, but the ladies, who had now become intensely interested in the scout, also began to ply him with questions, which were directed at him so thick and fast that he soon found himself in the situation of the outstretched human figure in the almanac, fired at with arrows from every sign of the zodiac. The general soon rose from his seat and said good-naturedly, "Well, I will never get the information I want from this scout as long as you ladies have him under cross-examination, and I think I had better take him over to my quarters and see if I cannot have him to myself for a little while." By this time the dinner party was pretty well broken up, and by direction of the general, several members of the staff accompanied him and the scouts to the general's quarters. It was learned from them that Sheridan, deeming it very important to get a dispatch through to headquarters, selected two parties, consisting each of two scouts. To each party was given a copy of the dispatch, and each was left to select his own route. Campbell and Rowland started on horseback from Columbia on the evening of the 10th, following the roads on the north side of Richmond. They were twice overhauled by parties of the enemy, but they represented themselves as belonging to Imboden's cavalry, and being in Confederate uniforms and skilled in the Southern dialect, they escaped without detection. When they approached the Chickahominy, they were met by two men and a boy, with whom they fell into conversation, and were told by them that they had better not cross the river, as there were Yankee troops on the other side. Before the scouts were out of earshot, they heard one of the men say to the other, "I believe those fellows are damned Yankees," and soon they found that the alarm had been given, and the Confederate cavalry was pursuing them. They rode forward to the Chickahominy as rapidly as they could proceed in the jaded condition of their horses, and when they reached the stream they took off everything except their undershirts, tied their clothes on the pommels of their saddles, and swam their horses across the river. Campbell had taken the roll of tinfoil which contained the dispatch from the lining of his boot and put it in his mouth. On the other side of the stream they found a steep, muddy bank and a row of piles. As the horses could not struggle out, the men abandoned them and got into a canoe which providentially happened to be floating past, and by this means got ashore. The Confederates by this time had opened fire on them from the opposite bank. The scouts made their way on foot for 11 miles in their almost naked condition to Harrison's Landing on the James River, where they met a detachment of our troops. The soldiers supplied them with trousers and blouses such as they could spare, and took them by boat to City Point. They had ridden 145 miles without sleep and with but little food. The second pair of scouts sent by Sheridan made their way by canal and on foot to the south of Richmond. After 6 unsuccessful attempts to get across the lines, one of them reached headquarters several days later. The scouts were given a meal of the best food of which the headquarters mess could boast, and put into a comfortable hut, where they lost no time in making up for lost sleep. The next day General Grant made all preparation for sending supplies and troops to meet Sheridan at White House. The general complimented the scouts warmly upon their success, directed that they should be supplied with 2 good horses and an outfit of clothing, and sent them round to White House with a steamer to await Sheridan there. But on their arrival they could not restrain their spirit of adventure, and rode out through the enemy's country in the direction of the South Anna River until they met their commander. Campbell was only 19 years of age. Sheridan always addressed him as "boy," and the history of his many hairbreadth escapes that year would fill a volume. Campbell has always remained a scout, and is still in the employ of the government in that capacity at Fort Custer. Rowland is now a prominent lawyer in Pittsburg, Pennsylvania. This day, March 13, possesses a peculiar personal interest for me, for the reason that it is the date borne by 2 brevet appointments I received, one of colonel and the other of brigadier general in the regular army, for gallant and meritorious services in the field during the rebellion. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Grant draws the net tighter around the enemy. President Lincoln's last visit to Grant. Grant's foresight. Attack on Fort Stedman. The President tells some anecdotes. Mr. Lincoln's kindness to animals. Sheridan's final orders. The President reviews the Army of the James. Sheridan reached White House on March 19, after having made a campaign seldom equaled in activity through a difficult country and during incessant rains. He had whipped the enemy at all points, captured 17 pieces of artillery and 1,600 prisoners, and destroyed 56 canal locks, 5 aqueducts,
23 railroad bridges, 40 canal and road bridges, together with 40 miles of railroad, numerous warehouses and factories, and vast quantities of military supplies. On March 20, Stoneman advanced toward East Tennessee, and on the same day Canby moved his forces against Mobile. Sherman had whipped all the troops opposed to him in his march through the Carolinas, and destroyed communications in all directions. He and Schofield met with their armies at Goldsboro, North Carolina, on the 23d of March, and about all the points on the Atlantic coast were now in our possession. When Sheridan started to join Grant, Hancock had been put in command of the Middle Military Division. The various armies were all working successfully with a common purpose in view, and under one watchful guiding mind, the web was being woven closer and closer about the Confederate capital, and the cause of secession was every day drawing nearer to its doom. General Grant's only anxiety now was to prevent the escape of the enemy from Richmond before he could be struck a crushing blow. No campaign in force could be made at this time by moving around to the west of Lee's army and heading it off in that direction, for the reason that the rainy season still continued and rendered the roads difficult for infantry and impassable for wagons and artillery, and because Sheridan's cavalry had not yet joined our army in front of Petersburg. Every possible precaution was taken meanwhile to prevent Lee from withdrawing his army. Scouts and spies were more active than ever before. About 30,000 men were kept virtually on the picket line, and all the troops were equipped and supplied, ready to make a forced march at a moment's notice in case Lee should be found moving. It was now ascertained that Sheridan could start from White House on March 25 to join the Army of the Potomac, and on the 24th orders were issued for a general movement of the armies operating against Petersburg and Richmond to begin on the night of the 28th for the purpose of marching around Lee's right, breaking up his last remaining railroads, the Danville and the South Side, and giving, if possible, the final blow to the Confederacy. On March 20, General Grant had telegraphed the President, "Can you not visit City Point for a day or two? I would like very much to see you, and I think the rest would do you good." This invitation was promptly accepted, and on the 24th word came that he was on his way up the James aboard the River Queen. About 9 o'clock that evening the steamer approached the wharf, and General Grant, with those of us who were with him at the moment, including Robert Lincoln, went down to the landing and met the President, Mrs. Lincoln, and their youngest son, Tad, and several ladies who had come from Washington with the presidential party. The meeting was very cordial. It lasted but a short time, however, as Mr. Lincoln and his family were evidently fatigued by the trip, and it was thought that they might want to retire at an early hour. His steamer was escorted by a naval vessel named the Bat, commanded by Captain John S. Barnes, an accomplished officer of the Navy. Grant, with his usual foresight, had predicted that Lee would make a determined assault at some point on our lines in an endeavor to throw our troops into confusion, and then make his escape before our men could recover from their consternation and be prepared to follow him closely. As early as February 22, the General-in-Chief sent a very characteristic dispatch to Parke, who was temporarily in command of the Army of the Potomac during Meade's absence. "As there is a possibility of an attack from the enemy at any time, and especially an attempt to break your center, extra vigilance should be kept up both by the pickets and the troops on the line. Let commanders understand that no time is to be lost awaiting orders if an attack is made, in bringing all their resources to the point of danger. With proper alacrity in this respect, I would have no objection to seeing the enemy get through." On the evening of the 24th of March, General Meade came to headquarters to meet Mrs. Meade, who had arrived by steamer at City Point, and General Grant suggested to him that he had better remain over till the next day, which he did. General Ord also stayed at headquarters that night. About 6 o'clock the next morning, March 25, the camp was awakened and was soon all astir by reason of a message from the Petersburg front saying that the enemy had broken through our lines near Fort Stedman and was making a heavy attack. Soon after, it was found that the telegraph line had been broken, and as messages would now have to come most of the distance by couriers, there was increased anxiety as to the movement. General Grant saw at once that his prediction of a month before had been fulfilled, but believed that the cautions given would be observed, so that he did not experience much apprehension. We had wakened him the moment the announcement came by rapping upon the door of the room occupied by him and Mrs. Grant, and in reply to his question the dispatch was read aloud enough for him to hear it without opening the door. He dressed at once, and as this was a process which never occupied many minutes, he was soon out in front of his quarters, where he was met by Meade and others. Meade was greatly nettled by the fact that he was absent from his command at such a time, and was pacing up and down with great strides, and dictating orders to his chief of staff, General Webb, who was with him, in tones which showed very forcibly the intensity of his feelings. The President, who was aboard his boat anchored out in the river, soon heard of the attack, and he was kept informed of the events which were taking place by his son Robert, who carried the news to him. General Grant, with his usual aggressiveness, telegraphed to the Army of the James, "This may be a signal for leaving. Be ready to take advantage of it." It was nearly 2 hours before any very definite information could be obtained, but the news began to be favorable, and by 8:30 o'clock it was learned that our whole line had been recaptured, many prisoners taken, and that everything was again quiet. Mr. Lincoln now sent a telegram to the Secretary of War, winding up with the words, "Robert just now tells me there was a little rumpus up the line this morning, ending about where it began." Generals Meade and Ord returned as soon as they could to their respective commands, and took vigorous measures against the enemy. It seems that the Richmond authorities had come to the conclusion that their position was no longer tenable, and that their army must retreat as soon as possible. A successful attack on our right, it was hoped, would throw our troops into confusion, and while we were maturing plans for the recapture of the lost portion of our lines, and drawing in troops from our left for this purpose, Lee would find an opportunity to make a forced march with his army toward the Carolinas. This attack was one of the most dramatic events of the siege of Petersburg. It was commanded by General J. B. Gordon. There had been placed at his disposal for the purpose about one-half of Lee's entire army. For some time men had been leaving the ranks of the enemy and making their way to us through the lines at night. The arms which they brought in were purchased from them at a fair price, and everything possible was done to encourage these desertions. The attacking party, knowing of this practice, took advantage of it, and succeeded in having his skirmishers gain an entrance to our lines in the guise of deserters, and suddenly make prisoners of our pickets. Just before dawn, our trench guards were overpowered, our main line was broken between two of our batteries, and Fort Stedman, after a brief but gallant resistance, was captured, and its guns turned against our own troops. Several more batteries to the right and left were soon taken, and as friends could not be distinguished from foes, owing to the darkness, it was for a time difficult for our troops to use artillery. Further assaults, however, were handsomely repulsed. As soon as there was sufficient light, a heavy artillery fire was concentrated on the enemy, and at 7:45 o'clock Hartranft advanced towards Fort Stedman and recaptured it with comparatively little loss. The movement was well planned and carried out with skill and boldness, but it proved a signal failure. It was a desperate military gamble, with very few chances of winning. It was a curious coincidence that on the same day that Lee was preparing for his assault on our right, Grant was writing his orders for a general movement of the Union armies against the enemy's right. General Grant proposed to the President that forenoon that he should accompany him on a trip to the Petersburg front. The invitation was promptly accepted, and several hours were spent in visiting the troops, who cheered the President enthusiastically. He was greatly interested in looking at the prisoners who had been captured that morning, and while at Meade's headquarters about 2 o'clock, sent a despatch to Stanton saying, " I have nothing to add to what General Meade reports, except that I have seen the prisoners myself, and they look like there might be the number he states, 1,600." The President carried a map with him, which he took out of his pocket and examined several times. He had the exact location of the troops marked on it, and he exhibited a singularly accurate knowledge of the various positions. Upon the return to headquarters at City Point, he sat for a while by the camp fire, and as the smoke curled about his head during certain shiftings of the wind, and he brushed it away from time to time by waving his right hand in front of his face, he entertained the general in chief and several members of the staff by talking in a most interesting manner about public affairs, and illustrating the subjects mentioned with his incomparable anecdotes. At first his manner was grave and his language much more serious than usual. He spoke of the appalling difficulties encountered by the administration, the losses in the field, the perplexing financial problems, and the foreign complications, but said they had all been overcome by the unswerving patriotism of the people, the devotion of the loyal North, and the superb fighting qualities of the troops. After a while he spoke in a more cheerful vein, and said, "England will live to regret her inimical attitude towards us. After the collapse of the rebellion, John Bull will find that he has injured himself much more seriously than us. His action reminds me of a barber in Sangamon County in my State. He had just gone to bed when a stranger came along and said he must be shaved, that he had a 4 days' beard on his face, and was going to take a girl to a ball, and that beard must come off. Well, the barber got up reluctantly and dressed, and seated the man in a chair with a back so low that every time he bore down on him he came near dislocating his victim's neck. He began by lathering his face, including his nose, eyes, and ears, stropped his razor on his boot, and then made a drive at the man's countenance as if he had practiced mowing in a stubble field. He cut a bold swath across the right cheek, carrying away the beard, a pimple, and 2 warts. The man in the chair ventured to remark, "You appear to make everything level as you go." "Yes," said the barber, "and if this handle don't break, I guess I'll get away with most of what's there." The man's cheeks were so hollow that the barber couldn't get down into the valleys with the razor, and the ingenious idea occurred to him to stick his finger in the man's mouth and press out the cheeks. Finally he cut clear through the cheek and into his own finger. He pulled the finger out of the man's mouth, snapped the blood off it, glared at him, and cried, "There, you lantern-jawed cuss, you've made me cut my finger." And so England will discover that she has got the South into a pretty bad scrape by trying to administer to her, and in the end she will find that she has only cut her own finger. After the laugh which followed this story had exhausted itself, General Grant asked, "Mr. President, did you at any time doubt the final success of the cause?" "Never for a moment," was the prompt and emphatic reply, as Mr. Lincoln leaned forward in his camp chair and enforced his words by a vigorous gesture of his right hand. "Mr. Seward, when he visited me last summer, gave a very interesting account of the complications and embarrassments arising from the Mason and Slidell affair when those commissioners were captured on board the English vessel Trent," remarked General Grant. "Yes," said the President, "Seward studied up all the works ever written on international law, and came to cabinet meetings loaded to the muzzle with the subject. We gave due consideration to the case, but at that critical period of the war it was soon decided to deliver up the prisoners. It was a pretty bitter pill to swallow, but I contented myself with believing that England's triumph in the matter would be short-lived, and that after ending our war successfully we would be so powerful that we could call her to account for all the embarrassments she had inflicted upon us. I felt a good deal like the sick man in Illinois who was told he probably hadn't many days longer to live, and he ought to make his peace with any enemies he might have. He said the man he hated worst of all was a fellow named Brown in the next village, and he guessed he had better begin on him. So Brown was sent for, and when he came, the sick man began to say, in a voice as meek as Moses, that he wanted to die at peace with all his fellow creatures, and he hoped he and Brown could now shake hands and bury all their enmity. The scene was becoming altogether too pathetic for Brown, who had to get out his handkerchief and wipe the gathering tears from his eyes. It wasn't long before he melted and gave his hand to his neighbor, and they had a regular love feast of forgiveness. After a parting that would have softened the heart of a grindstone, Brown had about reached the room door when the sick man rose up on his elbow and called out to him, "But see here, Brown, if I should happen to get well, mind that old grudge stands." So I thought that if this nation should happen to get well, we might want that old grudge against England to stand. It was a singular sequel to this conversation that the officer to whom he was then speaking became Mr. Lincoln's successor in the presidential chair, and carried out this determination by securing a settlement of the account known in history as the Alabama claims, and the payment from England of $15.5 millions as compensation for damages inflicted upon our commerce. The President now went aboard his boat to spend the night. The next morning he wandered into the tent of the headquarters telegraph operator, where several of us were sitting. He pulled out of his pocket a telegram which he had received from the Secretary of War, and his face assumed a broad smile as he said, "Well, the serious Stanton is actually becoming facetious. Just listen to what he says in his dispatch. Your telegram and Parke's report of the scrimmage this morning are received. The rebel rooster looks a little the worse, as he could not hold the fence. We have nothing new here. Now you are away, everything is quiet and the tormentors vanished. I hope you will remember General Harrison's advice to his men at Tippecanoe, that they can see as well a little farther off." 3 tiny kittens were crawling about the tent at the time. The mother had died, and the little wanderers were expressing their grief by mewing piteously. Mr. Lincoln picked them up, took them in his lap, stroked their soft fur, and murmured, "Poor little creatures, don't cry. You'll be taken good care of," and turning to Bowers, said, "Colonel, I hope you will see that these poor little motherless waifs are given plenty of milk and treated kindly." Bowers replied, "I will see, Mr. President, that they are taken in charge by the cook of our mess and are well cared for." Several times during his stay Mr. Lincoln was found fondling these kittens. He would wipe their eyes tenderly with his handkerchief, stroke their smooth coats, and listen to them purring their gratitude to him. It was a curious sight at an army headquarters, upon the eve of a great military crisis in the nation's history, to see the hand which had affixed the signature to the Emancipation Proclamation, and had signed the commissions of all the heroic men who served the cause of the Union, from the general in chief to the lowest lieutenant, tenderly caressing 3 stray kittens. It well illustrated the kindness of the man's disposition, and showed the childlike simplicity which was mingled with the grandeur of his nature. General Grant had sent word to Sheridan, whose troops were now crossing the James, to come in person to headquarters, and early on the morning of March 26 he arrived. Rawlins and several other officers were in front of our quarters at the time, and upon seeing Sheridan, who had been separated from us for so long a time, we hurried forward to greet him. Rawlins, in his enthusiasm, seized both of Sheridan's hands in his own, wrung them vigorously, and then went to patting him on the back. Sheridan returned all the greetings warmly, and Rawlins now informed him that General Grant had made up his mind to send the cavalry through to join Sherman, destroying all communications as they went. Sheridan looked greatly annoyed at this information, and Rawlins agreed with him that such a move ought not to be made. Sheridan was told that the general-in-chief was awaiting him in his quarters, and went in and had a long talk. The general showed him the written instructions which he had prepared, and to which Rawlins had just referred. They directed him to proceed with his cavalry around Lee's right, and then to move independently under other instructions. Sheridan felt convinced from what was said verbally that he was expected to cut loose and move down to Sherman's army. Some of the staff now entered the room, and found Sheridan arguing against the policy of such a move. When he rose up to go, the general followed him out and had a few words of private conversation.
We learned afterward that he told Sheridan that the part of the instructions to which he objected was merely a blind, that he intended to end the contest at once where we were, and that Sheridan was to operate against Lee's right and be in at the death. He said: "In case the operations of the cavalry should not be an entire success, the people would take it for granted that a definite movement which they had been expected had been a complete failure, and they would be greatly discouraged. So I wanted the impression to prevail that a different movement had been contemplated. I really have no intention of sending you to Sherman." This was the general's little secret, which he had kept from all the staff, and revealed to the cavalry commander, Sheridan, only at the last moment. Sheridan was made happy by this conversation, and immediately told it to Rawlins, who was as much delighted as Sheridan himself. It was decided that upon this day Mr. Lincoln would review a portion of the Army of the James on the north side of the James River, and Sheridan was invited to join the party from headquarters who were to accompany the President. The boat started from City Point at 11 o'clock. At breakfast General Grant said to me: "I shall accompany the President, who is to ride Cincinnati, as he seems to have taken a fancy to him. I wish you would take Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Grant to the reviewing ground in our headquarters ambulance." I expressed my pleasure at being selected for so pleasant a mission, and arranged to have the ambulance and 2 good horses put aboard the headquarters boat, which was to carry the party up the river. Captain Barnes, who commanded the vessel which had escorted the President's steamer, was to be one of the party, and I loaned him my horse. This was a favor which was usually accorded with some reluctance to naval officers when they came ashore, for these men of the ocean at times tried to board the animal on the starboard side, and often rolled in the saddle as if there was a heavy sea on. And if the horse, in his anxiety to rid himself of a sea monster, tried to scrape his rider off by rubbing against a tree, the officer attributed the unseamanlike conduct of the animal entirely to the fact that his steering gear had become unshipped. A naval hero not long before had borrowed a horse ashore and attempted to make his seat firmer on deck by grappling the animal's beam ends with his spurs, which caused the horse to run a little too free before the wind; and when the officer could not succeed in making him shorten sail by hauling in on the reins, he took out his jackknife and dug it in the animal's flanks, swearing that if he could not bring the craft to in any other way, he would scuttle it. Navy officers were about as reluctant to lend their boats to army people for fear they would knock holes in the bottom when jumping in, breaking the oars in catching crabs, and stave in the bows through an excess of modesty which manifested itself in a reluctance to give the command "way enough" in time when approaching a wharf. The President was in a more gloomy mood than usual on the trip up the James. He spoke with much seriousness about the situation, and did not attempt to tell a single anecdote. As the boat passed the point where Sheridan's cavalry was crossing the river on the pontoon bridge, he manifested considerable interest in watching the troopers, and addressed a number of questions to their commander. When the boat reached the landing on the north side of the river, I helped the 2 distinguished ladies who had been entrusted to my care into the ambulance and started for the reviewing ground about 2 miles distant. The horsemen got the start of us and made good time, but as the road was swampy and part of it corduroyed with the trunks of small trees, without much reference to their relative size or regularity of position, the ambulance could make but slow progress. Some additional springs had been put under it, and cross seats managed so as to make it ride more easily than the ordinary army ambulance, but the improved springs only served to toss the occupants higher in the air when the wheels struck a particularly aggravating obstacle. Mrs. Lincoln, finding we were losing time and fearing we would miss part of the review, expressed a wish to move faster, and I reluctantly gave the order to the driver. We were still on a corduroyed portion of the road, and when the horses trotted, the mud flew in all directions, and a sudden jolt lifted the party clear off the seats, jammed the ladies' hats against the top of the wagon, and bumped their heads as well. Mrs. Lincoln now insisted on getting out and walking, but as the mud was nearly hub-deep, Mrs. Grant and I persuaded her that we had better stick to the wagon as our only ark of refuge.
Finally we reached our destination, but it was some minutes after the review had begun. Mrs. Ord and the wives of several of the officers who had come up from Fort Monroe for the purpose appeared on horseback as a mounted escort to Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Grant. This added a special charm to the scene, and the review passed off with peculiar brilliancy. Mrs. Grant enjoyed the day with great zest, but Mrs. Lincoln had suffered so much from the fatigue and annoyances of her overland trip that she was not in a mood to derive much pleasure from the occasion. I made up my mind that ambulances, viewed as vehicles for driving distinguished ladies to military reviews, were not a stupendous success, and that thereafter they had better be confined to their legitimate uses of transporting the wounded and attending funerals. Upon the return trip on the boat, the President seemed to recover his spirits. Perhaps the manifestation of strength on the part of the splendid Army of the James, which he had witnessed at the review, had served to cheer him up. He told one excellent story on the way back. In speaking of a prominent general, and the failure of the numerous attempts on the President's part to make the officer's services useful to the country, and the necessity finally of relieving him from all command, he said, "I was not more successful than the blacksmith in our town in my boyhood days, when he tried to put to a useful purpose a big piece of wrought iron that was in the shop. He heated it, put it on the anvil, and said, 'I'm going to make a sledge-hammer out of you.' After a while he stopped hammering it, looked at it, and remarked, 'Guess I've drawed you out a little too fine for a sledge-hammer. Reckon I'd better make a clevis of you.' He stuck it in the fire, blew the bellows, got up a good heat, then began shaping the iron again on the anvil. Pretty soon he stopped, sized it up with his eye, and said, 'Guess I've drawed you out too thin for a clevis. Suppose I better make a clevis bolt of you.' He put it in the fire, bore down still harder on the bellows, drew out the iron, and went to work at it once more on the anvil. In a few minutes he stopped, took a look, and exclaimed, 'Well, now I've got you down a leetle too thin even to make a clevis bolt out of you.' Then he rammed it in the fire again, threw his whole weight on the bellows, got up a white heat on the iron, jerked it out, carried it in the tongs to the water barrel, held it over the barrel, and cried, 'I've tried to make a sledge-hammer of you and failed. I've tried to make a clevis of you and failed. I've tried to make a clevis bolt of you and failed. Now, darn you, I'm going to make a fizzle of you.' And with that he soused it in the water and let it fizz." It was nearly dark when the party returned to City Point. After dinner the band was brought down to the steamboat, and a dance was improvised. Several ladies were aboard, and they and the officers danced till midnight. Neither the President nor General Grant joined, even in a square dance, but sat in the after part of the boat conversing. Sheridan stayed overnight at City Point, and started early in the morning for the cavalry headquarters on the Petersburg front. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Meeting of Grant and Sherman at City Point. Amusing colloquy between Mrs. Grant and Sherman. Meeting of Sherman and Sheridan. The famous conference aboard the River Queen. Grant starts on his last campaign. Stormbound. Grant and Sheridan confer. Grant on Warren's front. Carrying instructions to Sheridan. Sherman, in his correspondence, had intimated a desire to have a personal conference with his chief before the general movement of all the armies took place, and it was learned on March 27 that he had arrived at Fort Monroe, and was on his way up the James. Grant telegraphed to several prominent officers to meet Sherman that evening at headquarters. Late in the afternoon, the Russia, a captured steamer, arrived with Sherman on board, and General Grant and 2 or 3 of us who were with him at the time started down to the wharf to greet the Western commander. Before we reached the foot of the steps, Sherman had jumped ashore and was hurrying forward with long strides to meet his chief. As they approached, Grant cried out, "How do you do, Sherman?" "How are you, Grant?" replied Sherman, and in a moment they stood upon the steps with their hands locked in a cordial grasp, uttering earnest words of familiar greeting. Their encounter was more like that of 2 schoolboys coming together after a vacation than the meeting of the chief actors in the great war tragedy. Sherman walked up with the general in chief to headquarters, where Mrs. Grant extended to the illustrious visitor a cordial greeting. Sherman then seated himself with the others by the campfire, and gave a most graphic description of the stirring events of his march through Georgia. The story was the more charming from the fact that it was related without the manifestation of the slightest egotism. His field of operations had covered more than half of the entire theater of war. His orders always spoke with the true bluntness of the soldier. He had fought from valley depths to mountain heights, and marched from inland rivers to the sea. Never were listeners more enthusiastic, never was a speaker more eloquent. The story, told as he alone could tell it, was a grand epic related with Homeric power. At times he became humorous, and in a nervous, off-hand, rattling manner recounted a number of amusing incidents of the famous march. He said, among other things, "My old veterans got on pretty familiar terms with me on the march, and often used to keep up a running conversation with me as I rode along by their side. One day a man in the ranks had pulled off his shoes and stockings, and rolled up his trousers as far as they would go to wade across a creek we had struck. I couldn't help admiring his magnificently developed limbs, which might have served as models for a sculptor, and I called out to him, 'A good stout pair of legs you've got there, my man.' 'Yes, General, they're not bad underpinning,' he replied, looking down at them with evident pride. 'I wouldn't mind exchanging mine for them, if you don't object,' I continued. He sized up my legs with his eye, and evidently considered them mere spindle shanks compared with his, and then looked up at me and said, 'General, if it's all the same to you, I guess I'd rather not swap.'" Sherman then went on to talk about his famous bummers, saying, "They are not stragglers, or mere self-constituted foragers, as many have been led to suppose, but they are organized for a very useful purpose from the adventurous spirits who are always found in the ranks. They serve as feelers, who keep in advance and on the flanks of the main columns, spy out the land, and discover where the best supplies are to be found. They are indispensable in feeding troops when compelled, like my army, to live off the country, and in destroying the enemy's communications. The bummers are, in fact, a regular institution. I was amused at what one of Schofield's officers told me at Goldsboro. He said Schofield's army was maintaining a telegraph line to keep up communication with the seacoast, and that one of my men, who was a little more previous than the rest, and was far in advance of my army, was seen up a telegraph pole, hacking away at the wires with a hatchet. The officer yelled out to him, 'What are you doing there? You're destroying one of our own telegraph lines.' The man cast an indignant look at his questioner, and said, as he continued his work of destruction, 'I'm one of Billy Sherman's bummers, and the last thing he said to us when we started out on this hunt was, "Be sure and cut all the telegraph wires you come across, and don't go to fooling away time asking who they belong to."'" After the interview had continued nearly an hour, Grant said to Sherman, "I'm sorry to break up this entertaining conversation, but the President is aboard the River Queen, and I know he will be anxious to see you. Suppose we go and pay him a visit before dinner?" "All right," cried Sherman, and the generals started down the steps, and were soon after seated in the cabin of the steamer with the President. In about an hour the two commanders came back and entered the general in chief's hut. I was there talking to Mrs. Grant at the time. She, with her usual thoughtfulness, had prepared some tea, and was awaiting the return of the generals. She at once inquired in her womanly way, "Did you see Mrs. Lincoln?" "Oh," replied her husband, "we went rather on a business errand, and I did not ask for Mrs. Lincoln." "And I didn't even know she was aboard," added Sherman. "Well, you are a pretty pair!" exclaimed Mrs. Grant. "I do not see how you could have been so neglectful." "Well, Julia," said her husband, "we are going to pay another visit in the morning, and will take good care then to make amends for our conduct to day. "And now let us talk further about the immediate movements of my army," said Sherman. "Perhaps you don't want me here listening to all your secrets," remarked Mrs. Grant. "Do you think we can trust her, Grant?" exclaimed Sherman, casting a sly glance at Mrs. Grant. "I'm not so sure about that, Sherman," said the commander, entering into the spirit of fun which had now taken possession of the trio. "Public documents, in disseminating items of information, are accustomed to say, 'Know all men by these presents.' I think it would be just as effective to say, 'Know one woman,' for then all men would be certain to hear of it." Sherman laughed heartily at this way of putting it, and said, "Now, Mrs. Grant, let me examine you, and I can soon tell whether you are likely to understand our plans well enough to betray them to the enemy." "Very well," she answered. "I'm ready for all your questions." Then Sherman turned his chair squarely toward her, folded his arms, assumed the tone and look of a first-class pedagogue, and in a manner which became more and more amusing as the conversation went on, proceeded to ask all sorts of geographical questions about the Carolinas and Virginia. Mrs. Grant caught the true essence of the humor, and gave replies which were the perfection of drollery. When asked where a particular river in the South was, she would locate it 1,000 miles away, and describe it as running upstream instead of down; and when questioned about a Southern mountain, she would place it somewhere in the region of the North Pole. Railroads and canals were also mixed up in interminable confusion. She had studied the maps in camp very carefully, and had an excellent knowledge of the geography of the theater of war, and this information stood her in good stead in carrying on the little comedy which was being enacted. In a short time Sherman turned to his chief, who had been greatly amused by the byplay, and exclaimed, "Well, Grant, I think we can trust her." And then, speaking again to the general's wife, he said, "Never mind, Mrs. Grant. Perhaps some day the women will vote and control affairs, and then they will take us men in hand and subject us to worse cross-examinations than that." "Not if my plan of female suffrage is ever adopted," remarked the chief. "Why, Ulysses, you never told me you had any plans regarding that subject," said Mrs. Grant. "Oh, yes," continued the general, "I would give each married woman 2 votes. Then the wives would all be represented at the polls without there being any divided families on the subject of politics." Dinner was now announced, and Sherman escorted Mrs. Grant to the mess room, and occupied a seat beside her at the table. In the evening several officers came to pay their respects to Sherman. Sheridan had been telegraphed to come to headquarters, but he did not appear until nearly midnight, and after all the others had left. He had been delayed several hours by his train running off the track on the military railroad. Sherman had been told by Grant about the plans he had discussed with Sheridan for the operations of the cavalry, and Sherman urged that it should join him after destroying the railroads on the way. Sheridan became a good deal nettled at this, and argued earnestly against it, but General Grant soon cut short the discussion by saying that it had been definitely decided that Sheridan was to remain with our army then in front of Petersburg. Sheridan's command was made separate from the Army of the Potomac, and was to be subject only to direct orders from the general in chief. The cavalry commander had cheerfully given up the command of the Middle Military Division to take the field at the head of the cavalry corps, and General Grant felt that he was entitled to every consideration which could be shown him. The next morning, March 28, Admiral Porter came to headquarters, and in the course of his conversation said to Sherman, "When you were in the region of those swamps and overflowed rivers coming through the Carolinas, didn't you wish you had my gunboats with you?" "Yes," replied Sherman, "for those swamps were very much like that Western fellow's 4th of July oration, of which a newspaper said it was only knee-deep, but spread out over all creation." One day on the march, while my men were wading a river which was surrounded for miles by swamps on each side, after they had been in the water for about an hour, with not much prospect of reaching the other side, one of them cried out to his chum, "Say, Tommy, I'm blowed if I don't believe we struck this river lengthways." After spending a quarter of an hour together, General Grant said that the President was expecting them aboard his boat, and the 2 generals and the admiral started for the River Queen. No one accompanied them. There now occurred in the upper saloon of that vessel the celebrated conference between these 4 magnates, the scene of which has been so faithfully transferred to canvas by the artist Healy. It was in no sense a council of war, but only an informal interchange of views between the 4 men who, more than any others, held the destiny of the nation in their hands.
Upon the return of the generals and the admiral to headquarters, they entered the general in chief's hut, where Mrs. Grant and one or two of us were sitting. The chief said to his wife, "Well, Julia, as soon as we reached the boat this morning, I was particular to inquire after Mrs. Lincoln, and to say that we desired to pay our respects to her. The President went to her stateroom and soon returned, saying that she was not well and asking us to excuse her." General Grant afterward told us the particulars of the interview. It began by his explaining to the President the military situation and prospects, saying that the crisis of the war was now at hand, as he expected to move at once around the enemy's left and cut him off from the Carolinas, and that his only apprehension was that Lee might move out before him and evacuate Petersburg and Richmond, but that if he did, there would be a hot pursuit. Sherman assured the President that in such a contingency his army, by acting on the defensive, could resist both Johnston and Lee till Grant could reach them, and that then the enemy would be caught in a vise and have his life promptly crushed out. Mr. Lincoln asked if it would not be possible to end the matter without a pitched battle, with the attendant losses and suffering, but was informed that that was a matter not within the control of our commanders, and must rest necessarily with the enemy. Lincoln spoke about the course which he thought had better be pursued after the war, and expressed an inclination to lean toward a generous policy. In speaking about the Confederate political leaders, he intimated, though he did not say so in express terms, that it would relieve the situation if they should escape to some foreign country. Sherman related many interesting incidents which occurred in his campaign. Grant talked less than any one present. The President twice expressed some apprehension about Sherman being away from his army, but Sherman assured him that he had left matters safe in Schofield's hands, and that he would start back himself that day. That afternoon Sherman took leave of those at headquarters, and returned to his command in the Bat, as that vessel was faster than the one which had brought him up the coast. The troops had been in motion the previous night, and the general had decided that headquarters should be moved on the morning of the 29th. The horses were to be put aboard the train which was to take the general and staff to the Petersburg front. About 8:30 Mr. Lincoln came ashore to say good bye. We had the satisfaction of hearing one good story from him before parting. General Grant was telling him about the numerous ingenious and impractical suggestions that were made to him almost daily as to the best way of destroying the enemy, and said, "The last plan proposed was to supply our men with bayonets just a foot longer than those of the enemy, and then charge them. When they met, our bayonets would go clear through the enemy, while theirs would not reach far enough to touch our men, and the war would be ended." Mr. Lincoln laughed and remarked, "Well, there is a good deal of terror in cold steel. I had a chance to test it once myself. When I was a young man, I was walking along a back street in Louisville one night about 12 o'clock, when a very tough-looking citizen sprang out of an alleyway, reached up to the back of his neck, pulled out a bowie knife that seemed to my stimulated imagination about 3 feet long, and planted himself square across my path. For 2 or 3 minutes he flourished his weapon in front of my face, appearing to try to see just how near he could come to cutting my nose off without quite doing it. He could see in the moonlight that I was taking a good deal of interest in the proceeding, and finally he yelled out, as he steadied the knife close to my throat, "Stranger, can you lend me $5 on that?" I never reached in my pocket and got out money so fast in all my life. I handed him a banknote and said, "There's 10, neighbor. Now put up your scythe." The general soon after bade an affectionate good-bye to Mrs. Grant, kissed her repeatedly as she stood at the front door of his quarters. She bore the parting bravely, although her pale face and sorrowful look told of the sadness that was in her heart. The party, accompanied by the President, then walked down to the railroad station. Mr. Lincoln looked more serious than at any other time since he had visited headquarters. The lines in his face seemed deeper, and the rings under his eyes were of a darker hue. It was plain that the weight of responsibility was oppressing him. Could it have been a premonition that with the end of this last campaign would come the end of his life? 5 minutes' walk brought the party to the train.
There the President gave the general and each member of the staff a cordial shake of the hand, and then stood near the rear end of the car while we mounted the platform. As the train was about to start, we all raised our hats respectfully. The salute was returned by the President, and he said in a voice broken by an emotion he could ill conceal, "Good bye, gentlemen. God bless you all. Remember, your success is my success." The signal was given to start. The train moved off. Grant's last campaign had begun. The general sat down near the end of the car, drew from his pocket the flint and slow match that he always carried, struck a light, and was soon wreathed in the smoke of the inevitable cigar. I took a seat near him with several other officers of the staff, and he at once began to talk over his plans. Referring to Mr. Lincoln, he said, "The President is one of the few visitors I have had who have not attempted to extract from me a knowledge of my movements, although he is the only one who has a right to know them. He intends to remain at City Point for the present, and he will be the most anxious man in the country to hear from us, his heart is so wrapped up in our success. But I think we can send him some good news in a day or two." I never knew the general to be more sanguine of victory than in starting out on this campaign. When we reached the end of the railroad, we mounted our horses, started down the Vaughan Road, and went into camp for the night in an old cornfield just south of that road, close to Gravelly Run. That night, March 29, the army was disposed in the following order from right to left: Weitzel in front of Richmond, with a portion of the Army of the James; Parke and Wright holding our works in front of Petersburg; Ord extending to the intersection of Hatcher's Run and the Vaughan Road; Humphreys stretching beyond Dabney's Mill; Warren on the extreme left, reaching as far as the junction of the Vaughan Road and the Boynton Plank Road; and Sheridan still farther west at Dinwiddie Court House. The weather had been fair for several days, and the roads were getting in as good condition for the movement of troops as could be expected, for in that section of country in summer the dust was usually so thick that the army could not see where to move, and in winter the mud was so deep that it could not move anywhere. The weather had now become cloudy, and toward evening rain began to fall. It descended in torrents all night, and continued with but little interruption during the next day. The country was densely wooded and the ground swampy, and by the evening of the 30th whole fields had become beds of quicksand in which the troops waded in mud above their ankles, horses sank to their bellies, and wagons threatened to disappear altogether. The men began to feel that if anyone in after years should ask them whether they had been through Virginia, they could say, "Yes, in a number of places." The roads soon became sheets of water, and it looked as if the saving of that army would require the services not of a Grant, but of a Noah. Soldiers would call out to officers as they rode by, "I say, fetch along the pontoons. When are the gunboats coming up?" The buoyancy of the day before was giving place to gloom. Men lost their tempers, and those who employed profanity on such occasions as a means of mental relaxation wanted to set up a mark and go to swearing at it. Some began to be apprehensive that the whole movement was premature. This led to an animated debate at headquarters. General Rawlins expressed the opinion around the campfire on the morning of the 30th that no forage could be hauled out to our cavalry, that Joe Johnston might come up in our rear if we remained long in our present position, and that the success of turning Lee's right depended on our celerity; that now he had been given time to make his dispositions to thwart us, and that it might be better to fall back and make a fresh start later on. General Grant replied by saying that if Johnston could move rapidly enough in such weather to reach us, he, Grant, would turn upon him with his whole command, crush him, and then go after Lee, and that as soon as the weather cleared up the roads would dry rapidly, and the men's spirits would recover all their former buoyancy. The general then entered his tent, and Rawlins followed him. Just then we saw Sheridan turning in from the Vaughan Road, with a staff officer and an escort of about a dozen cavalrymen, and coming toward our headquarters camp. He was riding his white pacer named Breckinridge, a horse which had been captured from General Breckinridge in the Valley of Virginia. But instead of striking a pacing gait now, it was at every step driving its legs knee-deep into the quicksand with the regularity of a pile driver. As soon as Sheridan dismounted, he was asked with much eagerness about the situation on the extreme left. He took a decidedly cheerful view of matters, and entered upon an animated discussion of the coming movements. He said, "I can drive in the whole cavalry force of the enemy with ease, and if an infantry force is added to my command, I can strike out for Lee's right, and either crush it or force him so to weaken his intrenched lines that our troops in front of him can break through and march into Petersburg." He warmed up with the subject as he proceeded, threw the whole energy of his nature into the discussion, and his cheery voice, beaming countenance, and impassioned language showed the earnestness of his convictions. "How do you expect to supply your command with forage if this weather lasts?" he was asked by one of the group. "Forage?" said Sheridan. "I'll get up all the forage I want. I'll haul it out if I have to set every man in the command to corduroying roads, and corduroy every mile of them from the railroad to Dinwiddie. I tell you, I'm ready to strike out tomorrow and go to smashing things." And pacing up and down, he chafed like a hound in the leash. We told him that this was the kind of talk we liked to hear, and that while General Grant felt no apprehension, it would do his heart good to listen to such words as had just been spoken. Sheridan, however, objected to obtruding his views unbidden upon the general in chief. Then we resorted to a stratagem. One of us went into the general's tent and told him Sheridan had just come in from the left, and had been telling us some matters of much interest, and suggested that he be invited in and asked to state them. This was assented to, and Sheridan was told that the general wanted to hear what he had to say. Sheridan then went in, and found Grant and Rawlins still discussing the situation. Several persons soon after came into the tent, and Sheridan, saying he was cold and wet, stepped out to the campfire. The general in chief remarked that he wanted to have some words with Sheridan in private before parting, and followed him out. Ingalls said his tent was vacant, and Grant and Sheridan entered it and had a talk there, in which a definite understanding was reached as to Sheridan's immediate movements. In about 20 minutes they came out, and Sheridan mounted his horse, waved us a good-bye with his hand, and rode off to Dinwiddie. The next morning, March 31, Sheridan reported that the enemy had been hard at work entrenching at Five Forks, and to a point about a mile west of that place. Lee had been as prompt as Grant to recognize Five Forks, the junction of five roads, as a strategic point of great importance, and to protect his right, had sent there a large force of infantry and nearly all his cavalry. The rain had continued during the night of March 30, and on the morning of the 31st the weather was cloudy and dismal. General Grant had anticipated that Warren would be attacked that morning, and had warned him to be on the alert. Warren advanced his corps to develop with what force the enemy held the White Oak Road, and to try and drive him from it. But before he had gone far, he was met by a vigorous assault. When news came of the attack, General Grant directed me to go to the spot and look to the situation of affairs there. I found that Warren's troops were falling back, but he was reinforced by Humphreys, and by noon the enemy was checked. As soon as Grant was advised of the situation, he directed Meade to take the offensive vigorously, and the enemy was soon driven back. General Grant had now ridden out to the front, and hearing that he was at Mrs. Butler's house near the Boynton Plank Road, I joined him there. It was then a little after 1 o'clock. He had in the meantime ordered the headquarters camp to be moved to Dabney's Mill, about 2 miles from Meade's camp. Warren's corps was now ordered to move forward again for the purpose of deterring the enemy from detaching infantry from that portion of the line to send against Sheridan. The advance was made later in the afternoon, and with decided success. When this movement had been decided upon, General Grant directed me to go to Sheridan and explain what was taking place on Warren's and Humphreys' front, and have a full understanding with him as to the future operations in his vicinity. I rode rapidly down the Boynton Plank Road, and soon came to Gravelly Run. The bridge was destroyed, but my horse was able to ford the stream, notwithstanding the high water caused by the recent rains. Hearing heavy firing in the direction of the Five Forks Road, I hurried on in that direction by way of the Brooks Road, and soon saw a portion of our cavalry moving eastward, pressed by a superior force of the enemy, while another portion was compelled to fall back southward toward Dinwiddie. I turned the corner of the Brooks Cross Road and the Five Forks Road just as the rear of the latter body of cavalry was passing it, and found one of Sheridan's bands with his rear guard playing Nellie Bly as cheerfully as if furnishing music for a country picnic. Sheridan always made an effective use of his bands. They were usually mounted on gray horses, and instead of being relegated to the usual duty of carrying off the wounded and assisting the surgeons, they were brought out to the front and made to play the liveliest airs in their repertory, which produced excellent results in buoying up the spirits of the men. After having several of their instruments pierced by bullets, however, and the drums crushed by shells, as often happened, it must be admitted that the music, viewed purely in the light of an artistic performance, was open to adverse criticism. I found Sheridan a little north of Dinwiddie Court House, and gave him an account of matters on the left of the Army of the Potomac. He said he had had one of the liveliest days in his experience, fighting infantry and cavalry with only cavalry, but that he would hold his position at Dinwiddie at all hazards. He did not stop there, but declared his belief that with the corps of infantry which he expected to be put under his command, he could take the initiative the next morning and cut off the whole of the force which Lee had detached. He said, "This force is in more danger than I am. If I am cut off from the Army of the Potomac, it is cut off from Lee's army, and not a man in it ought ever to be allowed to get back to Lee. We at last have drawn the enemy's infantry out of its fortifications, and this is our chance to attack it." He begged me to go to General Grant at once and urge him to send me Wright's corps, because it had been under his command in the Valley of Virginia, and was familiar with his way of fighting. I told him, as had been stated to him before, that Wright's corps was next to our extreme right, and that the only corps which could reach him by daylight was Warren's. I returned soon after to headquarters at Dabney's Mill, a distance of about 8 miles, reaching there at 7 p.m., and gave the general a full description of Sheridan's operations. He took in the situation in an instant, and at once telegraphed the substance of my report to Meade, and preparations soon began looking to the sending of Warren's corps and McKenzie's small division of cavalry to report to Sheridan. It was expected that the infantry would reach its destination in ample time to take the offensive about daybreak, but one delay after another was met with, and Grant, Meade, and Sheridan spent a painfully anxious night in hurrying forward the movement. Ayer's division of Warren's corps had to rebuild the bridge over Gravelly Run, which took till 2 a.m. Warren, with his other 2 divisions, did not get started from their position on the White Oak Road till 5 a.m., and the hope of crushing the enemy was hourly growing less. This proved to be one of the busiest nights of the whole campaign. Generals were writing dispatches and telegraphing from dark to daylight. Staff officers were rushing from one headquarters to another, wading through swamps, penetrating forests, and galloping over corduroy roads, carrying instructions, getting information, and making extraordinary efforts to hurry up the movement of the troops. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Movement against Five Forks, the Battle of Five Forks, Carrying the News of Five Forks to Grant, Grant Prepares to Assault the Petersburg Lines, Capturing the Works at Petersburg, Grant Writes Dispatches Under Fire, Capture of Forts Gregg and Whitworth. Early the next morning, April 1, General Grant said to me, "I wish you would spend the day with Sheridan's command, and send me a bulletin every half hour or so, advising me fully as to the progress made. You know my views, and I want you to give them to Sheridan fully. Tell him the contemplated movement is left entirely in his hands, and he must be responsible for its execution. I have every confidence in his judgment and ability. I hope that there may now be an opportunity of fighting the enemy's infantry outside of their fortifications." I set out with half a dozen mounted orderlies to act as couriers in transmitting field bulletins, and met Sheridan about 10 a.m. on the Five Forks Road not far from J. Boisseau's house. Ayres had his division on this road, having arrived about daylight, and Griffin had reached J. Boisseau's between 7 and 8 a.m. I had a full conference with Sheridan, in which he told me that the force in front of him had fallen back early in the morning, that he had pursued with his cavalry, had had several brushes with the enemy, and was driving him steadily back, that he had had his patience sorely tried by the delays which had occurred in getting the infantry to him, but that he was going to make every effort to strike a heavy blow with all the infantry and cavalry as soon as he could get them into position, provided the enemy should make a stand behind his intrenchments at Five Forks, which seemed likely. While we were talking, General Warren, who had accompanied Crawford's division, rode up and reported in person to Sheridan. It was then 11 o'clock. A few minutes before noon, Colonel Babcock came over from headquarters and said to Sheridan, "General Grant directs me to say to you that if, in your judgment, the Fifth Corps would do better under one of its division commanders, you are authorized to relieve General Warren and order him to report to him, General Grant, at headquarters." General Sheridan replied in effect that he hoped such a step as that might not become necessary, and then he went on to speak of his plan of battle. We all rode on farther to the front, and soon met General Devin of the cavalry, who was considerably elated by his successes of the morning, and loudly demanded to be permitted to make a general attack on the enemy. Sheridan told him he didn't believe he had ammunition enough. Said Devin, "I guess I've got enough to give 'em one surge more." Colonel Babcock now left us to return to headquarters. About 1 o'clock it was reported by the cavalry that the enemy was retiring to his entrenched positions at Five Forks, which was just north of the White Oak Road and parallel to it, his earthworks running from a point about 3/4 of a mile east of Five Forks to a point a mile west, with an angle or crotchet about 100 yards long thrown back at right angles to the left of his line to protect that flank. Orders were at once given to Warren's corps to move up to the gravelly run Church Road, to the open ground near the church, and form in order of battle, with Ayres on the left, Crawford on his right, and Griffin in rear as a reserve. The corps was to wheel to the left and make its attack upon the angle, and then, moving westward, sweep down in rear of the enemy's entrenched line. The cavalry, principally dismounted, was to deploy in front of the enemy's line and engage his attention, and as soon as it heard the firing of our infantry, to make a vigorous assault upon his works. The Fifth Corps had borne the brunt of the fighting ever since the army had moved out on March 29, and the gallant men who composed it, and who had performed a conspicuous part in nearly every battle in which the Army of the Potomac had been engaged, seemed eager once more to cross bayonets with their old antagonists. But the movement was slow, the required formation seemed to drag, and Sheridan, chafing with impatience and consumed with anxiety, became as restive as a racer struggling to make the start. He made every possible appeal for promptness, dismounted from his horse, paced up and down, struck the clenched fist of one hand against the palm of the other, and fretted like a caged tiger. He exclaimed at one time, "This battle must be fought and won before the sun goes down. All the conditions may be changed in the morning. We have but a few hours of daylight left us. My cavalry are rapidly exhausting their ammunition, and if the attack is delayed much longer, they may have none left." And then another batch of staff officers was sent out to gallop through the mud and hurry up the columns. At 4 o'clock the formation was completed, the order for the assault was given, and the struggle for Pickett's entrenched line began. The Confederate infantry brigades were posted from left to right as follows: Terry, Corse, Stewart, Ransom, and Wallace. General Fitzhugh Lee, commanding the cavalry, had placed W. H. F. Lee's 2 brigades on the right of the line, Munford's division on the left, and Rosser's in rear of Hatcher's Run to guard the trains. I rode to the front, in company with Sheridan and Warren, with the head of Ayres's division, which was on the left. Ayres threw out a skirmish line and advanced across an open field, which sloped down gradually toward the dense woods just north of the White Oak Road. He soon met with a fire from the edge of these woods, a number of men fell, and the skirmish line halted and seemed to waver. Sheridan now began to exhibit those traits which always made him a tower of strength in the presence of an enemy. He put spurs to his horse and dashed along in front of the line of battle from left to right, shouting words of encouragement and having something cheery to say to every regiment. "Come on, men," he cried. "Go at 'em with a will. Move on at a clean jump, or you'll not catch one of 'em. They're all getting ready to run now, and if you don't get on them in 5 minutes, they'll every one get away from you. Now go for 'em." Just then a man on the skirmish line was struck in the neck. The blood spurted as if the jugular vein had been cut. "I'm killed," he cried, and dropped to the ground. "You're not hurt a bit," cried Sheridan. "Pick up your gun, man, and move right on to the front." Such was the electric effect of his words that the poor fellow snatched up his musket and rushed forward a dozen paces before he fell, never to rise again. The line of battle of weather-beaten veterans was now moving right along down the slope toward the woods with a steady swing that boded no good for Pickett's command, earthworks or no earthworks. Sheridan was mounted on his favorite black horse, Rienzi, which had carried him from Winchester to Cedar Creek, and which Buchanan Reed made famous for all time by his poem of "Sheridan's Ride." The roads were muddy, the fields swampy, the undergrowth dense, and Rienzi, as he plunged and curveted, kept dashing the foam from his mouth and the mud from his heels. Had the Winchester pike been in a similar condition, it is altogether likely that he would not have made his famous 20 miles without breaking his own neck as well as Sheridan's. This historic horse derived his name from the fact that he was presented to Sheridan by the 2nd Michigan Cavalry in the little town of Rienzi, Mississippi, in 1862. After the famous ride he was sometimes called Winchester. He was of Black Hawk blood. He bore Sheridan in nearly all his subsequent battles. When the animal died in 1878, in his 20th year, his body was stuffed and now stands in the museum on Governor's Island. The surviving veterans often decorate his body with flowers on Memorial Day. McKenzie had been ordered up the Crump Road with directions to turn east on the White Oak Road and whip everything he met on that route. He encountered a small cavalry command and whipped it, according to orders, and then came galloping back to join in the general scrimmage. Soon Ayres's men met with a heavy fire on their left flank and had to change directions by facing more toward the west. As the troops entered the woods and moved forward over the boggy ground and struggled through the dense undergrowth, they were staggered by a heavy fire from the angle, and fell back in some confusion. Sheridan now rushed into the midst of the broken lines and cried out, "Where is my battle flag?" As the sergeant who carried it rode up, Sheridan seized the crimson and white standard, waved it above his head, cheered on the men, and made heroic efforts to close up the ranks. Bullets were now humming like a swarm of bees about our heads, and shells were crashing through the ranks. A musket ball pierced the battle flag. Another killed the sergeant who had carried it. Another wounded an aide, Captain McGonigal, in the side. Others struck 2 or 3 of the staff officers' horses. All this time Sheridan was dashing from one point of the line to another, waving his flag, shaking his fist, encouraging, entreating, threatening, praying, swearing, the true personification of chivalry, the very incarnation of battle. It would be a sorry soldier who could help following such a leader. Ayres and his officers were equally exposing themselves at all points in rallying the men, and soon the line was steadied, for such troops could suffer but a momentary check. Ayres, with drawn saber, rushed forward once more with his veterans, who now behaved as if they had fallen back only to get a good ready, and with fixed bayonets and a rousing cheer dashed over the earthworks, sweeping everything before them, and killing or capturing every man in their immediate front whose legs had not saved him. Sheridan spurred Rienzi up to the angle, and with a bound the animal carried his rider over the earthworks and landed among a line of prisoners who had thrown down their arms and were crouching close under the breastworks. Some of them called out, "What do you want us all to go to?" Then Sheridan's rage turned to humor, and he had a running talk with the Johnnies as they filed past. "Go right over there," he said to them, pointing to the rear. "Get right along now. Oh, drop your guns. You'll never need them any more. You'll all be safe over there. Are there any more of you? We want every one of you, fellows." Nearly 1,500 were captured at the angle. An orderly here came up to Sheridan, saluted, and said, "Colonel Forsyth of your staff is killed, sir." "It's no such thing," cried Sheridan. "I don't believe a word of it. You'll find Forsyth's all right." 10 minutes later Forsyth rode up. He had been mistaken for the gallant General Winthrop, who had fallen in the assault. Sheridan did not even seem surprised when he saw Forsyth, and merely said, "There, I told you so." This incident is mentioned as illustrative of a peculiar trait of Sheridan's character, which never allowed him to be disturbed by camp rumors, however disastrous. The dismounted cavalry had assaulted as soon as they heard the infantry fire open. The natty cavalrymen, with their tight-fitting jackets and short carbines, swarmed through the pine thickets and dense undergrowth, looking as if they had been especially equipped for crawling through knot-holes. The cavalry commanded by the gallant Merritt made a final dash, went over the earthworks with a hurrah, captured a battery of artillery, and scattered everything in front of them. Here Custer, Devin, Fitzhugh, and the other cavalry officers were in their element, and vied with each other in deeds of valor. Crawford's division had moved off in a northerly direction, marching away from Ayres, and leaving a gap between the two divisions. Sheridan became exceedingly annoyed at this circumstance, complained that Warren was not giving sufficient personal supervision to the infantry, and sent nearly all his staff officers to the Fifth Corps to see that the mistakes made were corrected. After the capture of the angle, I started off toward the right to see how matters were going there. I went in the direction of Crawford's division on our right. Warren, whose personal gallantry was always conspicuous, had had his horse shot while with these troops. I passed around the left of the enemy's works, then rode due west to a point beyond the Ford Road. Here I rejoined Sheridan a little before dark. He was laboring with all the energy of his nature to complete the destruction of the enemy's forces, and to make preparations to protect his own detached command from a possible attack by Lee's army in the morning. He said to me that he had just relieved Warren and placed Griffin in command of the Fifth Corps. I had been sending frequent bulletins to the general-in-chief during the day, and now dispatched a courier announcing the change of corps commanders, and giving the general result of the roundup. Sheridan had that day fought one of the most interesting tactical battles of the war, admirable in conception, brilliant in execution, strikingly dramatic in its incidents, and productive of immensely important results. I said to him, "It seems to me that you have exposed yourself today in a manner hardly justifiable on the part of a commander of such an important movement." His reply gave what seems to be the true key to his uniform success in the field. "I have never in my life taken a command into battle and had the slightest desire to come out alive unless I won." About 7:30 I started for general headquarters. The roads in many places were corduroyed with captured muskets. Ammunition trains and ambulances were still struggling forward. Teamsters, prisoners, stragglers, and wounded were choking the roadway. The coffee boilers had kindled their fires in the woods. Cheers were resounding on all sides, and everybody was riotous over the victory. A horseman had to pick his way through this jubilant condition of things as best he could, as he did not have a clear right of way by any means. As I galloped past a group of men on the Boydton Plank Road, my orderly called out to them the news of the victory. The only response he got was from one of them, who raised his open hand to his face, put his thumb to his nose, and yelled, "No, you don't! April Fool!" I then realized that it was the 1st of April. I had ridden so rapidly that I reached headquarters at Dabney's Mill before the arrival of the last courier I had dispatched. General Grant was sitting, with most of the staff about him, before a blazing campfire. He wore his blue cavalry overcoat, and the ever-present cigar was in his mouth. I began shouting the good news as soon as I got in sight, and in a moment all but the imperturbable general in chief were on their feet, giving vent to boisterous demonstrations of joy. For some minutes there was a bewildering state of excitement, and officers fell to grasping hands, shouting, and hugging each other like schoolboys. The news meant the beginning of the end, the reaching of the last ditch. It pointed to peace and home. Dignity was thrown to the winds, and every man at that moment was in a fitting mood to dig his elbows into the ribs of the Archbishop of Canterbury, or to challenge the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to a game of leapfrog. The proprieties of army etiquette were so far forgotten in the enthusiasm of the occasion that as soon as I had thrown myself from my horse, I found myself rushing up to the general in chief and clapping him on the back with my hand, to his no little astonishment, and to the evident amusement of those about him. Badeau, in his military history of Ulysses S. Grant, says in referring to this scene, "The bearer of the good news was Colonel Horace Porter, one of the most abstemious men in the army, but he came up with so much enthusiasm, clapping the general-in-chief on the back, and otherwise demonstrating his joy, that the officer who shared his tent rebuked him at night for indulging too freely in drink at this critical juncture. But Porter had tasted neither wine nor spirits that day. He was only drunk with victory." Editor. The general, as might have been expected, asked his usual question, "How many prisoners have been taken?" I was happy to report that the prisoners this time were estimated at over 5,000, and this was the only part of my recital that seemed to call forth a responsive expression from his impassive features. After having listened attentively to the description of Sheridan's day's work, the general, with scarcely a word of comment, walked into his tent, and by the light of a flickering candle took up his manifold writer, and after finishing several dispatches, handed them to an orderly to be sent over the field wires, came out and joined our group at the campfire, and said as coolly as if remarking upon the state of the weather, "I have ordered a general assault along the lines." This was about 9 o'clock in the evening. In his conversation, his sense of humor now began to assert itself. During the day I had sent him a bulletin saying, "I have noticed among the prisoners and dead many old men whose heads are quite bald." This was mentioned as an evidence that the enemy, in recruiting, was robbing the grave. Ingalls was sitting with us. His hair had become so thin that he used to part it low behind and comb the stray locks forward, trying to make the rear guard do picket duty at the front. The general delighted in teasing him on this subject, and looking towards him, he now said to me, "When I got your message today about the bald-headed men, I showed it to Ingalls and told him he had better take care and not fall into the hands of the enemy, for that is just the way they would be commenting on his head in their reports." Grant was anxious to have the different commands move against the enemy's lines at once to prevent Lee from withdrawing troops and sending them against Sheridan. Meade was all activity, and so alive to the situation, and so anxious to carry out the orders of the general-in-chief, that he sent word that he was going to have the troops make a dash at the works without waiting to form assaulting columns. Grant, at 9:30 p.m., sent a message that he did not mean to have the corps attack without assaulting columns, but to let the batteries open at once and to feel out with skirmishers, and if the enemy was found to be leaving, to let the troops attack in their own way. The corps commanders reported that it would be impractical to make a successful assault until morning, but sent back replies full of enthusiasm and having in them a ring of the true soldierly metal. Ord said he would go into the enemy's works as a hot knife goes into butter. Wright sent word that when he started in he would make the fur fly, and said, "If the corps does half as well as I expect, we will have broken through the rebel lines in 15 minutes from the word go." Grant was highly pleased with the spirit evinced in these messages, and said, "I like the way Wright talks. It argues success. I heartily approve." The hour for the general assault was fixed at 4 o'clock the next morning. Miles was ordered to march with his division at midnight to reinforce Sheridan and enable him to make a stand against Lee in case he should move westward in the night. A little after midnight the general tucked himself into his camp bed and was soon sleeping as peacefully as if the next day was to be devoted to a picnic instead of a decisive battle. Everyone at headquarters had caught as many cat naps as he could, so as to be able to keep both eyes open the next day in the hope of getting a sight of Petersburg and possibly Richmond. And now 4 o'clock came, but no assault. It was found that to remove abatis, climb over chevaux de frise, jump rifle pits, and scale parapets, a little daylight would be of material assistance. At 4:45 there was a streak of gray in the heavens, which soon revealed another streak of gray formed by Confederate uniforms in the works opposite, and the charge was ordered. The thunder of hundreds of guns shook the ground like an earthquake, and soon the troops were engaged all along the lines. The general awaited for a while the result of the assault at headquarters, where he could be easily communicated with, and from which he could give general directions. At 5:15 a message came from Wright that he had carried the enemy's line in his front and was pushing in. Next came news from Parke that he had captured the outer works with 12 pieces of artillery and 800 prisoners. At 6:40 the general wrote a telegram with his own hand to Mr. Lincoln at City Point, as follows: "Both Wright and Parke got through the enemy's line. The battle now rages furiously. Sheridan, with his cavalry, the Fifth Corps, and Miles's division of the Second Corps, which was sent to him since 1 this morning, is now sweeping down from the west. All now looks highly favorable. Ord is engaged, but I have not yet heard the result in his front." A cheering dispatch was also sent to Sheridan, winding up with the words, "I think nothing is now wanting but the approach of your force from the west to finish up the job on this side." Soon Ord was heard from as having broken through the intrenchments. Humphreys, too, had been doing gallant work. At 7:30 the line in his front was captured, and half an hour later Hays's division of his corps had carried an important earthwork with 3 guns and most of the garrison. At 8:30 a.m. a despatch was brought in from Ord saying that some of his troops had just captured the enemy's works south of Hatcher's Run. The general and staff now rode out to the front, as it was necessary to give immediate direction to the actual movements of the troops, and prevent confusion from the overlapping and intermingling of the several corps as they pushed forward. He urged his horse over the works which Wright's corps had captured, and suddenly came upon a body of 3,000 prisoners marching to our rear. His whole attention was for some time riveted upon them, and we knew that he was enjoying his usual satisfaction in seeing so large a capture. Some of the guards told the prisoners who the general was, and they manifested great curiosity to get a good look at him. Next he came up with a division of Wright's corps, flushed with success, and rushed forward with a dash that was inspiriting beyond description. When they caught sight of the leader whom they had patiently followed from the Rapidan to Petersburg, their cheers broke forth with a will, and their enthusiasm knew no limit. The general galloped along toward the right, and soon met Meade, with whom he had been in constant communication, and who had been urging on the Army of the Potomac with all vigor. Congratulations were rapidly exchanged, and both went to pushing forward the good work. Grant, after taking in the situation, directed both Meade and Ord to face their commands more toward the east and close up toward the inner lines which covered Petersburg. Lee had been pushed so vigorously that he seemed for a time to be making but little effort to recover any of his lost ground, but now he made a determined fight against Parke's corps, which was threatening his inner line on his extreme left, and the bridge across the Appomattox. Repeated assaults were made, but Parke resisted them all successfully, and could not be stirred from his position. Lee had ordered Longstreet's command from the north side of the James, and with these troops reinforced his extreme right. General Grant dismounted near a farmhouse which stood on a knoll, from which he could get a good view of the field of operations. He seated himself on the ground at the foot of a tree, and was soon busy receiving dispatches and writing orders to officers conducting the advance. The position was under fire, and as soon as the group of staff officers was seen, the enemy's guns began paying their respects to the party. This lasted for about a quarter of an hour, and as the fire became hotter and hotter, several of the officers, apprehensive for the general's safety, urged him to move to some less conspicuous position, but he kept on writing and talking, without the least interruption from the shots falling around him, and apparently not noticing what a target the place was becoming, or paying any heed to the gentle reminders to move on. After he had finished his dispatches, he got up, took a view of the situation, and as he started toward the other side of the farmhouse, said with a quizzical look at the group around him, "Well, they do seem to have the range on us." The staff was now sent to the various points of the advancing lines, and all was activity in pressing forward the good work. By noon, nearly all the outer line of works was in our possession, except two strong redoubts which occupied a commanding position, named respectively Fort Gregg and Fort Whitworth. The general decided that these should be stormed, and about 1 o'clock 3 of Ord's brigades swept down upon Fort Gregg. The garrison of 300 men, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel J. H. Duncan, with 2 rifled cannon, made a desperate defense, and a gallant contest took place. For half an hour after our men had gained the parapet, a bloody hand-to-hand struggle continued, but nothing could stand against the onslaught of Ord's troops, flushed with their morning victory. By 2:30, 57 of the brave garrison lay dead, and the rest had surrendered. Fort Whitworth was abandoned, but the guns of Fort Gregg were opened upon the garrison as they marched out, and the commander, Colonel Joseph M. Jane, and 60 men surrendered. About this time Miles struck a force of the enemy at Sutherland Station, on Lee's extreme right, and captured 2 pieces of artillery and nearly 1,000 prisoners. At 4:40, the general, who had been keeping Mr. Lincoln fully advised of the history that was so rapidly being made that day, sent him a telegram inviting him to come out the next day and pay him a visit. A prompt reply was received from the President, saying, "Allow me to tender you and all with you the nation's grateful thanks for the additional and magnificent success. At your kind suggestion, I think I will meet you tomorrow." Prominent officers now urged the general to make an assault on the inner lines and capture Petersburg that afternoon, but he was firm in his resolve not to sacrifice the lives necessary to accomplish such a result. He said the city would undoubtedly be evacuated during the night, and he would dispose the troops for a parallel march westward and try to head off the escaping army. And thus ended this eventful Sunday. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Grant enters Petersburg. Lincoln at Petersburg. In hot pursuit of Lee. Grant makes a night ride to reach Sheridan. Grant hurries on to Farmville. Grant at Farmville. Grant opens a correspondence with Lee. The ride to Curdsville. Grant suffers an attack of illness. More correspondence with Lee. The general was up at daylight the next morning, and the first report brought in was that Parke had gone through the lines at 4 a.m., capturing a few skirmishers, and that the city had surrendered at 4:28 to Colonel Ralph Ely. A second communication surrendering the place was sent in to Wright. General Grant's prediction had been fully verified. The evacuation had begun about 10 the night before, and was completed on the morning of the 3rd. Between 5 and 6 a.m., the general had a conference with Meade, and orders were given to push westward with all haste. About 9 a.m., the general rode into Petersburg. Many of the citizens, panic-stricken, had escaped with the army. Most of the whites who remained stayed indoors. A few groups of negroes gave cheers, but the scene generally was one of complete desertion. Grant rode along quietly until he came to a comfortable-looking brick house with a yard in front, No. 21 Market Street, the residence of Mr. Thomas Wallace, and here he and the staff dismounted and took seats on the piazza. A number of the citizens now gathered on the sidewalk and stood gazing with eager curiosity upon the features of the commander of the Yankee armies. Soon an officer came with a despatch from Sheridan, who had been reinforced and ordered to strike out along the Danville Railroad, saying he was already 9 miles beyond Namazine Creek and pressing the enemy's trains. The general was anxious to move westward at once with the leading infantry columns, but he prolonged his stay until the President came up. Mr. Lincoln soon after arrived, accompanied by Robert, who had ridden back to the railroad station to meet him, and by his little son Tad and Admiral Porter. He dismounted in the street and came in through the front gate with long and rapid strides, his face beaming with delight. He seized General Grant's hand as the general stepped forward to greet him, and stood shaking it for some time, and poured out his thanks and congratulations with all the fervor of a heart which seemed overflowing with its fullness of joy. I doubt whether Mr. Lincoln ever experienced a happier moment in his life. The scene was singularly affecting, and one never to be forgotten. He said, "Do you know, General, I had a sort of sneaking idea all along that you intended to do something like this, but I thought some time ago that you would so maneuver as to have Sherman come up and be near enough to cooperate with you." "Yes," replied the general, "I thought at one time that Sherman's army might advance far enough to be in supporting distance of the Eastern armies when the spring campaign against Lee opened, but I had a feeling that it would be better to let Lee's old antagonists give his army the final blow, and finish up the job. If the Western troops were even to put in an appearance against Lee's army, it might give some of our politicians a chance to stir up sectional feeling in claiming everything for the troops from their section of country. The Western armies have been very successful in their campaigns, and it is due to the Eastern armies to let them vanquish their old enemy single-handed." I see," said Mr. Lincoln, "but I never thought of it in that light. In fact, my anxiety has been so great that I didn't care where the help came from, so that the work was perfectly done." "Oh," General Grant continued, "I do not suppose it would have given rise to much of the bickering I mentioned, and perhaps the idea would not have occurred to any one else. I feel sure there would have been no such feeling among the soldiers. Of course, I would not have risked the result of the campaign on account of any mere sentiment of this kind. I have always felt confident that our troops here were amply able to handle Lee." Mr. Lincoln then began to talk about the civil complications that would follow the destruction of the Confederate armies in the field, and showed plainly the anxiety he felt regarding the great problems in statecraft which would soon be thrust upon him. He intimated very plainly in a conversation that lasted nearly half an hour that thoughts of leniency to the conquered were uppermost in his heart. Meanwhile, his son Tad, for whom he always showed a deep affection, was becoming a little uneasy, and gave certain appealing looks, to which General Sharp, who seemed to understand the mute expressions of small boys, responded by producing some sandwiches, which he offered to him, saying, "Here, young man, I guess you must be hungry." Tad seized them as a drowning man would seize a life preserver, and cried out, "Yes, I am. That's what's the matter with me." This greatly amused the President and the General in Chief, who had a hearty laugh at Tad's expense. A gentleman, whom we supposed was the proprietor of the house, asked the general to go into the parlor, but he declined politely, saying, "Thank you, but I am smoking." The general hoped that before he parted with Mr. Lincoln he would hear that Richmond was in our possession, but after waiting about an hour and a half, he said he must ride on to the front and join Ord's column, and took leave of the President, who shook his hand cordially, and with great warmth of feeling wished him Godspeed and every success. The general and staff had ridden as far as Sutherland Station, about 9 miles, when a despatch from Weitzel overtook them, which had come by a roundabout way. It read, "We took Richmond at 8:15 this morning. I captured many guns. The enemy left in great haste. The city is on fire in 2 places. I am making every effort to put it out. The people received us with enthusiastic expressions of joy." Although the news was expected, there were loud shouts of rejoicing from the group who heard it read. The general, as usual, did not manifest the slightest sign of emotion, and merely remarked, "I am sorry I did not get this information before we left the President. However, I suppose he has heard it by this time," and then added, "Let the news be circulated among the troops as rapidly as possible." Grant and Meade both went into camp at Sutherland Station that evening, April 3. The Army of the Potomac caught but a few hours' sleep, and at 3 the next morning was again on the march. The pursuit had now become swift, unflagging, relentless. Sheridan, the Inevitable, as the enemy had learned to call him, was in advance, thundering on with his cavalry, followed by Griffin and the rest of the Army of the Potomac, while Ord was swinging along toward Burkeville to head off Lee from Danville, to which point it was naturally supposed he was pushing in order to unite with Joe Johnston's army. April 4 was another active day. The troops were made to realize that this campaign was to be won by legs, that the great walking match had begun, and success depended upon which army could make the best distance record. Grant rode this day with Ord's troops. Meade was quite sick, and had to take at times to an ambulance, but his loyal spirit never flagged, and all his orders breathed the true spirit of a soldier. That night General Grant camped at Wilson Station on the South Side Railroad, 27 miles west of Petersburg. A railroad engineer who had been brought in as a prisoner reported that Davis and his cabinet had passed through Burkeville on their way south early on the morning of the day before. The next morning the general sent a dispatch to Sherman in North Carolina, giving him an account of the situation, containing instructions as to his future movements, and winding up with the famous words, "Rebel armies are now the only strategic points to strike at." On the 5th he marched again with Ord's column, and at noon reached Nottoway Court House, about 10 miles east of Burkeville, where he halted with Ord for a couple of hours. A young staff officer here rode up to Ord in a state of considerable excitement, and said, "Is this a way station?" The grim old soldier, who was always fond of a quiet joke, replied with great deliberation, "This is not a way station." The staff collected around General Grant on the front porch of the old town tavern, and while examining maps and discussing the movements, a ringing dispatch came in from Sheridan, saying he had captured 6 guns and some wagons, and had intercepted Lee's advance toward Burkeville; that Lee was in person at Amelia Court House, etc. This news was given to the passing troops, and lusty cheers went up from every throat. They had marched about 15 miles already that day, and now struck out as if they were good for 15 more, and vowed that they were going to beat the record of the cavalry. We continued to move along the wagon road, which runs parallel to the South Side Railroad, till nearly dark, and had by that time reached a point about halfway between Nottoway and Burkeville. The road was skirted by a dense woods on the north side, the side toward the enemy. A commotion suddenly arose among the headquarters escort, and on looking around I saw some of our men dashing up to a horseman in full Confederate uniform, who had emerged like an apparition from the woods, and in the act of seizing him as a prisoner. I recognized him at once as the scout who had brought the important dispatch sent by Sheridan from Columbia to City Point. I said to him, "How do you do, Campbell?" and told our men he was all right and was one of our people. He said he had had a hard ride from Sheridan's camp, and had brought a dispatch for General Grant. By this time the general had also recognized him, and had ridden up to him and halted in the road to see what he had brought. Campbell took from his mouth a small pellet of tinfoil, opened it, and pulled out a sheet of tissue paper on which was written the famous dispatch so widely published at the time, in which Sheridan described the situation at Jetersville, and added, "I wish you were here yourself." The general said he would go at once to Sheridan, and dismounted from his black pony, Jeff Davis, which he had been riding, and called for his horse, Cincinnati. He stood in the road for a few minutes, and wrote a dispatch to Ord, using the pony's back for a desk, and then, mounting the fresh horse, told Campbell to lead the way. It was found that he would have to skirt pretty closely to the enemy's lines, and it was thought that it would be prudent to take some cavalry with us, but there was none near at hand, and the general said he would risk it with our mounted escort of 14 men. Calling upon me and 3 other officers to accompany him, he started off. I had in the meanwhile questioned the scout about the trip, and found that we would have to follow some crossroads through a wooded country, and travel nearly 20 miles. It was now dark, but there was enough moonlight to enable us to see the way without difficulty. After riding for nearly 2 hours, the enemy's campfires were seen in the distance, and it was noticed that the fence rails were thrown down in a number of places, indicating that cavalry had been moving across this part of the country, though we were certain our cavalry had not been there. Knowing that scouts are seldom trustworthy, and are often in the employ of both sides, and feeling that the general's safety was now entirely in the power of a comparatively unknown man, I, for one, began to grow suspicious. Just then Campbell fell back several paces, and suddenly turned his horse into a piece of woods which we were skirting, and seemed to be acting in a manner that indicated either confusion or treachery. I cocked my pistol and rode close behind him, thinking his feelings would stand that much in the way of precaution anyhow, and determined that if he was caught giving any suspicious signals I would at once arrest him. The scout, however, was thoroughly loyal, and one of Sheridan's most trusted men. No thought of treachery had crossed his mind. He was only looking for a short cut through the woods. About 10:30 o'clock we struck Sheridan's pickets. They could hardly be made to understand that the general-in-chief was wandering about at that hour with so small an escort, and so near to the enemy's lines. The cavalry were sleeping on their arms, and as our little party picked its way through their ranks, and the troopers woke up and recognized the general in the moonlight, their remarks were highly characteristic of the men. One said, "Why, there's the old man! Boys, this means business." And another, "Great Scott! The old chief's out here himself. The Rebs are going to get busted tomorrow, certain." And a third, "Uncle Sam's joined the cavalry sure enough. You can bet there'll be lively times here in the morning." Sheridan was awaiting us, feeling sure that the general would come after getting his dispatch. A good supper of beef, cold chicken, and coffee was soon prepared, and it was quickly demonstrated that the night ride had not impaired any one's appetite. When the general-in-chief had learned fully the situation in Sheridan's front, he first sent a message to Ord to watch the roads running south from Burkeville and Farmville, and then went over to Meade's camp near by. Meade was lying down and still suffering from illness. His views differed somewhat from General Grant's regarding the movements of the Army of the Potomac for the next day, and the latter changed the dispositions that were being made, so as to have the army unite with Sheridan's troops in swinging round more toward the south and heading off Lee in that direction. The next day, April 6, proved a decided field day in the pursuit. It was found in the morning that Lee had retreated during the night from Amelia Court House, and from the direction he had taken, and information received that he had ordered rations to meet him at Farmville, it was seen that he had abandoned all hope of reaching Burkeville, and was probably heading for Lynchburg. Ord was to try to burn the high bridge over the Appomattox, and pushed on to Farmville. Sheridan's cavalry was to work round Lee's left flank, and the Army of the Potomac was to make another forced march, and strike the enemy wherever it could reach him. I spent a portion of the day with Humphreys' corps, which attacked the enemy near Deatonsville, and gave his rear guard no rest. I joined General Grant later, and rode with him to Burkeville, getting there some time after dark. Ord had pushed out to Rice's Station, and Sheridan and Wright had gone in against the enemy and fought the battle of Sailor's Creek, capturing 6 general officers and about 7,000 men, and smashing things generally. General Grant broke camp and started from Burkeville early the next morning, the 7th, and moved rapidly in the direction of Farmville. The columns were crowding the roads, and the men, aroused to still greater efforts by the inspiriting news of the day before, were sweeping steadily along, despite the rain that fell like trained pedestrians on a walking track. As the general rode among them, he was greeted with shouts and hurrahs on all sides, and a string of sly remarks which showed how familiar swords and bayonets become when victory furnishes the topic of their talk, such as, "Cavalry's skin out, General. Infantry's going to crush the rest of the mud," and "We've marched nigh 20 miles on this stretch, and we're good for 20 more if the general says so," and "We're not straddling any hosses, but we'll get there all the same." The general raised his hat in acknowledgment of the cheers, and gave a pleasant nod to each of the men who addressed him. A little before noon on April 7, 1865, General Grant with his staff rode into the little village of Farmville on the south side of the Appomattox River, a town that will be memorable in history as the place where he opened the correspondence with Lee, which 2 days later led to the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia. He drew up in front of the village hotel, a comfortable brick building, dismounted, and established headquarters on its broad piazza. News came in that Crook was fighting large odds with his cavalry on the north side of the river, and I was directed to go to his front and see what was necessary to be done to assist him. I found that he was being driven back, the enemy, Mumford's and Rosser's cavalry divisions under Fitzhugh Lee, having made a bold stand north of the river. Humphreys was also on the north side, isolated from the rest of our infantry, confronted by a large portion of Lee's army, and having some heavy fighting. On my return to general headquarters that evening, Wright's corps was ordered to cross the river and move rapidly to the support of our troops there. Notwithstanding their long march that day, the men sprang to their feet with a spirit that made everyone marvel at their pluck, and came swinging through the main street of the village with a step that seemed as elastic as on the first day of their toilsome tramp. It was now dark, but they spied the general-in-chief watching them with evident pride from the piazza of the hotel as they marched past. Then was witnessed one of the most inspiring scenes of the campaign. Bonfires were lighted on the sides of the streets. The men seized straw and pine knots and improvised torches. Cheers arose from their throats, already hoarse with shouts of victory. Bands played, banners waved, and muskets were swung in the air. A regiment now broke forth with the song of John Brown's Body, and soon a whole division was shouting the swelling chorus of that popular air, which had risen to the dignity of a national anthem. The night march had become a grand review, with Grant as the reviewing officer. Ord and Gibbon had visited the general at the hotel, and he had spoken with them, as well as with Wright, about sending some communication to Lee that might pave the way to the stopping of further bloodshed. Dr. Smith, formerly of the regular army, a native of Virginia, and a relative of General Ewell, now one of our prisoners, had told General Grant the night before that Ewell had said in conversation that their cause was lost when they crossed the James River, and he considered that it was the duty of the authorities to negotiate for peace then, while they still had a right to claim concessions, adding that now they were not in condition to claim anything. He said that for every man killed after this, somebody would be responsible, and it would be little better than murder. He could not tell what General Lee would do, but he hoped that he would at once surrender his army. This statement, together with the news that had been received from Sheridan, saying that he had heard that General Lee's trains of provisions, which had come by rail, were at Appomattox, and that he expected to capture them before Lee could reach them, induced the general to write the following communication: Headquarters, Armies of the U.S., 5 p.m., April 7, 1865. General R. E. Lee, commanding C.S.A. The results of the last week must convince you of the hopelessness of further resistance on the part of the Army of Northern Virginia in this struggle. I feel that it is so, and regard it as my duty to shift from myself the responsibility of any further effusions of blood by asking of you the surrender of that portion of the Confederate States Army known as the Army of Northern Virginia. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. This he entrusted to General Seth Williams, Adjutant General, with directions to take it to Humphreys' front, as his corps was close up to the enemy's rear guard, and see that it reached Lee. Williams's orderly was shot, and he himself came near losing his life in getting this communication through the lines. General Grant decided to remain all night at Farmville and await the reply from Lee, and he was shown to a room in the hotel in which he was told that Lee had slept the night before, although this statement could not be verified. Lee wrote the following reply within an hour after he received General Grant's letter, but it was brought in by a rather circuitous route and did not reach its destination till after midnight. April 7, 1865. General, I have received your note of this date. Though not entertaining the opinion you express of the hopelessness of further resistance on the part of the Army of Northern Virginia, I reciprocate your desire to avoid useless effusion of blood, and therefore, before considering your proposition, ask the terms you will offer on condition of its surrender. R. E. Lee, General. Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, Commanding Armies of the U.S. The next morning, before leaving Farmville, the following reply was given to General Seth Williams, who again went to Humphreys front to have it transmitted to Lee. April 8, 1865, General R. E. Lee, Commanding C. S. A. Your note of last evening, in reply to mine of the same date, asking the conditions on which I will accept the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia, is just received. In reply would say that, peace being my great desire, there is but one condition I would insist upon, namely, that the men and officers surrendered shall be disqualified for taking up arms against the Government of the United States until properly exchanged. I will meet you, or will designate officers to meet any officers you may name for the same purpose, at any point agreeable to you, for the purpose of arranging definitely the terms upon which the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia will be received. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. The last sentence shows great delicacy of feeling on the part of General Grant, who wished to spare General Lee the mortification of personally conducting the surrender. The consideration displayed has a parallel in the terms accorded by Washington to Cornwallis at Yorktown. Cornwallis took advantage of the privilege and sent O'Hara to represent him, but Lee rose superior to the British general, and in a manly way came and conducted the surrender in person. There turned up at this time a rather hungry-looking gentleman in gray, wearing the uniform of a colonel, who proclaimed himself the proprietor of the hotel. He gave us to understand that his regiment had crumbled to pieces, that he was about the only portion of it that had succeeded in holding together, and he thought he might as well stop off at home and look after his property. It is safe to say that his hotel had never before had so many guests in it, nor at such reduced rates. His story was significant as indicating the disintegrating process which was going on in the ranks of the enemy. General Grant had been marching most of the way with the columns which were pushing along south of Lee's line of retreat, but expecting that a reply to his last letter would soon be received, and wanting to keep within easy communication with Lee, he decided to march that day with the portion of the Army of the Potomac that was pressing Lee's rear guard. After issuing some further instructions to Ord and Sheridan, he started from Farmville, crossed to the north side of the Appomattox, conferred in person with Meade, and rode with his columns. Encouraging reports came in all day, and that night headquarters were established at Curdsville in a large white farmhouse a few hundred yards from Meade's camp. The general and several of the staff had cut loose from the headquarters trains the night he started to meet Sheridan at Jetersville, and had neither baggage nor camp equipage. The general did not even have his sword with him. This was the most advanced effort yet made in moving in light marching order, and we billeted ourselves at night in farmhouses, or bivouacked on porches, and picked up meals at any camp that seemed to have something to spare in the way of rations. That night we sampled the fare of Meade's hospitable mess, and once more lay down with full stomachs. General Grant had been suffering all the afternoon from a severe headache, the result of fatigue, anxiety, scant fare, and loss of sleep, and by night he grew much worse. He was induced to bathe his feet in hot water and mustard, and apply mustard plasters to his wrists and the back of his neck, but these remedies afforded little relief. The dwelling we occupied was a double house. The general threw himself upon a sofa in the sitting room on the left side of the hall, while the staff officers bunked on the floor of the room opposite, to catch what sleep they could. About midnight we were aroused by Colonel Charles A. Whittier of Humphreys's staff, who brought the expected letter from Lee. Rawlins took it, and stepped across the hall to the door of General Grant's room. He hesitated to knock, not wishing to awake the commander if he were asleep, and opened the door softly and listened a moment to ascertain whether he could judge by any sound how the chief was resting. Soon the general's voice was heard saying, "Come in, I am awake. I am suffering too much to get any sleep." I had in the meantime brought a lighted candle, and now stepped into the room with it. The general, who had taken off only his coat and boots, sat up on the sofa and read the communication. The letter was as follows: April 8, 1865. General: I received at a late hour your note of to day. In mine of yesterday I did not intend to propose the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia, but to ask the terms of your proposition. To be frank, I do not think the emergency has arisen to call for the surrender of this army. But as the restoration of peace should be the sole object of all, I desired to know whether your proposals would lead to that end. I cannot therefore meet you with a view to surrender the Army of Northern Virginia. But as far as your proposal may affect the Confederate States forces under my command, and tend to the restoration of peace, I shall be pleased to meet you at 10 a.m. tomorrow on the old stage road to Richmond, between the picket lines of the two armies. R. E. Lee, General. To Lieutenant General U. S. Grant. The general shook his head, expressive of his disappointment, and remarked, "It looks as if Lee still means to fight. I will reply in the morning," and after making a few more comments, lay down again upon the sofa. Rawlins and I expressed the hope that the general might still be able to get some sleep, and then retired from the room. About 4 o'clock in the morning of April 9, I rose and crossed the hall to ascertain how the general was feeling. I found his room empty, and upon going out of the front door, saw him pacing up and down in the yard, holding both hands to his head. Upon inquiring how he felt, he replied that he had had very little sleep, and was still suffering the most excruciating pain. I said, "Well, there is one consolation in all this, General. I never knew you to be ill that you did not receive some good news before the day passed. I have become a little superstitious regarding these coincidences, and I should not be surprised if some good fortune were to overtake you before night." He smiled and replied, "The best thing that could happen to me today would be to get rid of the pain I am suffering." We were soon joined by some others of the staff, and the general was induced to walk over to Meade's headquarters with us and get some coffee, in the hope that it would do him good. He seemed to feel a little better then, and after writing the following letter to Lee and dispatching it, he prepared to move forward. April 9, 1865. General: Your note of yesterday is received. As I have no authority to treat on the subject of peace, the meeting proposed for 10 a.m. today could lead to no good. I will state, however, General, that I am equally anxious for peace with yourself, and the whole North entertains the same feeling. The terms upon which peace can be had are well understood. By the South laying down their arms, they will hasten that most desirable event, save thousands of human lives, and hundreds of millions of property not yet destroyed. Sincerely hoping that all our difficulties may be settled without the loss of another life, I subscribe myself, and etc., U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. To General R. E. Lee. General Grant kept steadily in mind the fact that he was simply a soldier, and could deal only with hostile armies. He could not negotiate a treaty of peace without transcending his authority. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Grant's ride to Appomattox, how Lee reached McLean's house, meeting between Grant and Lee, brief discussion as to the terms of surrender, drafting the terms and the acceptance, Grant's consideration for the Confederate privates, rations for the paroled army. It was proposed to the general to ride during the day in a covered ambulance which was at hand, instead of on horseback, so as to avoid the intense heat of the sun, but his soldierly instincts rebelled against such a proposition, and he soon after mounted Cincinnati and started from Curdsville toward New Store. From this point he went by way of a crossroad to the south side of the Appomattox, with the intention of moving around to Sheridan's front. While riding along the wagon road which runs from Farmville to Appomattox Court House, at a point 8 or 9 miles east of the latter place, General Charles E. Pease of Meade's staff overtook him with a dispatch. It was found to be a reply from Lee, which had been sent into our lines on Humphreys' front. It read as follows: April 9, 1865. General: I received your note of this morning on the picket line, whither I had come to meet you and ascertain definitely what terms were embraced in your proposal of yesterday with reference to the surrender of this army. I now request an interview in accordance with the offer contained in your letter of yesterday for that purpose. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, R. E. Lee, General, Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, commanding U. S. Armies. Pease also brought a note from Meade saying that at Lee's request he had read the communication addressed to Grant, and in consequence of it had granted a short truce. The general, as soon as he had read these letters, dismounted, sat down on the grassy bank by the roadside, and wrote the following reply to Lee: April 9, 1865. General R. E. Lee, commanding C. S. Army. Your note of this date is but this moment, 11:50 a.m., received, in consequence of my having passed from the Richmond and Lynchburg road to the Farmville and Lynchburg road. I am at this writing about 4 miles west of Walker's Church, and will push forward to the front for the purpose of meeting you. Notice sent to me on this road where you wish the interview to take place will meet me. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. He handed this to Colonel Babcock of the staff, with directions to take it to General Lee by the most direct route. Mounting his horse again, the general rode on at a trot toward Appomattox Court House. When 5 or 6 miles from the town, Colonel Newell, Sheridan's adjutant general, came riding up from the direction of Appomattox, and handed the general a communication. This proved to be a duplicate of the letter from Lee that Lieutenant Pease had brought in from Meade's lines. Lee was so closely pressed that he was anxious to communicate with Grant by the most direct means, and as he could not tell with which column Grant was moving, he sent in one copy of his letter on Meade's front and one on Sheridan's. Colonel Newhall joined our party, and after a few minutes' halt to read the letter, we continued our ride toward Appomattox. On the march I had asked the general several times how he felt. To the same question now he replied, "The pain in my head seemed to leave me the moment I got Lee's letter." The road was filled with men, animals, and wagons, and to avoid these and shorten the distance, we turned slightly to the right and began to cut across lots. But before going far, we spied men conspicuous in gray, and it was seen that we were moving toward the enemy's left flank, and that a short ride farther would take us into his lines. It looked for a moment as if a very awkward condition of things might possibly arise, and Grant become a prisoner in Lee's lines instead of Lee in his. Such a circumstance would have given rise to an important cross-country in the system of campaign bookkeeping. There was only one remedy, to retrace our steps and strike the right road, which was done without serious discussion. About 1 o'clock the little village of Appomattox Court House, with its half-dozen houses, came in sight, and soon we were entering its single street. It is situated on rising ground, and beyond it the country slopes down into a broad valley. The enemy was seen with his columns and wagon trains covering the low ground. Our cavalry, the Fifth Corps, and part of Ord's command were occupying the high ground to the south and west of the enemy, heading him off completely. We saw a group of officers who had dismounted and were standing at the edge of the town, and at their head we soon recognized the features of Sheridan. No one could look at Sheridan at such a moment without a sentiment of undisguised admiration. In this campaign, as in others, he had shown himself possessed of military traits of the highest order. Bold in conception, self-reliant, demonstrating by his acts that much danger makes great hearts most resolute, fertile in resources, combining the restlessness of a Hotspur with the patience of a Fabius, it is no wonder that he should have been looked upon as the wizard of the battlefield. Generous of his life, gifted with the ingenuity of a Hannibal, the dash of a Marat, the courage of a Ney, the magnetism of his presence roused his troops to deeds of individual heroism, and his unconquerable columns rushed to victory with all the confidence of Caesar's 10th Legion. Wherever blows fell thickest, there was his crest. Despite the valor of the defense, opposing ranks went down before the fierceness of his onsets, never to rise again, and he would not pause till the folds of his banners waved above the strongholds he had wrested from the foe. Brave Sheridan! I can almost see him now, his silent clay again quickened into life, once more riding Rienzi through a fire of hell, leaping opposing earthworks at a single bound, and leaving nothing of those who barred his way except the fragments scattered in his path. As long as manly courage is talked of, or heroic deeds are honored, the hearts of a grateful people will beat responsive to the mention of the talismanic name of Sheridan. Ord and others were standing in the group before us, and as our party came up, General Grant greeted the officers and said, "How are you, Sheridan?" "First rate, thank you. How are you?" cried Sheridan, with a voice and look which seemed to indicate that on his part he was having things all his own way. "Is Lee over there?" asked Grant, pointing up the road, having heard a rumor that Lee was in that vicinity. "Yes, he is in that brick house waiting to surrender to you," answered Sheridan. "Well, then, we'll go over," said Grant. The general in chief now rode on, accompanied by Sheridan, Ord, and others. Soon Colonel Babcock's orderly was seen sitting on his horse in the street in front of a two-story brick house, better in appearance than the rest of the houses. He said General Lee and Colonel Babcock had gone into this house half an hour before, and he was ordered to post himself in the street and keep a lookout for General Grant, so as to let him know where General Lee was. Babcock told me afterward that in carrying General Grant's last letter he passed through the enemy's lines, and found General Lee a little more than half a mile beyond Appomattox Court House. He was lying down by the roadside on a blanket which had been spread over a few fence rails placed on the ground under an apple tree which was part of an old orchard. This circumstance furnished the only ground for the widespread report that the surrender occurred under an apple tree, and which has been repeated in song and story. There may be said of that statement what Cuvier said of the French Academy's definition of a crab: brilliant, but not correct. Babcock dismounted upon coming near, and as he approached, Lee sat up, with his feet hanging over the roadside embankment. The wheels of wagons in passing along the road had cut away the earth of this embankment and left the roots of the trees projecting. Lee's feet were partly resting on these roots. Colonel Charles Marshall, his military secretary, came forward, took the dispatch which Babcock handed him, and gave it to General Lee. After reading it, the general rose and said he would ride forward on the road on which Babcock had come, but was apprehensive that hostilities might begin in the meantime upon the termination of the temporary truce, and asked Babcock to write a line to Meade informing him of the situation. Babcock wrote accordingly, requesting Meade to maintain the truce until positive orders from Grant could be received. To save time, it was arranged that a Union officer, accompanied by one of Lee's officers, should carry this letter through the enemy's lines. This route made the distance to Meade nearly 10 miles shorter than by the roundabout way of the Union lines. Lee now mounted his horse and directed Colonel Marshall to accompany him. They started for Appomattox Court House in company with Babcock, followed by a mounted orderly. When the party reached the village, they met one of its residents named Wilmer McLean, who was told that General Lee wished to occupy a convenient room in some house in the town. McLean ushered them into the sitting room of one of the first houses he came to, but upon looking about and seeing that it was small and unfurnished, Lee proposed finding something more commodious and better fitted for the occasion. McLean then conducted the party to his own house, about the best one in the town, where they awaited General Grant's arrival. The house had a comfortable wooden porch with 7 steps leading up to it. A hall ran through the middle from front to back, and upon each side was a room having 2 windows, one in front and one in rear. Each room had 2 doors opening into the hall. The building stood a little distance back from the street, with a yard in front, and to the left on entering was a gate for carriages and a roadway running to a stable in rear. We entered the grounds by this gate and dismounted. In the yard were seen a fine, large, gray horse, which proved to be General Lee's favorite animal, named Traveler, and a good-looking, dark-colored mare belonging to Colonel Marshall. An orderly in gray was in charge of them, and had taken off their bridles to let them crop the grass. General Grant mounted the steps and entered the house. As he stepped into the hall, Colonel Babcock, who had seen his approach from the window, opened the door of the room on the left, in which he had been sitting with General Lee and Colonel Marshall, awaiting General Grant's arrival. The general passed in, and as Lee arose and stepped forward, Grant extended his hand, saying, "General Lee," and the two shook hands cordially. The members of the staff, General Sheridan and Ord, and some other general officers who had gathered in the front yard, remained outside, feeling that General Grant would probably prefer his first interview with General Lee to be, in a measure, private. In a few minutes Colonel Babcock came to the front door, and, making a motion with his hat toward the sitting-room, said, "The general says come in." It was then about 1:30 on Sunday, the 9th of April. We entered, and found General Grant seated in an old office armchair in the center of the room, and Lee sitting in a plain armchair with a cane seat beside a square, marble-topped table near the front window, in the corner opposite the door by which we entered, and facing General Grant. Colonel Marshall was standing at his left, with his right elbow resting upon the mantelpiece. We walked in softly, and ranged ourselves quietly about the sides of the room, very much as people enter a sick chamber when they expect to find the patient dangerously ill. Some found seats on the sofas standing against the wall between the two doors, and on the few plain chairs which constituted the furniture, but most of the party stood. The contrast between the two commanders was singularly striking, and could not fail to attract marked attention as they sat, 6 or 8 feet apart, facing each other. General Grant, then nearly 43 years of age, was 5 feet 8 inches in height, with shoulders slightly stooped. His hair and full beard were nut brown, without a trace of gray in them. He had on his single-breasted blouse of dark blue flannel, unbuttoned in front and showing a waistcoat underneath. He wore an ordinary pair of top boots, with his trousers inside, and was without spurs. The boots and portions of his clothes were spattered with mud. He had worn a pair of thread gloves of a dark yellow color, which he had taken off on entering the room. His felt sugar-loaf, stiff-brimmed hat was resting on his lap. He had no sword or sash, and a pair of shoulder-straps was all there was about him to designate his rank. In fact, aside from these, his uniform was that of a private soldier. Lee, on the other hand, was 6 feet and 1 inch in height, and erect for one of his age, for he was Grant's senior by 16 years. His hair and full beard were a silver gray and thick, except that the hair had become a little thin in front. He wore a new uniform of Confederate gray, buttoned to the throat, and a handsome sword and sash. The sword was of exceedingly fine workmanship, and the hilt was studded with jewels. It had been presented to him by some ladies in England who sympathized with the cause he represented. His top boots were comparatively new, and had on them near the top some ornamental stitching of red silk. Like his uniform, they were clean. On the boots were handsome spurs with large rowels. A felt hat which in color matched pretty closely that of his uniform, and a pair of long gray buckskin gauntlets lay beside him on the table. We endeavored afterward to learn how it was that he wore such fine clothes, and looked so much as if he had turned out to go to church that Sunday afternoon, while with us our outward garb scarcely rose to the dignity even of the shabby genteel. One explanation was that when his headquarters wagons had been pressed so closely by our cavalry a few days before, it was found that his officers would have to destroy all their baggage except the clothes they carried on their backs, and each one naturally selected the newest suit he had, and sought to propitiate the god of destruction by a sacrifice of his second best. Another reason given was that, in deference to General Grant, General Lee had dressed himself with special care for the purpose of the meeting. Grant began the conversation by saying, "I met you once before, General Lee, while we were serving in Mexico, when you came over from General Scott's headquarters to visit Garland's brigade, to which I then belonged. I have always remembered your appearance, and I think I should have recognized you anywhere." "Yes," replied General Lee, "I know I met you on that occasion, and I have often thought of it, and tried to recollect how you looked, but I have never been able to recall a single feature." After some further mention of Mexico, General Lee said, "I suppose, General Grant, that the object of our present meeting is fully understood. I asked to see you to ascertain upon what terms you would receive the surrender of my army." General Grant replied, "The terms I propose are those stated substantially in my letter of yesterday. That is, the officers and men surrendered to be paroled and disqualified from taking up arms again until properly exchanged, and all arms, ammunition, and supplies to be delivered up as captured property." Lee nodded an assent, and said, "Those are about the conditions which I expected would be proposed." General Grant then continued, "Yes, I think our correspondence indicated pretty clearly the action that would be taken at our meeting, and I hope it may lead to a general suspension of hostilities and be the means of preventing any further loss of life." Lee inclined his head as indicating his accord with this wish, and General Grant then went on to talk at some length in a very pleasant vein about the prospects of peace. Lee was evidently anxious to proceed to the formal work of the surrender, and he brought the subject up again by saying, "I presume, General Grant, we have both carefully considered the proper steps to be taken, and I would suggest that you commit to writing the terms you have proposed, so that they may be formally acted upon." "Very well," replied Grant, "I will write them out." And calling for his manifold order book, he opened it, laid it on a small oval wooden table which Colonel Parker brought to him from the rear of the room, and proceeded to write the terms. The leaves had been so prepared that 3 impressions of the writing were made. He wrote very rapidly, and did not pause until he had finished the sentence ending with "officers appointed by me to receive them." Then he looked toward Lee, and his eyes seemed to be resting on the handsome sword that hung at that officer's side. He said afterward that this set him to thinking that it would be an unnecessary humiliation to require the officers to surrender their swords, and a great hardship to deprive them of their personal baggage and horses; and after a short pause he wrote the sentence, "This will not embrace the side arms of the officers, nor their private horses or baggage." When he had finished the letter, he called Colonel Parker to his side, and looked it over with him, and directed him as they went along to interline 6 or 7 words, and to strike out the word "there," which had been repeated. When this had been done, the general took the manifold writer in his right hand, extended his arm toward Lee, and started to rise from his chair to hand the book to him. As I was standing equally distant from them, with my back to the front window, I stepped forward, took the book, and passed it to General Lee. The terms were as follows: Appomattox Court House, Virginia, April 9, 1865. General R. E. Lee, commanding C. S. A. General: In accordance with the substance of my letter to you of the 8th instant, I propose to receive the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia on the following terms, to wit: rolls of all the officers and men to be made in duplicate, 1 copy to be given to an officer to be designated by me, the other to be retained by such officer or officers as you may designate; the officers to give their individual paroles not to take up arms against the government of the United States until properly exchanged, and each company or regimental commander to sign a like parole for the men of their commands; the arms, artillery, and public property to be parked and stacked and turned over to the officers appointed by me to receive them. This will not embrace the side arms of the officers, nor their private horses or baggage. This done, each officer and man will be allowed to return to his home, not to be disturbed by the United States authorities so long as they observe their paroles and the laws in force where they may reside. Very respectfully, U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Lee pushed aside some books and 2 brass candlesticks which were on the table, then took the book and laid it down before him, while he drew from his pocket a pair of steel-rimmed spectacles and wiped the glasses carefully with his handkerchief. He crossed his legs, adjusted the spectacles very slowly and deliberately, took up the draft of the terms, and proceeded to read them attentively. They consisted of 2 pages. When he reached the top line of the second page, he looked up and said to General Grant, "After the words 'until properly,' the word 'exchanged' seems to be omitted. You doubtless intended to use that word." "Why, yes," said Grant, "I thought I had put in the word 'exchanged.'" "I presumed it had been omitted inadvertently," continued Lee, "and with your permission I will mark where it should be inserted." "Certainly," Grant replied. Lee felt in his pocket as if searching for a pencil, but he did not seem to be able to find one. Seeing this, I handed him my lead pencil. During the rest of the interview he kept twirling this pencil in his fingers and occasionally tapping the top of the table with it. When he handed it back, it was carefully treasured by me as a memento of the occasion. When Lee came to the sentence about the officers' side arms, private horses, and baggage, he showed for the first time during the reading of the letter a slight change of countenance, and was evidently touched by this act of generosity. It was doubtless the condition mentioned to which he particularly alluded when he looked toward General Grant as he finished reading, and said with some degree of warmth in his manner, "This will have a very happy effect upon my army." General Grant then said, "Unless you have some suggestions to make in regard to the form in which I have stated the terms, I will have a copy of the letter made in ink and sign it." "There is one thing I should like to mention," Lee replied after a short pause. "The cavalrymen and artilleries own their own horses in our army. Its organization in this respect differs from that of the United States." This expression attracted the notice of our officers present, as showing how firmly the conviction was grounded in his mind that we were two distinct countries. He continued, "I should like to understand whether these men will be permitted to retain their horses." "You will find that the terms as written do not allow this," General Grant replied. "Only the officers are permitted to take their private property." Lee read over the second page of the letter again, and then said, "No, I see the terms do not allow it. That is clear." His face showed plainly that he was quite anxious to have this concession made, and Grant said very promptly, and without giving Lee time to make a direct request, "Well, the subject is quite new to me. Of course, I did not know that any private soldiers owned their animals, but I think we have fought the last battle of the war. I sincerely hope so, and that the surrender of this army will be followed soon by that of all the others. And I take it that most of the men in the ranks are small farmers, and, as the country has been so raided by the two armies, it is doubtful whether they will be able to put in a crop to carry themselves and their families through the next winter without the aid of the horses they are now riding, and I will arrange it in this way. I will not change the terms as now written, but I will instruct the officers I shall appoint to receive the paroles to let all the men who claim to own a horse or mule take the animals home with them to work their little farms." This expression has been quoted in various forms, and has been the subject of some dispute. I give the exact words used. Lee now looked greatly relieved, and though anything but a demonstrative man, he gave every evidence of his appreciation of this concession, and said, "This will have the best possible effect upon the men. It will be very gratifying, and will do much toward conciliating our people." He handed the draft of the terms back to General Grant, who called Colonel T. S. Bowers of the staff to him, and directed him to make a copy in ink. Bowers was a little nervous, and he turned the matter over to Colonel Parker, whose handwriting presented a better appearance than that of any one else on the staff. Parker sat down to write at the oval table, which he had moved again to the rear of the room. Wilmer McLean's domestic resources in the way of ink now became the subject of a searching investigation, but it was found that the contents of the conical-shaped stoneware inkstand with a paper stopper which he produced appeared to be participating in the general breaking up and had disappeared. Colonel Marshall now came to the rescue, and took from his pocket a small boxwood inkstand, which was put at Parker's service, so that, after all, we had to fall back upon the resources of the enemy to furnish the stage properties for the final scene in the memorable military drama. Colonel Marshall then took a seat on the sofa beside Sheridan and Ingalls. When the terms had been copied, Lee directed his military secretary to draw up for his signature a letter of acceptance. Colonel Marshall wrote out a draft of such a letter, making it formal, beginning with "I have the honor to acknowledge," etc. General Lee took it, and after reading it over very carefully, directed that these formal expressions be stricken out, and that the letter be otherwise shortened. He afterwards went over it again, and seemed to change some words, and then told the colonel to make a final copy in ink. When it came to providing the paper, it was found that we had the only supply of that important ingredient in the recipe for surrendering an army, so we gave a few pages to the colonel. The letter, when completed, read as follows: Headquarters, Army of Northern Virginia, April 9, 1865. General: I have received your letter of this date containing the terms of the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia as proposed by you. As they are substantially the same as those expressed in your letter of the 8th instant, they are accepted. I will proceed to designate the proper officers to carry the stipulations into effect. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, R. E. Lee, General. Lieutenant General U. S. Grant, Commanding Armies of the U. S. While the letters were being copied, General Grant introduced the general officers who had entered, and each member of the staff, to General Lee. The general shook hands with General Seth Williams, who had been his adjutant when Lee was superintendent at West Point some years before the war, and gave his hand to some of the other officers who had extended theirs. But to most of those who were introduced he merely bowed in a dignified and formal manner. He did not exhibit the slightest change of features during this ceremony until Colonel Parker of our staff was presented to him. Parker being a full-blooded Indian, when Lee saw his swarthy features, he looked at him with evident surprise, and his eyes rested on him for several seconds. What was passing in his mind no one knew, but the natural surmise was that he at first mistook Parker for a negro, and was struck with astonishment to find that the commander of the Union armies had one of that race on his personal staff. Lee did not utter a word while the introductions were going on, except to Seth Williams, with whom he talked cordially. Williams at one time referred in a rather jocose manner to a circumstance which had occurred during their former service together, as if he wished to say something in a good-natured way to thaw the frigidity of the conversation, but Lee was in no mood for pleasantries, and he did not unbend or even relax the fixed sternness of his features. His only response to the remark was a slight inclination of the head. General Lee now took the initiative again in leading the conversation back into business channels. He said: "I have 1,000 or more of your men as prisoners, General Grant, a number of them officers, whom we have required to march along with us for several days. I shall be glad to send them into your lines as soon as it can be arranged, for I have no provisions for them. I have, indeed, nothing for my own men. They have been living for the last few days principally upon parched corn, and we are badly in need of both rations and forage. I telegraphed to Lynchburg directing several trainloads of rations to be sent on by rail from there, and when they arrive I should be glad to have the present wants of my men supplied from them." At this remark all eyes turned toward Sheridan, for he had captured these trains with his cavalry the night before near Appomattox Station. General Grant replied: "I should like to have our men sent within our lines as soon as possible. I will take steps at once to have your army supplied with rations, but I am sorry to have no forage for the animals. We have had to depend upon the country for our supply of forage. Of about how many men does your present force consist?" "Indeed, I am not able to say," Lee answered, after a slight pause. "My losses in killed and wounded have been exceedingly heavy, and besides there have been many stragglers and some deserters. All my reports and public papers, and indeed some of my own private letters, had to be destroyed on the march to prevent them from falling into the hands of your people. Many companies are entirely without officers, and I have not seen any returns for several days, so that I have no means of ascertaining our present strength." General Grant had taken great pains to have a daily estimate made of the enemy's forces from all the data that could be obtained, and judging it to be about 25,000 at that time, he said: "Suppose I send over 25,000 rations, do you think that will be a sufficient supply?" "I think it will be ample," replied Lee, and added with considerable earnestness of manner, "and it will be a great relief, I assure you." General Grant now turned to his chief commissary, Colonel M. R. Morgan, who was present, and directed him to arrange for issuing the rations. The number of officers and men surrendered was over 28,000. As to General Grant's supplies, he had ordered the army, on starting out, to carry 12 days' rations. This was the 12th and last day of the campaign. Grant's eye now fell upon Lee's sword again, and it seemed to remind him of the absence of his own, and by way of explanation, and so that it could not be construed as a discourtesy, he said to Lee: "I started out from my camp several days ago without my sword, and as I have not seen my headquarters baggage since, I have been riding about without any side arms. I have generally worn a sword, however, as little as possible, only during the active operations of a campaign." "I am in the habit of wearing mine most of the time," remarked Lee, "when I am among my troops moving about through the army." General Sheridan now stepped up to General Lee, and said that when he discovered some of the Confederate troops in motion during the morning, which seemed to be a violation of the truce, he had sent him, Lee, a couple of notes protesting against this act, and as he had not had time to copy them, he would like to have them long enough to make copies. Lee took the notes out of the breast pocket of his coat and handed them to Sheridan, with a few words expressive of regret that the circumstances should have occurred, and intimating that it must have been the result of some misunderstanding. After a little general conversation had been indulged in by those present, the two letters were signed. Grant signed the terms on the oval table, which was moved up to him again for the purpose. Lee signed his letter of acceptance on the marble-topped table at which he sat. Colonel Parker folded up the terms and gave them to Colonel Marshall. Marshall handed Lee's acceptance to Parker. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. After the Surrender. Grant's Final Conference with Lee. The Dawn of Peace. Grant Avoids a Visit to Richmond. His Respect for Religion. Grant's Enthusiastic Reception at Washington. His Last Interview with Lincoln. John Wilkes Booth Shadows Grant. Grant's Interrupted Journey. Lincoln's assassination. Before parting, Lee asked Grant to notify Meade of the surrender, fearing that fighting might break out on that front and lives be uselessly lost. This request was complied with, and 2 Union officers were sent through the enemy's lines as the shortest route to Meade, some of Lee's officers accompanying them to prevent their being interfered with. A little before 4 o'clock, General Lee shook hands with General Grant, bowed to the other officers, and with Colonel Marshall left the room. One after another we followed, and passed out to the porch. Lee signaled to his orderly to bring up his horse, and while the animal was being bridled, the general stood on the lowest step and gazed sadly in the direction of the valley beyond, where his army lay, now an army of prisoners. He thrice smote the palm of his left hand slowly with his right fist in an absent sort of way, seemed not to see the group of Union officers in the yard, who rose respectfully at his approach, and appeared unaware of everything about him. All appreciated the sadness that overwhelmed him, and he had the personal sympathy of every one who beheld him at this supreme moment of trial. The approach of his horse seemed to recall him from his reverie, and he at once mounted. General Grant now stepped down from the porch, moving toward him, and saluted him by raising his hat. He was followed in this act of courtesy by all our officers present. Lee raised his hat respectfully, and rode off at a slow trot to break the sad news to the brave fellows whom he had so long commanded. General Grant and his staff then started for the headquarters camp, which in the meantime had been pitched near by. The news of the surrender had reached the Union lines, and the firing of salutes began at several points, but the general sent an order at once to have them stopped, using these words: "The war is over, the rebels are our countrymen again, and the best sign of rejoicing after the victory will be to abstain from all demonstrations in the field." This was in keeping with his order issued after the surrender of Vicksburg: "The paroled prisoners will be sent out of here to morrow. Instruct commanders to be orderly and quiet as these prisoners pass, and to make no offensive remarks." There were present in the room in which the surrender occurred, besides Sheridan, Ord, Merritt, Custer, and the officers of Grant's staff, a number of other officers, and one or two citizens who entered the room at different times during the interview. Mr. McLean had been charging about in a manner which indicated that the excitement was shaking his nervous system to its center. But his real trials did not begin until the departure of the chief actors in the surrender. Then the relic hunters charged down upon the manor house and began to bargain for the numerous pieces of furniture. Sheridan paid the proprietor $20 in gold for the table on which General Grant wrote the terms of surrender, for the purpose of presenting it to Mrs. Custer, and handed it over to her dashing husband, who galloped off to camp bearing it upon his shoulder. Ord paid $40 for the table at which Lee sat, and afterwards presented it to Mrs. Grant, who modestly declined it, and insisted that Mrs. Ord should become its possessor. General Sharp paid $10 for the pair of brass candlesticks. Colonel Sheridan, the general's brother, secured the stone inkstand, and General Capehart the chair in which Grant sat, which he gave not long before his death to Captain Wilman W. Blackmar of Boston. Captain O'Farrell of Hartford became the possessor of the chair in which Lee sat. A child's doll was found in the room, which the younger officers tossed from one to the other and called the Silent Witness. This toy was taken possession of by Colonel Moore of Sheridan's staff, and is now owned by his son. Bargains were at once struck for nearly all the articles in the room, and it is even said that some mementos were carried off for which no coin of the Republic was ever exchanged. The sofa remains in possession of Mrs. Spillman, Mr. McLean's daughter, who now lives in Camden, West Virginia. Colonel Marshall presented the boxwood inkstand to Mr. Blanchard of Baltimore. Of the 3 impressions of the terms of surrender made in General Grant's manifold writer, the first and third are believed to have been accidentally destroyed. No trace of them has since been discovered. The second is in the possession of the New York Commandery of the Military Order of the Loyal Legion, which purchased it recently from the widow of General Parker. The headquarters flag, which had been used throughout the entire Virginia campaign, General Grant presented to me. With his assent, I gave a portion of it to Colonel Babcock. It is a singular historical coincidence that McLean's former home was upon a Virginia farm near the battleground of the first Bull Run, and his house was used for a time as the headquarters of General Beauregard. When it was found that this fight was so popular that it was given an encore, and a second battle of Bull Run was fought the next year on the same ground, Mr. McLean became convinced that the place was altogether lacking in repose, and to avoid the active theater of war, he removed to the quiet village of Appomattox, only to find himself again surrounded by contending armies. Thus, the first and last scenes of the war drama in Virginia were enacted upon his property. Before General Grant had proceeded far toward camp, he was reminded that he had not yet announced the important event to the government. He dismounted by the roadside, sat down on a large stone, and called for pencil and paper. Colonel Badeau handed his order book to the general, who wrote on one of the leaves the following message, a copy of which was sent to the nearest telegraph station. It was dated 4:30 p.m. Hon. E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War, Washington. General Lee surrendered the Army of Northern Virginia this afternoon on terms proposed by myself. The accompanying additional correspondence will show the conditions fully. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. Upon reaching camp he seated himself in front of his tent, notwithstanding the slight shower which was then falling, and we all gathered about him, curious to hear what his first comments would be upon the crowning event of his life. But our expectations were doomed to disappointment, for he appeared to have already dismissed the whole subject from his mind, and turning to the chief quartermaster, his first words were, "Ingalls, do you remember that old white mule that so-and-so used to ride when we were in the City of Mexico?" "Why, perfectly," said Ingalls, who was just then in a mood to remember the exact number of hairs in the mule's tail if it would have helped to make matters agreeable. And then the general in chief went on to recall the antics played by that animal during an excursion to Popocatepetl. It was not until after dinner that he said much about the surrender, when he spoke freely of his entire belief that the rest of the Confederate commanders would follow Lee's example, and that we should have but little more fighting, even of a partisan nature. He then surprised us by announcing his intention of starting for Washington early the next morning. We were disappointed at this, for we wished to see something of the opposing army, now that it had become civil enough, for the first time in its existence, to let us get close up to it, and to meet some of the officers who had been acquaintances in former years. The general, however, had no desire to look at the conquered. Indeed, he had little curiosity in his nature, and he was anxious above all things to begin the reduction of the military establishment and diminish the enormous expense attending it, which at this time amounted to nearly $4 millions a day. When he considered, however, that the railroad was being rapidly put in condition as far as Burkeville, and that he would lose no time by waiting till noon of the next day, he made up his mind to delay his departure. About 9 o'clock on the morning of April 10, Grant with his staff rode out toward the enemy's lines, but it was found, upon attempting to pass through, that the force of habit is hard to overcome, and that the practice which had so long been inculcated in Lee's army of keeping Grant out of its lines was not to be overturned in a day, and he was politely requested at the picket lines to wait till a message could be sent to headquarters asking for instructions. As soon as Lee heard that his distinguished opponent was approaching, he was prompt to correct the misunderstanding at the picket line, and rode out at a gallop to receive him. They met on a knoll that overlooked the lines of the two armies, and saluted respectfully by each raising his hat. The officers present gave a similar salute, and then withdrew out of earshot, and grouped themselves about the two chieftains in a semicircle. General Grant repeated to us that evening the substance of the conversation, which was as follows. Grant began by expressing a hope that the war would soon be over, and Lee replied by stating that he had for some time been anxious to stop the further effusion of blood, and he trusted that everything would now be done to restore harmony and conciliate the people of the South. He said the emancipation of the negroes would be no hindrance to the restoring of relations between the two sections of the country, as it would probably not be the desire of the majority of the Southern people to restore slavery then, even if the question were left open to them. He could not tell what the other armies would do, or what course Mr. Davis would now take, but he believed that it would be best for the other armies to follow his example, as nothing could be gained by further resistance in the field. Finding that he entertained these sentiments, General Grant told him that no one's influence in the South was so great as his, and suggested to him that he should advise the surrender of the remaining armies, and thus exert his influence in favor of immediate peace. Lee said he could not take such a course without first consulting President Davis. Grant then proposed to Lee that he should do so, and urge the hastening of a result which was admitted to be inevitable. Lee, however, in this instance was averse to stepping beyond his duties as a soldier, and said the authorities would doubtless soon arrive at the same conclusion without his interference. There was a statement put forth that Grant asked Lee to see Mr. Lincoln and talk with him as to the terms of Reconstruction, but this was erroneous. I asked General Grant about it when he was on his deathbed, and his recollection was distinct that he had made no such suggestion. I am of opinion that the mistake arose from hearing that Lee had been requested to go and see the President regarding peace, and thinking that this expression referred to Mr. Lincoln, whereas it referred to Mr. Davis. After the conversation had lasted a little more than half an hour, and Lee had requested that instructions be given to the officers left in charge to carry out the details of the surrender, that there might be no misunderstanding as to the form of paroles, the manner of turning over the property, etc., the conference ended. The two commanders lifted their hats and bade each other good bye. Lee rode back to his camp to take a final farewell of his army, and Grant returned to McLean's house, where he sat on the porch until it was time to take his final departure. It will be observed that Grant at no time actually entered the enemy's lines. Ingalls, Sheridan, and Williams had asked permission to visit the enemy's lines and renew their acquaintance with some old friends, classmates, and former comrades in arms who were serving in Lee's army. They now returned, bringing with them General Cadmus M. Wilcox, who had been one of General Grant's groomsmen; Longstreet, who had also been at his wedding; Heth, who had been a subaltern with him in Mexico, besides Gordon, Pickett, and a number of others. They all stepped up to pay their respects to General Grant, who received them very cordially, and talked frankly and pleasantly with them until it was time to leave. They manifested a deep appreciation of the terms which had been accorded to them in the articles of surrender, but several of them expressed some apprehension as to the civil processes which might ensue, and the measures which might be taken by the government as to confiscation of property and trial for treason. The hour of noon had now arrived, and General Grant, after shaking hands with all present who were not to accompany him, mounted his horse and started with his staff for Burkeville. Lee set out for Richmond, and it was felt by all that peace had at last dawned upon the land. The charges were now withdrawn from the guns, the campfires were left to smolder in their ashes, the horses were detached from the cannon to be hitched to the plow, and the Army of the Union and the Army of Northern Virginia turned their backs upon each other for the first time in 4 long, bloody years. In this campaign, from March 29 to April 9, the Union loss was 1,316 killed, 7,750 wounded, and 1,714 prisoners, a total of 10,780. The enemy lost about 1,200 killed, 6,000 wounded, and 75,000 prisoners, including the capture at Appomattox. The repairers of the railroad had thought more of haste than of solidity of construction, and the special train bearing the general-in-chief from Burkeville to City Point ran off the track 3 times. These mishaps caused much delay, and instead of reaching City Point that evening, he did not arrive until daylight the next morning, April 11. A telegram had been sent to Mrs. Grant, who had remained aboard the headquarters steamboat, telling her that we should get there in time for dinner, and she had prepared the best meal which the boat's larder could afford to help to celebrate the victory. She and Mrs. Rollins and Mrs. Morgan, who were with her, whiled away the long and anxious hours of the night by playing the piano, singing, and discussing the victory. But just before daylight the desire for sleep overcame them, and they lay down to take a nap. Soon after, our tired and hungry party arrived. The general went hurriedly aboard the boat and ran at once up the stairs to Mrs. Grant's stateroom. She was somewhat chagrined that she had not remained up to receive her husband, now more than ever her victor, but she had merely thrown herself upon the berth without undressing, and soon joined us all in the cabin, and extended to us enthusiastic greetings and congratulations. The belated dinner now served in good stead as a breakfast for our famished party. The general was asked whether he was going to run up to Richmond on the steamer and take a look at the captured city before starting for Washington. He replied, "No, I think it would be as well not to go. I could do no good there, and my visit might lead to demonstrations which would only wound the feelings of the residents, and we ought not to do anything at such a time which would add to their sorrow." and then added, "But if any of you have a curiosity to see the city, I will wait till you can take a trip there and back, for I cannot well leave here for Washington anyhow till tomorrow." Several of us put our horses aboard a boat and started up the James. As a portion of the river was supposed to be planted with torpedoes, we sat close to the stern, believing that in case of accident the bow would receive the main shock of the explosion. We reached the lower wharf of Richmond in safety, put our horses ashore, and rode about for an hour, looking at the city upon which we had laid covetous eyes for so many months. The evacuation had been accompanied by many acts of destruction, and the fire which our troops found blazing when they entered had left a third of the place smoldering in ashes. The white population were keeping closely to their houses, while the blacks were running wildly about the streets in every direction. Upon our return that evening to City Point, we found aboard the headquarters boat a clergyman, a member of the Christian Commission, who was personally acquainted with the general. He had called to see him to tender his congratulations, and during their conversation made the remark, "I have observed, General Grant, that a great many battles in our war have been fought on Sunday. Shiloh occurred on that day, the surrender of Donelson, Chancellorsville, the capture of Petersburg, the surrender at Appomattox, and I think some other important military events. How has this happened?" "It is quite true," replied the general. "Of course it was not intentional, and I think that sometimes perhaps it has been the result of the very efforts which have been made to avoid it. You see, a commander, when he can control his own movements, usually intends to start out early in the week so as not to bring on an engagement on Sunday, but delays occur often at the last moment, and it may be the middle of the week before he gets his troops in motion. Then more time is spent than anticipated in maneuvering for position, and when the fighting actually begins, it is the end of the week, and the battle, particularly if it continues a couple of days, runs into Sunday." "It is unfortunate," remarked the clergyman. "Yes, very unfortunate," observed the general. "Every effort should be made to respect the Sabbath day, and it is very gratifying to know that it is observed so generally throughout our country." It was always noticeable that he had a strict regard for the Sabbath, and this feeling continued through life. He never played a game of any kind on that day, nor wrote any official correspondence if he could help it. He had been brought up a Methodist, and regularly attended worship in the Methodist Episcopal Church, but he was entirely non-sectarian in his feelings. He had an intimate acquaintance among clergymen, and counted many of them among his closest friends. He rarely, if ever, spoke about his own religious convictions. It was one of those subjects not to be discussed lightly, and was so purely personal that he naturally shrank from dwelling upon it, for he always avoided talking upon any subject which was personal to himself. There was such a total lack of egotism in his nature that he could not see how anything touching his own personality could be of interest to others. He was imbued with a deep reverence, however, for all subjects of a religious nature, and nothing was more offensive to him than an attempt to make light of serious matters, or to show a disrespect for sacred things. His correspondence makes mention of his recognition of an overruling providence in all the affairs of this world, and in his speech to Mr. Lincoln accepting the commission of lieutenant general, he closed with the words, "I feel the full weight of the responsibilities now devolving on me, and I know that if they are met it will be due to those armies, and above all to the favor of that providence which leads both nations and men." He was always a liberal contributor to church work, and in fact to every good cause. His fault was that he was not sufficiently discriminating. Every mail brought begging letters, and he gave away sums out of all proportion to his means. When payday came, it took all the persuasions of those about him to prevent him from parting in this way with the greater part of his pay, his only source of revenue. Preparations were made to break up headquarters, and the next afternoon the party started by steamer for Washington, reached there the morning of the 13th, and took up their quarters at Willard's Hotel. It soon became noised about that the conqueror of the rebellion had arrived in the city, and dense crowds thronged the streets upon which the hotel fronted. During the forenoon the general started for the War Department. His appearance in the street was a signal for an improvised reception, in which shouts of welcome rent the air, and the populace joined in a demonstration which was thrilling in its earnestness. He had the greatest difficulty in making his way over even the short distance between the hotel and the department. At one time it was thought he would have to take to a carriage as a means of refuge, but by the interposition of the police he finally reached his destination. That afternoon the Secretary of War published an order stating that, after mature consideration and consultation with the Lieutenant General, it was decided to stop all drafting and recruiting, curtail the purchases of supplies, reduce the number of officers, and remove restrictions on commerce as far as consistent with public safety. This was a sort of public declaration of peace, and the city gave itself over to rejoicing. Bands were everywhere, heard playing triumphant strains, and crowds traversed the streets, shouting approval and singing patriotic airs. The general was the hero of the hour and the idol of the people. His name was on every lip, congratulations poured in upon him, and blessings were heaped upon him by all. General Grant visited the President, and had a most pleasant interview with him. The next day, Friday, being a Cabinet day, he was invited to meet the Cabinet officers at their meeting in the forenoon. He went to the White House, receiving the cordial congratulations of all present, and discussed with them the further measures which should be taken for bringing hostilities to a speedy close. In this interview Mr. Lincoln gave a singular manifestation of the effect produced upon him by dreams. When General Grant expressed some anxiety regarding the delay in getting news from Sherman, the President assured him that favorable news would soon be received, because he had had the night before his usual dream, which always preceded favorable tidings, the same dream which he had had the night before Antietam, Murfreesboro, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg. He seemed to be aboard a curious-looking vessel moving rapidly toward a dark and indefinite shore. This time, alas, the dream was not to be the precursor of good news. The President and Mrs. Lincoln invited the General and Mrs. Grant to go to Ford's Theater and occupy a box with them to see Our American Cousin. The General said he would be very sorry to have to decline, but that Mrs. Grant and he had made arrangements to go to Burlington, New Jersey, to see their children, and he feared it would be a great disappointment to his wife to delay the trip. The President remarked that the people would be so delighted to see the General that he ought to stay and attend the play on that account. The General, however, had been so completely besieged by the people since his arrival, and was so constantly the subject of outbursts of enthusiasm, that it had become a little embarrassing to him, and the mention of a demonstration in his honor at the theater did not appeal to him as an argument in favor of going. A note was now brought to him from Mrs. Grant, expressing increased anxiety to start for Burlington on the 4:00 train, and he told the President that he must decide definitely not to remain for the play. It was probably this declination which saved the General from assassination, as it was learned afterward that he had been marked for a victim. It was after 2:00 when he shook Mr. Lincoln's hand and said good-bye to him, little thinking that it would be an eternal farewell, and that an appalling tragedy was soon to separate them forever. Their final leave-taking was only 13 months after their first meeting, but during that time their names had been associated with enough momentous events to fill whole volumes of a nation's history. The General went at once to his rooms at the hotel. As soon as he entered, Mrs. Grant said to him, "When I went to my lunch today, a man with a wild look followed me into the dining room, took a seat nearly opposite to me at the table, stared at me continually, and seemed to be listening to my conversation." The General replied, "Oh, I suppose he did so merely from curiosity." In fact, the General by this time had become so accustomed to having people stare at him, and the members of his family, that such acts had ceased to attract his attention. About 3:30 the wife of General Rucker called, with her carriage, to take the party to the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad station. It was a two-seated top carriage. Mrs. Grant sat with Mrs. Rucker on the back seat. The general, with true Republican simplicity, sat on the front seat with the driver. Before they had gone far along Pennsylvania Avenue, a horseman who was riding in the same direction passed them, and as he did so peered into the carriage. When Mrs. Grant caught sight of his face, she remarked to the general, "That is the same man who sat down at the lunch table near me. I don't like his looks." Before they reached the station, the horseman turned and rode back toward them, and again gazed at them intently. This time he attracted the attention of the general, who regarded the man's movements as singular, but made light of the matter so as to allay Mrs. Grant's apprehensions. On their arrival at the station they were conducted to the private car of Mr. Garrett, then president of the Baltimore and Ohio Railway Company. Before the train reached Baltimore, a man appeared on the front platform of the car and tried to get in, but the conductor had locked the door so that the general would not be troubled by visitors, and the man did not succeed in entering. The general and Mrs. Grant drove across Philadelphia about midnight from the Broad Street and Washington Avenue station to the Walnut Street wharf on the Delaware River for the purpose of crossing the ferry and then taking the cars to Burlington. As the general had been detained so long at the White House that he was not able to get luncheon before starting, and as there was an additional ride in prospect, a stop was made at Bloodgood's Hotel near the ferry for the purpose of getting supper. The general had just taken his seat with Mrs. Grant at the table in the supper room when a telegram was brought in and handed to him. His whereabouts was known to the telegraph people from the fact that he had sent a message to Bloodgood's ordering the supper in advance. The general read the dispatch, dropped his head, and sat in perfect silence. Then came another and still another dispatch, but not a word was spoken. Mrs. Grant now broke the silence by saying, "Ulysses, what do the telegrams say? Do they bring any bad news?" "I will read them to you," the general replied in a voice which betrayed his emotion. "But first prepare yourself for the most painful and startling news that could be received, and control your feelings so as not to betray the nature of the dispatches to the servants." He then read to her the telegrams conveying the appalling announcement that Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Seward, and probably the Vice President, Mr. Johnson, had been assassinated, and warning the general to look out for his own safety. A special train was at once ordered to take him back to Washington, but finding that he could take Mrs. Grant to Burlington, less than an hour's ride, and return to Philadelphia nearly as soon as his train could be got ready, he continued on, took her to her destination, returned to Philadelphia, and was in Washington the next morning. It was found that the President had been shot and killed at Ford's Theater by John Wilkes Booth, that Mr. Seward had received severe but not fatal injuries at the hands of Payne, who attempted his assassination, but that no attack had been made on the Vice President. When the likenesses of Booth appeared, they resembled so closely the mysterious man who had followed the general and Mrs. Grant on their way to the rail station at Washington that there remained no doubt that he had intended to be the President's assassin, and was bent upon ascertaining the movements of the general-in-chief. An anonymous letter was afterward received by the general, saying that the writer had been designated by the conspirators to assassinate him, and had been ordered by Booth to board the train and commit the deed there; that he had attempted to enter the special car for this purpose, but that it was locked, and he was thus baffled, and that he thanked God that this circumstance had been the means of preventing him from staining his hands with the blood of so great and good a man. Washington, as well as the whole country, was plunged in an agony of grief, and the excitement knew no bounds. Stanton's grief was uncontrollable, and at the mention of Mr. Lincoln's name he would break down and weep bitterly. General Grant and the Secretary of War busied themselves day and night in pushing a relentless pursuit of the conspirators, who were caught and were brought to trial before a military commission, except Booth, who was shot in an attempt to capture him. John H. Surratt, who escaped from the country, was captured and tried years later, the jury disagreeing as to his guilt. I was appointed a member of the court which was to try the prisoners. The defense, however, raised the objection that, as I was a member of General Grant's military family, and as it was claimed that he was one of the high officials who was an intended victim of the assassins, I was disqualified from sitting in judgment upon them. The court very properly sustained the objection, and I was relieved, and another officer was substituted. However, I sat one day at the trial, which was interesting from the fact that it afforded an opportunity of seeing the assassins and watching their actions before the court. The prisoners, heavily manacled, were marched into the court room in solemn procession, an armed sentinel accompanying each of them. The men's heads were covered with thickly padded hoods with openings for the mouth and nose. The hoods had been placed upon them in consequence of Powell, alias Payne, having attempted to cheat the gallows by dashing his brains out against a beam on a gunboat on which he had been confined. The prisoners, whose eyes were thus bandaged, were led to their seats, the sentinels were posted behind them, and the hoods were then removed. As the light struck their eyes, which for several days had been unaccustomed to its brilliancy, the sudden glare gave them great discomfort. Payne had a wild look in his wandering eyes, and his general appearance stamped him as the typical reckless desperado. Mrs. Surratt was placed in a chair at a little distance from the men. She sat most of the time leaning back, with her feet stretched forward. She kept up a piteous moaning, and frequently called for water, which was given her. The other prisoners had a stolid look, and seemed crushed by the situation. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Sherman's terms to Joseph E. Johnston. The end of hostilities. The grand review at Washington. Grant's place in military history. As soon as the surrender at Appomattox had taken place, General Grant dispatched a boat from City Point with a message to Sherman announcing the event, and telling him that he could offer the same terms to Johnston. On April 18, Sherman entered into an agreement with Johnston, which embraced political as well as merely military questions, but only conditionally, and with the understanding that the armistice granted could be terminated if the conditions were not approved by superior authority. A staff officer sent by General Sherman brought his communication to Washington announcing the terms of this agreement. It was received by General Grant on April 21. Perceiving that the terms covered many questions of a civil and not of a military nature, he suggested to the Secretary of War that the matter had better be referred at once to President Johnson and the Cabinet for their action. A Cabinet meeting was called before midnight, and there was a unanimous decision that the basis of agreement should be disapproved, and an order was issued directing General Grant to proceed in person to Sherman's headquarters and direct operations against the enemy. Instead of merely recognizing that Sherman had made an honest mistake in exceeding his authority, the President and the Secretary of War characterized his conduct as akin to treason, and the Secretary denounced him in unmeasured terms. At this, General Grant grew indignant, and gave free expression to his opposition to an attempt to stigmatize an officer whose acts throughout all his career gave ample contradiction to the charge that he was actuated by unworthy motives. The form of the public announcement put forth by the War Department aroused great public indignation against Sherman, and it was some time before his motives were fully understood. Grant started at daybreak on the 22d, proceeded at once to Raleigh, explained the situation and attitude of the government fully to Sherman, and directed him to give the required notice for annulling the truce, and to demand a surrender of Johnston's army on the same terms as those accorded to Lee. Sherman was, as usual, perfectly loyal and subordinate, and made all haste to comply with these instructions. When he went out to the front to meet Johnston, Grant remained quietly at Raleigh, and throughout the negotiations kept himself entirely in the background, lest he might seem to share in the honor of receiving the surrender, the credit for which he wished to belong wholly to Sherman. The entire surrender of Johnston's forces was promptly concluded. Having had a talk with the Secretary of War soon after General Grant's departure, and finding him bent upon continuing the denunciation of Sherman before the public, I started for North Carolina to meet General Grant and inform him of the situation in Washington. I passed him, however, on the way, and at once returned and rejoined him at Washington. Hostilities were now brought rapidly to a close throughout the entire theater of war. April 11, Canby compelled the evacuation of Mobile. By the 21st, our troops had taken Selma, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, West Point, Columbus, and Macon. May 4, Richard Taylor surrendered the Confederate forces east of the Mississippi. May 10, Jefferson Davis was captured, and on the 26th, Kirby Smith surrendered his command west of the Mississippi. Since April 8, 1,680 cannon had been captured, and 174,223 Confederate soldiers had been paroled. There was no longer a rebel in arms, the Union cause had triumphed, slavery was abolished, and the national government was again supreme. The Army of the Potomac, Sheridan's cavalry, and Sherman's army had all reached the capital by the end of May. Sheridan could not remain with his famous corps, for General Grant sent him post haste to the Rio Grande to look after operations there in a contemplated movement against Maximilian's forces, who were upholding a monarchy in Mexico in violation of the Monroe Doctrine. It was decided that the troops assembled at Washington should be marched in review through the nation's capital before being mustered out of service. The Army of the Potomac, being senior in date of organization and having been for 4 years the more direct defense of the capital city, was given precedence, and May 23 was designated as the day on which it was to be reviewed. During the preceding 5 days, Washington had been given over to elaborate preparations for the coming pageant. The public buildings were decked with a tasteful array of bunting, flags were unfurled from private dwellings, arches and transparencies with patriotic mottos were displayed in every quarter, and the spring flowers were fashioned into garlands and played their part. The whole city was ready for the most imposing fete day in its history. Vast crowds of citizens had gathered from neighboring states. During the review they filled the stands, lined the sidewalks, packed the porches, and covered even the housetops. The weather was superb. A commodious stand had been erected on Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House, on which were gathered a large number of distinguished officials, including the President, the members of his cabinet who had won renown in the cabinet of Lincoln, the acting Vice President, Justices of the Supreme Court, governors of states, senators and representatives, the general-in-chief of the army, and the captor of Atlanta, with other generals of rank, admirals of the navy, and brilliantly uniformed representatives of foreign powers. General Grant, accompanied by the principal members of his staff, was one of the earliest to arrive. With his customary simplicity and dislike of ostentation, he had come on foot through the White House grounds from the headquarters of the army at the corner of 17th and F Streets. Grant's appearance was, as usual, the signal for a boisterous demonstration. Sherman arrived a few minutes later, and his reception was scarcely less enthusiastic. At 9 o'clock the signal gun was fired, and the legions took up their march. They started from the Capitol and moved along Pennsylvania Avenue toward Georgetown. The width and location of that street made it an ideal thoroughfare for such a purpose. Martial music from scores of bands filled the air, and when familiar war songs were played, the spectators along the route joined in shouting the chorus. Those oftenest sung and most applauded were "When This Cruel War Is Over," "When Johnny Comes Marching Home," and "Tramp, tramp, tramp, the boys are marching." At the head of the column rode Meade, crowned with the laurels of 4 years of warfare. The plaudits of the multitude followed him along the entire line of march. Flowers were thrown in his path, and garlands decked his person and his horse. He dismounted after having passed the reviewing stand, stepped upon the platform, and was enthusiastically greeted by all present. Then came the cavalry, with the gallant Merritt at their head, commanding in the absence of Sheridan. The public were not slow to make recognition of the fame he had won on so many hard-fought fields. Conspicuous among the division commanders was Custer. His long golden locks floated in the wind, his low-cut collar, his crimson necktie, and his buckskin breeches presented a combination which made him look half general and half scout, and gave him a daredevil appearance which singled him out for general remark and applause. When within 200 yards of the President's stand, his spirited horse took the bit in his teeth and made a dash past the troops, rushing by the reviewing officers like a tornado. But he found more than a match in Custer, and was soon checked and forced back to his proper position. When the cavalrymen, covered with flowers, afterward rode by the reviewing officials, the people screamed with delight. After the cavalry came Parke, who might well feel proud of the prowess of the Ninth Corps, which followed him; then Griffin, riding at the head of the gallant Fifth Corps; then Humphreys and the Second Corps, of unexcelled valor. Wright's Sixth Corps was greatly missed from the list, but its duties kept it in Virginia, and it was accorded a special review on June 8. The men preserved their alignment and distances with an ease which showed their years of training in the field. Their movements were unfettered, their step was elastic, and the swaying of their bodies and the swinging of their arms were as measured as the vibrations of a pendulum. Their muskets shone like a wall of steel, the cannon rumbled peacefully over the paved street, banks of flowers almost concealing them. Nothing touched the hearts of the spectators so deeply as the sight of the old war flags as they were carried by, those precious standards, bullet-riddled, battle-stained, many of them but remnants, often with not enough left of them to show the names of the battles they had seen. Some were decked with ribbons, and some festooned with garlands. Everybody was thrilled by the sight. Eyes were dimmed with tears of gladness, and many of the people broke through all restraint, rushed into the street, and pressed their lips upon the folds of the standards. The President was kept busy doffing his hat. He had a way of holding it by the brim with his right hand and waving it from left to right, and occasionally passing his right arm across his breast and resting the hat on his left shoulder. This manual of the hat was original, and had probably been practiced with good effect when its wearer was stumping East Tennessee. As each commander in turn passed the reviewing stand, he dismounted and came upon the platform, where he paid his respects to the President, was presented to the guests, and remained during the passage of his command. A prominent officer of the Engineer Brigade, while riding by, led to a slight commotion on the platform. He wore a French chasseur cap, which he had made of a pattern differing from the strict regulation headgear in having an extra amount of cloth between the lower band and the crown. As he came opposite the President and raised his sword in saluting, he paid an additional mark of respect by bowing his head. At the same moment the horse, as if catching the spirit of its rider, kicked up behind and put down its head. This unexpected participation of the horse in the salute sent the officer's head still lower, and the crown of his cap fell forward, letting out the superfluous cloth till it looked like an accordion extended at full length. The sight was so ludicrous that several of us who were standing just behind the President burst out into a poorly suppressed laugh. This moved him to turn squarely round and glare at us savagely in an attempt to frown down such a lack of dignity before, or rather behind, the Chief Magistrate of the nation. For nearly 7 hours the pageant was watched with unabated interest, and when it had faded from view, the spectators were eager for the night to pass, so that on the morrow the scene might be renewed in the marching of the mighty Army of the West. The next day the same persons, with a few exceptions, assembled upon the reviewing stand. At 9 o'clock Sherman's veterans started. Howard had been relieved of the command of the Army of the Tennessee to take charge of the Freedmen's Bureau, and instead of leading his old troops, he rode with Sherman at the head of the column, his armless right sleeve giving evidence of his heroism in action. Sherman, unknown by sight to most of the people in the East, was eagerly watched for, and his appearance awoke great enthusiasm. His tall, spare figure, war-worn face, and martial bearing made him all that the people had pictured him. He had ridden but a little way before his body was decorated with flowery wreaths and his horse enveloped in garlands. As he approached the reviewing stand, the bands struck up "Marching Through Georgia," and played that stirring air with a will. This was the signal for renewed demonstrations of delight. When he had passed, he turned his horse into the White House grounds, dismounted, and strode rapidly to the platform. He advanced to where the President was standing, and the two shook hands. The members of the Cabinet then stepped up to greet him. He took their extended hands, and had a few pleasant words to say to each of them, until Stanton reached out his hand. Then Sherman's whole manner changed in an instant. A cloud of anger overspread his features, and, smarting under the wrong the Secretary had done him in his published bulletins after the conditional treaty with Johnston, the general turned abruptly away. This rebuff became the sensation of the day. There was no personal intercourse between the two men till some time afterward, when General Grant appeared as usual in the role of peacemaker, and brought them together. Sherman showed a manly spirit of forgiveness in going to see Stanton in his last illness, manifesting his respect and tendering his sympathy. Sherman's active mind was crowded with the remembrance of past events, and he spent all the day in pointing out the different subdivisions of his army as they moved by, and recalling in his pithy and graphic way many of the incidents of the stirring campaigns through which they had passed. Logan, Black Jack, came riding at the head of the Army of the Tennessee, his swarthy features and long coal-black hair giving him the air of a native Indian chief. The Army Corps which led the column was the 15th, commanded by Hazen. Then came the 17th under Frank P. Blair. Now Slocum appeared at the head of the Army of Georgia, consisting of the 20th Corps, headed by the gallant Mower, with his bushy whiskers covering his face and looking the picture of a hard fighter, and the 14th Corps, headed by Jefferson C. Davis. Each division was preceded by a pioneer corps of negroes, marching in double ranks, with picks, spades, and axes slung across their brawny shoulders, their stalwart forms conspicuous by their height. But the impedimenta were the novel feature of the march. 6 ambulances followed each division to represent its baggage train, and then came the amusing spectacle of Sherman's bummers, bearing with them the spoils of war. The bummers were men who were the forerunners, flankers, and foragers of the army. Each one was often his own commanding officer. If a bummer was too short-sighted to see the enemy, he would go nearer. If he was lame, he would make it an excuse to disobey an order to retreat. If out of reach of supplies, he would wear his clothes till there was not enough of his coat left to wad a gun, and not enough of his shirt to flag a train. He was always last in a retreat and first in an enemy's smokehouse. In kindling his campfire, he would obey the general order to take only the top rail of the neighboring fences, but would keep on taking the top rail till there were none of the fences left. The trophies of his foraging expeditions, which appeared in the review, consisted of pack mules loaded with turkeys, geese, chickens, and bacon, and here and there a chicken coop strapped on to the saddle, with a cackling brood peering out through the slats. Then came cows, goats, sheep, donkeys, crowing roosters, and in one instance a chattering monkey. Mixed with these was a procession of fugitive blacks, old men, stalwart women, and grinning pickaninnies of all sizes, and ranging in color from a raven's wing to a new saddle. This portion of the column called forth shouts of laughter and continuous rounds of applause. Flowers were showered upon the troops in the same profusion as the day before, and there was no abatement of the uncontrollable enthusiasm of the vast assemblage of citizens who witnessed the march. Comparisons were naturally instituted between the Eastern and Western armies. The difference was much less than has been represented. The Army of the Potomac presented a somewhat neater appearance in dress, and was a little more precise in its movements. Sherman's army showed, perhaps, more of a rough and ready aspect and a devil-may-care spirit. Both were in the highest degree soldierly, and typical representatives of the terrible realism of relentless war. At 3:30 the matchless pageant had ceased. For 2 whole days a nation's heroes had been passing in review. Greeted with bands playing, drums beating, bells ringing, banners flying, kerchiefs waving, and voices cheering, they had made their last march. Even after every veteran had vanished from sight, the crowds kept their places for a time, as if still under a spell, and unwilling to believe that the marvelous spectacle had actually passed from view. It was not a Roman triumph, designed to gratify the vanity of the victors, exhibit their trophies, and parade their enchained captives before the multitude. It was a celebration of the dawn of peace, a declaration of the reestablishment of the Union. General Grant now stood in the front rank of the world's greatest captains. He had conquered the most formidable rebellion in the annals of history. The armies under his immediate direction in Virginia had captured 75,000 prisoners and 689 cannon. The armies under his general command had captured in April and May 147,000 prisoners and 997 cannon, making a total of 222,000 prisoners and 1,680 cannon as the achievement of the forces he controlled. Footnote: These figures relate to the final campaign alone. The whole year's capture were, of course, much larger. Editor. End note. Most of the conspicuous soldiers in history have risen to prominence by gradual steps, but the Union commander came before the people with a sudden bound. Almost the first sight they caught of him was at Donelson. From that event to the closing triumph of Appomattox, he was the leader whose name was the harbinger of victory. He was unquestionably the most aggressive fighter in the entire list of the world's famous soldiers. He never once yielded up a stronghold he had wrested from his foe. He kept his pledge religiously to take no backward steps. For 4 years of bloody and relentless war, he went steadily forward, replacing the banner of his country upon the territory where it had been hauled down. He possessed in a striking degree every characteristic of the successful soldier. His methods were all stamped with tenacity of purpose, originality, and ingenuity. He depended for his success more upon the powers of invention than of adaptation, and the fact that he has been compared at different times to nearly every great commander in history is perhaps the best proof that he was like none of them. He realized that in a sparsely settled country with formidable natural obstacles and poor roads, and in view of the improvement in range and rapidity of fire in cannon and small arms, the European methods of warfare and the rules laid down in many of the books must be abandoned, and new means devised to meet the change in circumstances. He therefore adopted a more open order of battle, made an extensive use of skirmish lines, employed cavalry largely as mounted infantry, and sought to cultivate the individuality of the soldier instead of making him merely an unthinking part of a compact machine. He originated the cutting loose from the base of supplies with large armies and living off the invaded country. He insisted constantly upon thorough cooperation between the different commands, and always aimed to prevent operations of corps or armies which were not part of a joint movement in obedience to a comprehensive plan. His marvelous combinations, covering half a continent, soon wrought the destruction of the Confederacy, and when he struck Lee the final blow, the cooperating armies were so placed that there was no escape for the opposing forces, and within 47 days thereafter every Confederate army surrendered to a Union army. He had no hobby as to the use of any particular arm of the service. He naturally placed his main reliance in his infantry, but made a more vigorous use of cavalry than any of the generals of his day, and was judicious in regulating the amount of his artillery by the character of the country in which he was operating. His magnanimity to Lee, his consideration for his feelings, and the generous terms granted him served as a precedent for the subsequent surrenders, and had much to do with the bringing about a prompt and absolute cessation of hostilities, thus saving the country from a prolonged guerrilla warfare. He was possessed of a moral and physical courage which was equal to every emergency in which he was placed. He was calm amid excitement, patient under trials, sure in judgment, clear in foresight, never depressed by reverses or unduly elated by success. He was fruitful in expedients, and had a facility of resource and a faculty of adapting the means at hand to the accomplishment of an end which never failed him. He possessed an intuitive knowledge of topography which prevented him from ever becoming confused as to locality or direction in conducting even the most complicated movements in the field. His singular self-reliance enabled him at critical junctures to decide instantly questions of vital moment without dangerous delay in seeking advice from others, and to assume the gravest responsibilities without asking any one to share them. His habits of life were simple, and he enjoyed a physical constitution which enabled him to endure every form of fatigue and privation incident to military service in the field. His soldiers always knew that he was ready to rough it with them and share their hardships on the march. He wore no better clothes than they, and often ate no better food. There was nothing in his manner to suggest that there was any gulf between him and the men who were winning his victories. He never tired of giving unstinted praise to his subordinates. He was at all times loyal to them. His fidelity produced a reciprocal effect, and is one of the chief reasons why they became so loyally attached to him. He was never betrayed by success into boasting of his triumphs. He never underrated himself in a battle. He never overrated himself in a report. General Sheridan, in his memoirs, says of his chief, in speaking of the later campaigns, "The effect of his discomfitures was to make him all the more determined to discharge successfully the stupendous trust committed to his care, and to bring into play the manifold resources of his well-ordered mind. He guided every subordinate then, and in the last days of the rebellion, with a fund of common sense and a superiority of intellect which have left an impress so distinct as to exhibit his great personality. When his military history is analyzed after the lapse of years, it will show even more clearly than now that during these as well as his previous campaigns he was the steadfast center about and on which everything else turned." General Longstreet, one of his most persistent foes on the field of battle, says in his reminiscences, "General Grant had come to be known as an all-around fighter, seldom if ever surpassed, but the biggest part of him was his heart." And again, "As the world continues to look at and study the grand combinations and strategy of General Grant, the higher will be his reward as a soldier." While his achievements in actual battle eclipse by their brilliancy the strategy and grand tactics employed in his campaigns, yet the extraordinary combinations effected and the skill and boldness exhibited in moving large armies into position should entitle him to as much credit as the qualities he displayed in the immediate presence of the enemy. With him the formidable game of war was in the hands of a master. End of Chapter 32. End of Campaigning with Grant by Horace Porter.